Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. Listen, it's a trade deadline special. You already know what it is. We got a lot to discuss. It seemed like this trade deadline, the middle of the night, a lot of things are popping off. You know, usually things been getting active after 12, pause. You know what I mean? Man, there's so much going on, it's not even funny. Obviously, this whole trade deadline kicked off with Luka Doncic. You know, that sent ripples and shockwaves around the whole association. And now we have entered a whole entirely new situation here involving, you know, the Hornets. We got Kyle Kuzma on the move. I mean, this is breaking, you know, to be honest with you, all of the stuff that has transpired. I don't think anybody could have thought in a million years that a guy like that Luka Doncic could be on the move. You got Brandon Ingram, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, we're going to be breaking down all of these deals. I'm just bringing up stars right now. You know, there's a lot of names, and there's still some names that could be on the move. Y'all let me know in the comment section if y'all can hear me pretty well. It's Flight Sports. We moving and grooving. We wanted to get something special for the people. We wanted to start it up a little bit early. We want to touch bases with you guys today. As the deadline hits, we want to be here for you at 3 o'clock. We all know last minute deals get crammed in. It's Flight Sports TV. We got about 60 minutes from the trade deadline. We just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. It's Flight Sports. We got re-signings. You see the news that we broke yesterday with Lonzo Ball. I think that was spectacular. We're going to get into that as well. I don't know about you, but let's see what happens with Vucevic. I'm hearing Vucevic's name popping up a lot. I'm hearing a lot of different names. I'm hearing Zion Williamson's name running around in a lot of different circles and NBA, you know, situations. Only time will tell. Oh, my goodness. We got more news. Hawks and Cavs making a trade. Atlanta sent DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland for Karis LeVert, George's name, 3 second-round picks, and 2 swaps. What in the holy hell has just transpired? Oh, man. We got more trades. Phoenix sending Yusef Nurkic. You got Micic is gone, y'all. Micic is up out of there. We got more news to break involving the Charlotte Hornets. We are not done, y'all. This is crazy what's going on right now. There's so much happening right now. I told you, we just getting started, y'all. All these last-minute deals are going to be getting crammed in. You already know what it is. It's too much. Y'all let me know where the hell did we want to start. But I want to get back into, you got multiple teams still pursuing Durant, multiple squads making a real aggressive calls to Phoenix and a potential trade. They might as well move on. They're not doing nothing. But damn, the Hornets finally come off Cody Martin. So if you see what's going on right now, the Suns, I mean, Charlotte, to me, they're just accumulating first-round picks. If I'm LaMelo Ball, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. You understand? Because there's a lot of first-round picks accumulating. Are we making a move? Are we stockpiling for the future? That's what I want to know. You know, but like I said, you got I want to repeat. Yusuf Nurkic, a 2026 first round pick, is going to Charlotte for Cody Martin and Vasily Micic. So Micic is finally gone. This is crazy, to say the least. I can't believe they moved on from Micic. We thought Micic was on his because we all know he wanted to go who he wanted to go play with. But obviously, shit has changed. I got my man Stacy in the building. What's the deal, Van Diver? You see what's going on in the NBA and the association. We got breaking news. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. But it's Flight Sports. You already know what it is. Yeah, you there?
Oh yeah, what's up,
Yeah,
Flight? I had to
yeah,
make sure
yeah,
my
yeah.
Wi-Fi was working.
No, you
I'm
good.
just hearing these trades.
Hey,
I'm just
listen,
hearing these trades as you speak.
well, like I said, we just getting started. There's a lot more to break down. Like I said, there's too much going on. It's crazy that all this is transpiring right now.
That is it
Um,
is
what
crazy.
what you think
As you
about it? What you
logged
think about
on,
it? Break it down.
I was talking about which one? Which good? Which trade?
The Micic move, the Cody Martin.
What's going on? You tell me. I'm finding this
Oh,
out as you speak.
okay, hold on.
That's
You
why.
got
Yeah.
you got you got you got Micic on his way. On his. Hold on a second. Yeah, Micic is headed to Phoenix. We thought he was going to Denver because it was complaints there. And they get Yusuf Nurkic.
Ooh, I did not want to take that, but at the same time, I think Nurkic is gonna that 20 million falls off at the end of the year, and he can shoot. Man, I did not want that, bro. But it makes sense that Melo gets a veteran center for the rest of the year. You just know this. Hornets fans just know that we're attacking center in the draft. Like we're going after center. There's nothing to it.
Yeah, that's
I
what.
had already.
But that's crazy. What happened with Mark Williams? Because that Mark Williams shit, that was like another thief in the night move. I ain't gonna
Bruh,
lie, y'all. Yo, tell me how yesterday I said I'm gonna go to bed a little bit early. You understand? Tell me how when I went to sleep 10 minutes later, the damn trade went down.
yeah,
What
bro.
kind of shit was that?
Flight, I hit you up around was it like 12:30 in the
I
morning
saw
or
I
one
saw
thirty?
I saw that. I saw that. Shout out
Yeah,
Van
bro.
Diver,
And it's
keeping it up to date.
I was actually on a Pelicans podcast when that happened because I on the Pelicans podcast we talking and we're talking about the loss to the Nuggets and then Brandon Ingram trade happened and
Right.
Masai Ujiri fleeced the Pelicans, so we're talking about that. And then I hear breaking news, and like it's the minute of breaking news. The Lakers just traded Dalton Connect, da 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 da. And I was just like, oh my god! In my veins, it was just like a nervousness that it was going to be a Hornet. And when they said Mark Williams, my heart broke. My heart broke because I
Right.
wanted to. Like Mark Williams is a special character, bro. He really is. He is he a ridiculously phenomenal athlete, bro. Like he probably the most athletic big man ever recorded in the combine, bro. That standing reach record he has, the wingspan record, the
Well,
vertical he
hold
has,
on.
all that.
I don't want to go too far here. I mean, because we got to stop acting like LaMelo had an all-star big man. We had potential.
This is what
But I tell you what, he's going to LA with Luka and LeBron.
it's a
Clearly,
better
if you
fit for
see,
him.
listen, let me tell you something. Mark Williams about to go ape shit. You understand?
Right.
Number one, look, I just want to say is if you look at the history of all of the players that previously was there, you understand, were
Mhm.
previously in Charlotte and then they moved on. All of them took their games to the next level.
Yeah, and you know what's so crazy? Like I once again. Hold on, let me step out and come back in. I'm echoing.
No, you didn't have to do that. It just started echoing out of nowhere. I don't know. Dex.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you might. I don't know how to start echoing.
I don't hear no echo. You
All
hear
right,
echo?
regardless. No, I mean, for me, let me, maybe I need to back down. I don't know how I started echoing, but go ahead. So talk.
Well, flight and the stream. Salute to everybody. I'm still watching the landscape to see if any other movement is
Did,
imminent.
did you see did you see this move? Do you
For
have the
who?
TV on or something?
I don't have nothing up.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't have anything on. I'm solo dolo, but I've definitely been watching the landscape as flight gets back into the stream. Shout out to Stacy. Salute to you, brother.
Yeah, I'm back.
You
Yeah, I'm
sound
back.
better now to yourself?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. I want to just share with the stream that this is an important year for the NBA. And the foundation has already been rocked by a seismic quake.
Can y'all hear me?
And yes, sir, we can hear you. And this foundation of the NBA has been rocked by a seismic quake when AD and Luka swapped jerseys. Then, following that, we thought it couldn't get no better. Here it is. You get Zach LaVine. You get Darion Fox on the move, swapping jersey as well. One going north, one going south. Then, wait, there's more. Jimmy Butler. The ultimate tug of war of 2025, Jimmy Butler and Patrick Riley went straight up fisticuff. And Jimmy Butler come on top of the seesaw. Who could we say beat Pat Riley? Who could we say in recent years outwitted Pat Riley? Nobody. Nobody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks, after this seismic quake that led to an ultimate volcanic flow, a pyroclastic flow of hot lava spewing out into the NBA landscape. They still make moves. Dallas still made another move to acquire, maybe to a lesser degree, but still acquire more talent. And the Los Angeles Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers gave up on their rookie prize. I'm talking JJ Redick and Dalton Knecht. JJ Redick and Dalton Knecht looked
They
like
gave
there
him
was a
up.
match made in heaven. They looked like there was a match made in heaven, and look what
I know
happened.
Dex. I wanna bring.
I
Go
agree
ahead,
with
Fly.
you. I agree with you.
Go ahead, Flight.
No, okay, yeah, I'm on a service delay. But well, basically, what I wanted to say was, if you the Charlotte Hornets, this is tough because you got Dalton. I love the move, right? But you could have drafted this guy, and I know Dex, you was probably leading there. You know, you was adamant about the draft pick. You know, with
Yes,
Charlotte, I
sir,
think
Flight.
that TJ to be he's in question. You know, and we talked about this with Coach the other night about wasted draft picks. You know, they could have had Montage, Buzelis, and Dalton Connect. I think it's to the point we really need to think about what's going on here. You know, Charlotte had a wasted pick. TJ Salon is a bust. You know, I'm gonna come out and say,
Ooh,
you know, this guy was a high
wow.
pick. And look what they've done. What they've done. They just got a guy who they probably felt they should have drafted. So if you're the Hornets, you really got to look in the mirror here, because you just gave up Mark Williams for a player. You could have had all of these motherfuckers. Excuse me, but go ahead, Dex. I'm sorry.
Nah, you was cooking flight. I don't think you should interrupted yourself. You was on one. And I love what I was hearing from you. So, yeah, that's what I was saying, because before what happened to everybody? Everybody just keep jumping off. What happened is that, to my ability to judge transactions in the NBA, right? I'm going to be very subjective here. Objectivity, I'm throwing it out the window. When you look at Dalton Knecht, the redneck that came from Tennessee, outstanding player for the Tennessee Volunteers. Go Vols. The Charlotte Hornets had ample opportunity to draft this guy. The Charlotte Hornets had first glance at drafting Dalton Knecht. So why in the hell? And I'm trying to give Jeff Peterson in the Charlotte Hornets front office the most scrupulous observation possible. I do not want to render the combination of Jeff Peterson and Coach Charles Lee inept. It's Black History Month, baby. It would be sacrilegious to try to exfoliate or exfoliate Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee. I'm not here to decapitate these two young, beautiful Black brothers. But I will tell you this. It's very odd that Jeff Peterson overlooked Dalton Knecht for some odd reason. I know what happened with Matisse Buzelis. That was a Brandon Miller, Matisse Buzelis small feud that happened in the rookie sophomore rising challenge tournament that caused Buzelis not to be in a Charlotte Hornets uniform. Or it could be a little more politics with Adam Silver, because the guy is out of the Chicago and, been in the G League, and then, Chicago ended up drafting him. So he's a homer. But nevertheless, I'll tell you this. Why would you trade for a guy that you could have drafted? That don't make sense. If he wasn't your guy at draft time, how was he your guy at the trade deadline? Can anybody make sense of that? That's what I'm trying to question right here. How in the hell is he your guy now? Everybody, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. We want to thank you all for coming aboard here at Flight Sports TV as we drop this emergency early live stream to keep up with the trade tracker. And the Cavs have landed forward Hunter from the Hawks. So there's still motion going on. The Cavs feel they need a little more reinforcement. The Suns traded Knecht to the Hornets for Martin. So they have their replacement center for Mark Williams. We all know that Jimmy Butler traded to the Dubs due to the fact that the KD deal fizzled out. So the Dubs was trying to solicit KD services once again and match him up with Steph Curry. And hopefully they could rekindle the magic prior to the injuries that cost them a three-peat. Kawhi Leonard snuck up in there and got that championship while the Dubs were injured. And the Dubs fell off a little bit. Steph Curry came back a few years ago and mustered a new iteration of himself and got a championship. But now it looks like the Dubs are practically done. I don't know if Jimmy Butler impacts the Dub enough to get past some of these young thoroughbreds that's in the league. I don't know. It looks like, to me, the Dubs are being desperate. So shout out to Slim, shout out to Thunder, shout out to Stacy, and shout out to everyone in that chat. Wilt stumbling. It is remarkable at this trade deadline that you get so much motion, so much agitation in the field. The NBA soil has been agitated. And it looks like, if we want to be conspiratorial, that Adam Silver have a strong hand in getting these governors to make moves. Who would have believed Mark Williams, who was part of the young core and youthful movement of the Charlotte Hornets, would move on? Who would have thought that? I'm a big fan and proponent of Mark Williams' game. I know a lot of people out here, especially on the fringes of the Charlotte Hornets space, feel that Mark Williams is not strong enough to vindicate his draft status. But I'm here to be a opposer in that narrative. And the only reason why, as we bring up Stacey, the only reason why I'm an opposer of that narrative is because Mark Williams have been accustomed to be in a winning situation. If not the ultimate goal of being a champion, but the quest of winning is in his DNA. And when you have a big man like that, like Mark Williams, the talent that Mark Williams brings to the court, right? And coming from Duke and being in Charlotte, he never went far. So maybe his DNA wasn't challenged enough. When Charlotte Hornets looked upon being a rebuilding team, he gets the job after Plumlee gets traded. So he gets the starting job, but then he gets hurt. So he was dealing with some stuff. But in the aftermath, when Mark Williams is healthy enough to play, Mark Williams is an impactful player. His defense can always get better. He's still a young guy. He's only 23 years old. So for the Charlotte Hornets to give up on Mark Williams, which they know more about Mark Williams, they got all of his medical records, to give up on Mark Williams, and the Lakers get a serviceable big man that they can groom, nurture, and develop into Laker culture, I think it's fantastic.
It is.
Now,
It is. I agree with you.
come on, Stacey. Come on, bro. Come on with it.
I was gonna say I love my Williams, but he really fits the Lakers more than he fits the Hornets. So with that being said, like it's a good fit. Like
It's a good
the
fit. Like
Lakers really want to trade,
the Lakers really want to trade,
but I like where
but
the Hornets going
I
with
like where the Hornets going.
it. And best believe the Hornets
And
will
best
draft a
believe
center
the
in the
Hornets will
draft.
draft the center in the draft.
Kamal Malak. What
Mala,
I always mess up
always
mess up his name.
that's his name.
But I
But
see him
I
being
see him being
the Mark
the
Williams
Mark Williams
replacement.
replacement.
Also,
Also,
the Hornets getting a whole bunch of first round draft picks. This Suns trade for what Boston Misa trade, the Hornets just got another first rounder for 2026 unprotected from from the Suns. Hey, you still here,
Stacy,
bro?
yeah, Stacy. They say echo is coming from you, but I don't hear it.
I
I don't
think
hear
it
you.
is. I hear it. I start hearing the echo when you got
when
on,
you got on.
Okay, the thing
but
of it is that maybe you need to exit out of YouTube.
I
Once you get
did.
on. Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
I've been troubleshooting this
Troubleshooting
the whole
the
time.
whole time.
I'm gonna just
oh.
step
I'm gonna
out.
just step out.
I'm gonna let you keep
I'm gonna
running.
let you run.
Well, no, you can stay on. Maybe if I mute myself, let's see if the echo stays. So, chat,
Okay, let's
please
try.
inform us. Stacy going to talk, and I'm going to mute my mic and see if the echo is still here.
Good troubleshooting. I don't hear echo no more. Did y'all still hear it now? I don't hear it at all. Somebody comment if they hear it or not, because I don't hear it anymore. But yeah, like I was saying, listen, yeah, that first round, like the Hornets got probably the most first round picks as of right now. They could be going after that superstar, and maybe you would be paying up soon. Dex, me and Dex have a wager that Zion will end up at the Hornets very soon.
I hope so.
So
That'll be a good
yeah,
look. Can you hear me good now?
yeah, I can hear. We can hear you
Okay.
good. We can hear you
Okay,
good.
yeah, I had some technical difficulties. Sorry about
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was you. I don't even know if it was you. Dex, step
Well,
back in to see
no,
if
don't
it
worry.
echoes
No,
when you come back.
yeah. Don't worry about the echo.
Okay, I'm back in. What happened?
You got that echo.
Okay.
It's you, Dex.
Probably the mic or something. I don't know. But back to what I was saying, man. There's a lot going on. We still awaiting more trade deadline moves. Something just oh my goodness, we got breaking news. Breaking
What's going
fucking
on?
news. The Clippers
Okay.
and Hawks make a trade. The Clippers are sending Terrence Mann, Bones Highland to Atlanta for Bogdan Bogdanovich and 3 second-round picks. So that's huge.
Yeah. You know what? I didn't know I didn't even know the Clippers could make a move, but it makes sense that they sending those two guys.
The Clippers have made a move.
Yeah, I didn't even know they could make a move. They were so stuck.
We got more trades to break down. Breaking news in the NBA, ladies and gentlemen. The Hawks, look at what the Hawks are doing. The Hawks are doing some
I see it.
They retooling, man. They got to shake it up, man. These teams have to shake it up. You cannot bring the same garbage back, and expect different results. You have to shake up. And that's what we're seeing these teams do.
Well, the Cavaliers actually now. The Cavaliers just got their wing. That's gonna be their wing.
They got Karis LeVert.
The Hawks just got
LeVert for Hunter. That's a nice little swap out. But
real talk,
needed a shake up, something different.
Right. I agree. Hunter been having a really good season this year too. And he locked down. He a lockdown defender, bro. Like that's really good for Cavaliers to get that. Like, and then the same thing for Karis LeVert to come off the bench after
Dyson. Man. And they got Bogdan. What the Clippers doing, man? I ain't gonna lie, the Clippers is ass. I mean, I hated what I seen from them the other night. I was sorry with the Lakers. Yeah, Kawhi needs to retire. Yeah, they need to go ahead and he just need to retire. It's over.
It messed up my parlay. I did not I thought the Clippers was gonna win that match, and because the Clippers is a top 5 defense in the league this year, but they did not give no effort. So that's probably a first round exit in the playoffs, and this is what it come down to, and especially with the Lakers. Like everybody's loading up for to stop Wemby down the road. They're trying to win the championship now and stop Wemby. Mark is actually a better fit with the Lakers than he is with us. And I would thought that the Hornets would have never traded him because
I did.
I thought that because he was under 23 years old, and you don't just trade centers under 23. But he hadn't been playing defense. He'd been playing weak, and he's a superior athlete. But I was holding him in my head more as a toy than I was as he the right fit for Melo. Nurkic is probably a better fit for
Yeah.
Melo.
That's what's your thoughts on the Lakers move?
I
I
love the
loved it.
Lakers move. Everything the Lakers did is crazy. I mean, a couple weeks ago, Dex was talking about giving me Dalton Knecht for Melo, and I was like, heck
Yep.
no, it's not happening. And I was so upset with him. I was so upset with him and when he was saying this because I'm like, man, we're not gonna be bailing the Lakers out. And it seemed like we just bailed the Lakers out by giving them Mark Williams, but we wasn't gonna re-sign Mark Williams. The Hornets wasn't gonna re-sign Mark Williams with him
Not
only
for that
playing
bag.
85 games. Yeah, not for that bag. He's gonna get the bag, and the Hornets
You're
don't need to be the
gonna
team
get it
that.
with the Lakers. Is y'all gonna be in the playoffs? I mean, listen. To be honest with you, I'm excited for Mark Williams because look at
Me
the
too,
trend
man.
of the players who has left Charlotte. So you gotta know that Mark is gonna explode up there. Pause. They gave up that first round pick. They see something. Let me tell you something. You know, with Mark Williams, anything around the rim, pause, just count it. You know, the dude is
Mm-hmm.
money. You know, so he's gonna
Keep
be
money,
excited.
bro.
And quietly, I think with the Lakers, I know a lot of people don't. I ain't gonna lie. Today, a lot of people did not know who Mark Williams was. Yo, you know how many people came up to me and said, "Who the hell?" They not. I don't really know him like that. I don't really know him. I'm like, man, I'm telling you, y'all quietly got a defender too. This guy's gonna be blocking shots. He's gonna be cleaning the glass. Y'all got a nice pickup here. Y'all potentially a
I said
2010 kind of guy on the defensive end, that lob threat. It's going down up there, man. I want to
I
see what happens.
I had to go through the same thing. I had to explain it to my whole Facebook feed to let them know that Mark Williams is still and they wanted to trade because he's 23 years old. He's got the defensive potential to be defensive player of the year, especially now he's with the Lakers. And it's really he got like you said, he don't miss. And then he knocked down free throws for a big man. He knocked down free throws. He fit what they do better than he fit what we do here at the Hornets.
Stacy,
Yeah.
Mark Williams have the longest wingspan in the NBA. His wingspan is
In the
longer than
history,
Victor Wembanyama.
in history, he has the longest wingspan
In
and
history,
standing
that's
reach
right.
in
In history.
history. In
Yeah,
history,
Stacey, I
bro.
want you to answer this question though. I want you to address Sammy right here.
Mhm.
Sammy says the Hornets getting Nurkic, who got benched in Phoenix. Address that.
Who got benched in Phoenix?
Yeah, address the questions on the screen.
Well, I watch every Phoenix game because y'all know I'm a handicapper. I do bets and stuff like that. I watch every Phoenix game and Nick's been balling. Nick's been balling. Nick, they probably would have had a better effort last night against the Thunder if Nick would have played more minutes. Plumlee played more minutes than Nick. You know, it seemed like he was on the court more than Nick was, but Nick's been balling, so that's what that is. We all know Nick is the guy over there now, and they got a good fit. He don't cost much. He only $5 million in cap hit. They do have to get him a extension, but that extension don't come into effect until 2 years from now, so it's like 2027 season. So yeah, it's straight. They straight, but they ain't gonna win the championship. I'll be shocked if they do. You know,
So the
that's
thing
the
of it
answer to
is
that
this.
question.
The thing of it is that Sammy wanted to know basically the Hornets traded Mark, eventually got Nurkic, and Nurkic got benched from Phoenix. He's saying that Nurkic is not going to help LaMelo in nothing. So could you break that
I don't
down?
think
How
he
you
is
feel?
either. I don't think he is right now either. He just gives an archetype of what Melo needs as a 5-out center. I don't think he's gonna help out. I don't like that. I like the first round pick out of that trade. I'm not a Nurkic. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not so high on Nurkic. Like I just said, they have to go after a big man, and mainly they probably need to go after Zion right now. They probably need to get
Uh-oh.
Zion right now.
Uh-oh.
Look how much ammo they
Listen,
got to get any superstar. Look how much
Listen,
ammo the
Stacey.
Hornets got. Can y'all pull up? Can y'all pull up how many first round picks the Hornets has as of right now? Can somebody do that for us?
Yeah,
To
somebody in the chat
2031,
can do
how many?
that. Somebody in the chat, they
Yeah,
can say how many first round picks the Hornets have. But listen, Stacey, I try to give you Dalton Knecht and Austin Reeves, and you turn
you
me down.
won, bro. You
I
won,
try to give you
but
a
not from
real
Melo.
redneck backcourt.
Not from
Instead,
Melo.
Rob Pelinka, listen to me. Instead of
No, not from
trading,
Melo. You didn't get. You wanted Melo.
I know,
You
I
didn't
know,
get
I know what
Melo.
I wanted. Yeah, right, right. But what I'm saying is that look what Rob Pelinka did. He did the exact same thing that I was speaking about,
Well, you
bringing
said
back
well, you
a redneck backcourt.
what you did was find a trade partner for the Lakers as a Hornet. That's what you did. It wasn't the exact trade, but you found a
Mm-hmm.
trade partner. And I feel you. I thought about the moment that trade happened last night. The first thing I thought about was Dex, and I was like, man, dang, he won one over me. He got one over me. And then I hit up Flight
Yeah,
as well. So
appreciate it.
but yeah, appreciate you because you telling us stuff right now. Like, bro, when I called in today, I didn't know them trades happened,
Yeah.
and I'm like, dang,
Yeah, I started off breaking news. Well, I forgot the trade I broke when I first started.
it was
What
the
did y'all mention?
Hunter
Brandon
to
Ingram?
Cavaliers.
Yeah, we got
Well,
to.
let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Okay. So, mind y'all, David Griffin's the worst GM in basketball, history of
I agree.
basketball.
He's a snake oil salesman. I agree.
Snake oil salesman, bro. Real talk. He is a con man. Okay. He don't know basketball. He's a cult leader. Um, all of that stuff. So, all that stuff that was going on, one thing you notice is about David Griffin is he makes the players look like they the bad guys
Yep,
and never speaks on
yep,
how he messed up.
yep,
Brandon Ingram could have been traded over the summer for a lot
yep.
more.
Heck yeah.
I'm,
Are you kidding me? He could have got way. Listen, he could have got a king's ransom from Brandon Ingram. He
bruh, he
screwed
was the
that up
number
big
one.
time.
He was the number one trade block option this summer. He was the
Yep,
number one trade block option this summer. He could have, and Brandon's only 26. Brandon Ingram is a tactician, bro. Like in the right system, Brandon Ingram would thrive. He just don't thrive in the Hornets. I mean the Pelicans system because the Pelicans really don't have a system. That's why they getting blowed out every single night. That's why they got that high paid roster the way it is, and they can't do nothing with it. So they only get that from man. They got breadcrumbs from Toronto, Bowens, and Olenek. Olenek gonna retire. Olenek ain't gonna be in the league that long, and
yep,
then get the first rounder from years down the road. Well, you got killed in that trade.
yep,
You got we talking about earlier this summer. They were talking about Michael Porter Jr. for him. They
yep,
were talking crazy stuff for him, bro. They could have got the for Brandon Ingram straight up to the Hawkins. He turned that down. It's
yep.
like, oh, Brandon Ingram asked for 50 million. Of course he gonna ask for 50 million. You gotta negotiate. Every player want money. Negotiate and tell them. And then once you give them up to another team, that ain't your problem no more. So stop making these excuses. I just watched them sit Zion out for 2 months. Zion wasn't hurt. Zion. They benched Zion. He said a cryptic message in press conference after a game, and they benched him. And then 2 months later, he come back swole, looking like Bo Jackson. But
I
we
mean, they
finding
try to
out that it's
sully. Listen, Stacey, they try to sully Luka Doncic. I'm thinking we
who?
finna get this fat Luka Doncic, but I'm cool with it, right? Finna get this fat Luka
Oh,
Doncic,
you don't
and
even want to
he
get
gonna work his
started
way
with
in
that,
shape. You see what Luka Doncic look like?
bruh.
Like,
Bruh, you right.
where's all this weight at? Excess weight.
Bruh. Check this out. Even with all of that too, bruh. See, the complexion for the protection is for real. Okay, they're trying to throw Luka Doncic down our throat as the number one player in the NBA. That's why they sent it to the Lakers. You mean to tell me the Lakers and Mavs didn't have no other buyers? The Mavs had no other buyers for Luka? That's crazy in its own right. Because they didn't even call nobody else. So we're talking about Zion. In defense of Zion, anybody that ever says he's fat, out of shape, he don't play games, How many games has Chet Holmgren played? Tell me how many games has Chet Holmgren played? And how much does Chet Holmgren weigh being 7'1"? He is 207 pounds at 7'1". So bad that they had to go and get Isaiah Hartenstein, and they have to pay him $30 million a year just to be the backup for Chet Holmgren. So the complexion for the protection ain't gonna work no more. You tear Zion down for missing games, and you know Zion banging. Chet ain't never banged, but people defend him. He ain't never banged. He only played 82. In fact, right now, Mark Williams has played more games than Chet Holmgren. So the league crazy with that, and they can go back to that Brandon Ingram trade. It was an offer trade. They lost. The Hornets don't get. I mean, the Pelicans don't get any better. Even down to the Hornets situation. I mean, the Pelican situation. So these man just said the Hornets got 7 first-round draft picks from 25 to 231. That is crazy. Boy, they can turn that. Man, imagine that. 7 first-round draft picks. You hear that?
Now, remember we talked about Jeff Peterson to take the page out of Sam Presti's playbook and acquire
It
as
seems
many
like he
drafts as you
is.
can, especially while you're losing.
It seems like he is.
That's right. Yeah, like that's the roadmap he's following. So this is good. If this the gyroscope Jeff Peterson is using to be a topographer for the Charlotte Hornets and mapping out a path in which the clarity of good culture and competitive basketball will emanate out of the Charlotte Hornets silo, the Spectrum Center, then I don't have no knock on Jeff Peterson. But if he just willy-nilly and just throwing motherfuckers around because they finally got rid of Cody Martin, you know what I'm saying? He's gone now. Just to say that I got rid of the old regime vision, and now I'm starting my new vision. Yes, I still got Miles, I still got Brandon, and I still got LaMelo Ball. So those are the leftover remnants from the prior regime. So baby Jeff is trying to put his serious fingerprint in that, and we don't know if those guys are going to stay. But only thing I believe who's going to stay out of everybody is Brandon Miller. I think Melo's on the scale, and definitely the writings on the wall for Miles Bridges.
Melo would have to force himself out. I can't trade Melo. You gotta have to force yourself out, bro.
No,
That was
I
bad.
understand, because I just don't believe the Charlotte Hornets want to pay that $203 million. I don't think they want it, especially being in
Why
the
not?
dungeon. You know,
Why not? Why not?
and
Why not?
I feel
I'm gonna
the
tell you why.
Melo.
I'm gonna
Go
tell you
ahead.
why you can't. Why they do. I'm gonna tell you why you do. Look at the Charlotte Hornets games and how many people be at those games. Now look at that star-studded roster at the Pelicans, and nobody be at their games. And then go look at the Nuggets. They don't make no money, and they just won a championship. Melo bring in that bread, bro. He bring in that bread. The number one shoe in basketball. In fact, I'm about to go and pick him up today, or order him today. He is so marketable, bro. You don't just let that go. You just don't let it go.
Hey, just let Luka go. What are you talking about? Marketable.
Oh, we ain't them. We are not them.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So Zion said out
We're
of his
not the
own mouth,
man.
nobody's safe.
Because the Mavs have Kyrie, bro. Now they got, the Mavs got some stuff to let Luka go. They gonna make money regardless. They always make money. That's Mark Cuban old team. They gonna make money. They don't got the same issues that the small market team that the Hornets got. That's not an awesome comparison. It's not really comparable. I know you think about the player being comparable, but no, we talking about the size of the market compared to that's why Zion's still at the Pelicans because they like, oh, we don't want to let him go, but they know they need to. Every Pelican supporter know they need to, but they don't want to let him go because he's a superstar, and they may never get one of them again. That's the difference I'm talking about. That's the aspect of the view I'm coming from.
I'm
You
just
got it,
saying
Dave.
Zion said out of his own mouth, as well as Anthony Edwards. These are two prolific basketball players. We know Zion has kind of sunk into the shadows, but Anthony Edwards is definitely in the beam of light for the NBA. And he said, nobody's safe. So it's almost like they're getting out of the LeBron era of player power, empowerment, and they're getting back to giving the power back to the governors.
Yeah, I guess, man. I'm not giving like that's that whole contract. That's the whole new CBA stuff they doing. That's fine if they do that. Just balance it out, balance the league out. Stop. I don't like all the superstar teams and being more, what I'm saying, more top heavy than the small market teams, especially if the small market teams give effort like that. Because one thing people can't take away from the Hornets this season is the Hornets play hard. They play hard, bro. They are grit and grind. And one of their problems of the grit and grind was Musa outplayed all the big man that the Hornets had this year. Musa and Grant Williams played Mark and Nick.
Yeah,
And they're not
but
grit
you
and
can't.
grind guys.
I understand that. I understand that right now because Mark Williams is still in process of his rehab. Nobody says Mark Williams is 100%. So
You're right.
Musa doesn't have
I
any
agree with you.
injuries that we know of.
You are exactly right. Mark is still rehabbing. Sometimes that stuff take a whole 2 years, especially when you're 7 foot tall. I'm 6'4", and I just turned 38, bro. I'm talking my hip, boy. I don't even want to have sex right now because my hip, just something wrong with my hip, bro. Came out of nowhere, bro. I'm like, what? What? It came out of nowhere, bro. I'm talking about the times my knees be hurt. I'm 6'4", bro, and I'm just 38. I can't imagine what a 7'2" guy going through. I can only imagine it, bro. And especially after you come from an injury and everything. I'm gonna tell you, anybody that's 7 foot, if you got kids at 7 foot, come across kids at 7 foot, do not play them AAU games. It's either they're gonna play high school basketball or AAU basketball. Do not let them play in those games because you can't let them play that many games that long. Because what happens is their body break down before they even get into the NBA. So
Wow.
I get that advice to anybody. I got a lot of friends, a lot of ex teammates that body just broke down by the time they got into the NBA. JJ Hickson was on my team, bro. I grew up with Josh, Josh Smith. He was a crosstown rival. We went to elementary school together, but then he was a crosstown
Josh
rival
Smith,
in
did he
high
play with
school.
Dallas? Did he play with the Mavericks?
No, Josh played with Atlanta and he played with
Oh,
Detroit.
Atlanta. Okay, Atlanta.
Yeah, yeah, Josh.
He was part of that team that was the #1 seed, right?
yeah. Josh
With
was a
Joe
dog.
Johnson in them.
Yeah, Josh was a dog. That was something else. That was something else. Josh was good. Josh was real good. He'll be real good in today's league compared to how that league was. And that's another thing with what Mark Williams is. Mark Williams is not a 5-out center. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like Chief Bartram was calling it out all season. And you can tell him I said it, bro. Like, he was calling it out all season. We need to move on from Mark Williams. And I was like, no. But he was right the whole time. Because the way the Hornets play is the center
I don't know about
is
that
the
one.
quarterback. The
I don't know
center
about
is the
that one.
quarterback.
I disagree. I don't think they should have moved on from Mark Williams.
Well,
I
he
just
was
think
thinking
Mark
the
Williams.
offensive end. He was
No,
thinking from the offensive end.
no. This is what I'm saying. Mark Williams was still in his developmental stage as well as his rehab
Mm-hmm.
stage. So those two
Mm-hmm.
combinations is not a good state. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To be in development and to be into rehab, that's not a good state for a
Mm-hmm.
young man. But Mark
Yeah.
Williams, he was mentally strong enough to come through that. Look what happened with James Wiseman, right? He crumbled under that. Mark Williams was the opposite of that. He came through,
Right.
and then when the opportunity presented himself, he made his dividends cash in. Because Mark
Well,
Williams
let me
is
ask
going to
you.
be a double-double.
Yeah, he
Now,
really is, and he could be defensive player of the year too. But what did Jeff Peterson have to say? Are they waiting to after the trade deadline is over before they start to talk about what they're going to do? Because I
you know
need to
what?
know the
The Charlotte
direction.
Hornets has been bad about that. You know that, right? They have been really
Well,
bad about when they
and,
do something,
bro,
they go into hiding, right?
I
They,
haven't
they,
heard.
they just,
I haven't heard from David Griffin all season. I haven't heard from
that's
him
right.
all season. You know, compared
They go into
to
hiding.
Jeff.
And the fan base will let it ride. You follow what I'm saying? How you let that ride?
Yeah, they
Y'all
got
hit
to
that
talk.
like
They
button.
got. They
Y'all
got to
hit that
explain
subscribe
this.
button.
They got to explain this because it's like
Yeah,
I was getting attached to Mark. You know what I mean? I really was. I really liked him. I really did. I didn't
I
want to
really
lose him.
like Mark. I'm telling you. That's why I disagree with a lot of the Hornets content creators that think Mark is soft. Listen, when I observe Mark, you cannot be soft if you have 35 points and 20 rebounds. That don't soft.
Mhm.
I don't care. You know,
Hey,
not on this
hey,
level. Now, but
you show
what
me
it
a
is, he was very inconsistent when it came to physical teams. I've seen that when it came to grown men playing the restricted area, Mark Williams sometimes will crumble. And that's only because of confidence. You follow what I'm saying? Because if you can get 25 and 15 one night
mhm.
against a so-so center, then you should at least be able to get 18 and 10 the next night against any center. You follow what I'm saying? The next
Mhm.
game.
This I'm actually agreeing with you. You know me. I go back and forth with you any day, bro. I'm actually agreeing with you, bro. Because like you right. None of these content creators ever played the five. I played the five. I have three out of four state championships. I played the five, bro. I played from three to four, five. I was on the go. You know what I mean? Like I played. I guarded Mike Beasley. I guarded Kevin Durant. Real talk, bro. Yeah, you right. This ain't that for people to call somebody soft. They don't know what they're talking about. You right, bro. You're exactly right, Dix. You were exactly right. You're exactly right, bro. You still there? Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I ain't mean to cut you off.
I think he cut out.
Okay,
No,
go ahead. Who
I'm
this?
here with you. Shout out. What's good, Purple? Yo, what you think about these trades? We got Dalton Knecht headed out here. It's big business.
I'm
Um,
sorry, my damn
I told
thing
y'all.
just kicked me out. I don't know why things keep kicking me out.
I
But did you
told
guys hear me?
no. You could go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Let me just set the table for you, Purple. So when I'm talking about Mark Williams, right? Here is Mark Williams having these up and down games. And when you have a player that young having up and down games, dealing with uh, his development, dealing with his rehab, he needs a voice in his ear to challenge him to be able to be consistent night in and night out and assure him you have his back. Cliffy didn't have Mark Williams back. And of course, Coach Lee, we see, didn't have Mark Williams back. There's nobody fighting for Mark Williams when he's getting pushed around and getting fouled. He going up for rebound, people pushing him in the back, hitting this, trying to step on his feet and things of that nature, while he's inside the restricted area fighting out of his foxhole. So when you go to the Lakers, when he see all those Lakers centers that have been great throughout the years, even if they even show him Andrew Bynum, this guy is going to turn his motor on and is going to be motivated so he can be a plaster amongst some of those greats that harvest a Lakers uniform. Go ahead, Purple.
I was just gonna say, as far as the trade goes, like I was thinking like when they got there and they mentioned LaMelo, LaMelo, Miller, and Mark. At the time, I was like, why is Mark a part of this? As I kind of felt like LaMelo needed, in order to succeed, yeah, they needed defense, especially at the rim, but I was like, he needed more of like a offensive big and stuff. So I'm not surprised that Mark got traded or anything like that, but it's just like, how you gonna trade somebody that you said was a part of your core, your core, and then you trade them and whatever. The Dalton Connect thing, like a lot of what I'm hearing and stuff like that was, oh, the Hornets messed up with Tijon, and that's why they went and got Dalton and stuff like that. They should have got Dalton at 6 and stuff like that. Uh, I'm not gonna say you wrong or you right on there. I expect, I guess, for Cam Reddish, maybe they cut Cam Reddish. I don't know. Hopefully, um, I think they got like what, an hour or so to still make some deals, right?
No, they got approximately 7 minutes.
Oh,
It's in the trade
so that
deadline in
means
at 3.
I'm not for sure how long of a contract Cam Reddish, but what I would feel just in general, real quickly, as far as roster construction for this team, they finally got in a way adequate 3 like small forward help. I'm gonna say that, but now they have no front court depth and no depth at the 4 at all. Like they literally have nobody to play the
You ain't
4.
lying. It's
Uh,
scary. It's so scary about that.
and my problem is like outside of people, like anybody can become available, but from what we know right now, as far as players that's available and probably will be available during the draft, is people like Jarian Grant. I think his first name is Jarian. Robert Williams and stuff like that. I don't, outside of like Jarian being a veteran and stuff like that, I just felt like looking at this draft, like it's some decent, guys. There's nobody that's gonna help you win now and stuff like that. So same thing. I think you got a lot of center depth in this draft coming up. It just depends what the Hornets decide to do with that. I do think they kind of, if they choose to flip Dalton again, if they wanted to, which I don't think they are, because I think they
No, that's not happening, Purple. Uh, Purple, I mean, good insight. The Hornets, I think we underestimated Musa. Diabate.
know,
This guy was the truth and a half when nobody was there. I don't know if people remember. This guy was impressive.
like he's a G League player.
Hey, this guy, but he was
He's a
playing well.
He's a G
Hurt,
League
hurt, hurt, hurt,
Now, I
hurt,
like what I
hurt, hurt,
seen.
player.
hurt. Musa can
I
hoop.
did.
Musa
I
can
like
hoop.
what I seen. I was like, yo, when
Musa can hoop
come
now.
back, you just can't take him
I didn't
off the
say. I
floor.
said he's a G. He has no, just like Tijon. He has no
No, TJ, no, TJ, he's better
outside
than
of
TJ.
rebounding. Outside of rebounding, which he is
What?
really good at, he don't have.
No.
No, I'm telling you that right now. It's guys
No. No, but yeah, you never seen
offensive.
Musa be moving on offense. Musa
I'm
be
not
moving on offense.
how he moves. I'm saying compared to Mark Williams,
Yeah, that's true.
as potentially being, this offensive weapon, his upside was higher than Musa. Only thing that I felt like Musa, to be honest, to me, can probably guard the perimeter way better than Mark Williams. But I don't
He
know
can go on
about
all 5 spots.
uh,
Yeah.
Mark is good.
I'm
But
gonna tell you.
I
I'm gonna
like
tell you what
Connect
Musa
in
is.
Charlotte. Hold on. I want to say something. I like Dalton Connect out there in Charlotte. I like the wing players now for LaMelo Ball. I will get into the other particulars, but I like when you have Melo running and gunning. And we always talked about, even prior to Melo being there, like LaMelo need better shooters to kick it to. You know what I mean? Like
Oh, dude.
now, hang on. Now Melo coming down. You got Miller over there. You gonna have Connect over there. Those are 2 hitters that you can rely on. at the 3-point range. And then also, this guy, Dalton Knecht, want to rock too and try to do a couple of different things too. So his game is going to expand. I like how he was next to LeBron. Don't underestimate what's coming to Charlotte, ladies and gentlemen. This guy was sitting next to LeBron. He even was hanging out rubbing shoulders with Doncic. He was able to rub his shoulder just a little bit for a second. Pause. So this guy was there with Reddick. It was a different type of level of culture and standard over there in Los Angeles. So look what's coming. They was going for a chip.
That's a good point. Like, you made a good point right there.
They were talking championships and purple.
But the thing is, here we go again.
I got a breaking news, bro.
I think Charlotte won this trade. Let's see if Mark Williams can stay healthy. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
He will.
Let's stop acting like LaMelo was playing with some all-star big man. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. What I want to add, I'm gonna let you go. People are saying that the Lakers may have overpaid, for Mark Williams. I mean, to me personally, I think it's all about health. If he's unhealthy, this is going to be a disaster. This could be an Andrew Bynum situation. He had this guy had a back issue. You don't know if this guy's going to be healthy throughout the duration, but we'll find out. If he's healthy, all bets are off. What were you going to say, Purple?
No, I was just about to say, as far as the rotation looks, again, you still got Miles Bridges out at that 4. Nurkic is definitely temporary to me and stuff like that. So Grant, he's healthy whenever he comes back. I guess you're gonna have Grant and Miles, which I don't like that. And I guess for right now, Musa would come off your bench with Knecht, because Green is still starting. So they got a lot more moves that they need to make too. Like, that's all I would say.
Stacey,
I think they talking about. First of all, Marcus Smart just got traded for a 2nd-round pick. I forgot what team that they just said.
Man,
Washington.
I mean, what's the name didn't get him?
Washington.
I mean,
got traded to Washington.
I can't believe that. Maybe it was just talk. What's
they talking KD? They talking KD to Memphis.
And Kevin Porter Jr. also got traded thanks to Thunder with his information.
What happened?
Kevin Porter went to the Bucks.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Marcus Smart didn't end up in Houston. Maybe it was just all talk, but the coach that was out there, I thought that's what was going when Memphis did. But Memphis needs.
Man, that was a big pickup, yo.
Who?
Yo, Porter to the Bucks.
No, it's not.
I said Grizzlies trade Marcus Smart.
All the Bucks is gonna do is cut him.
Did you hear this one?
What?
Breaking news: Grizzlies trade Marcus Smart. Wizards acquire Smart 2025 first-round pick and multi-team trade that sends Memphis 2 second-round picks. I'm kind of lost.
Shout out to Washington for getting assets.
They must be getting KD.
Are they trying to be
something going on here? Something
going on with me.
Some moving around.
Memphis got a lot of cap space now. It's over with now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, something might have been in.
What cap space?
I thought no, you make cap space for you can get another player. Memphis gave away. Marcus Smart was hitting them for like $20 million. Marcus Smart wasn't cheap. So Wizards could have took that. Yeah, the Wizards could have took that on because they really don't have nobody on their team, especially after Kyle Kuzma just left. So that's all they did replace. But I didn't think that Wizards would really needed a backup guard. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm Brogdon's a dog. You know what I mean? Then they actually just drafted a backup guard. So I guess they just taking on.
But Marcus Smart going to. Hey, listen, y'all. Marcus Smart going to the Wizards. That's the netherworld. What can he do with the Wizards? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these players that's going to these teams, like especially somebody like Marcus Smart, the Wizards is trying to just get assets. That's all. Marcus Smart probably he has to be there for the remainder of the season, but I guarantee you next year he won't come in as a Washington Wizards player, because they just drafted Bud Carrington
Yeah, they
and
got Bud.
somebody
Y'all
else.
just got
I
that
feel like
right.
they got
Y'all
another
just
guard over there, another young guard.
Ma-
They took
Well, they
this
got Malcolm Brogdon. They got Malcolm Brogdon, and then they got what's they moved Westcott to the two. What's his name?
oh, you know
Uh,
I'm sure. Nah, I'm tweaking, y'all.
from the
Kevin
Warriors.
Porter Jr. was a whack pickup. I got tweaked that everything moving so fast. You won't believe it. I got it mixed up with Michael Porter Jr. I'm about to say, damn, the Bucks got
Yeah,
Michael Porter Jr. I'm about to say, oh damn, that might be a little crazy.
yeah, it's not happening,
Yeah,
bro.
I mixed
That's
up
not
the
happening.
names. Oh, no, that ain't shit.
Right. That's not happening. No,
Oh man, I'm
but Kevin
sorry.
Porter Jr. been hooping. Kevin Porter Jr. been hooping this year though. He
Yeah,
actually
but
had a good
it ain't
year.
like Michael
But
Porter Jr. If the
it ain't
Bucks
no
got
Michael
Michael
Porter
Porter,
Jr. No.
ooh,
I'm stuck
they
at what I'm
I would have
stuck.
said they got
traded
Kuzma and Porter. If they would,
Memphis
okay.
traded Jake Lavera. I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
They-
interesting.
Oh,
So that
What
means
what
GG.
they
Who got
they
traded?
chose old dude that I liked from North Carolina. I think that's where he played at. GG over him.
Yeah, Gigi
That's
Jackson. Yeah, Gigi Jackson. Yeah. So what Memphis do? What I'm thinking that Memphis is doing is straight up like they was letting they their bench was deep. They had a really deep bench, and they flipping those players right now. They're flipping those players and letting the young guys get it. I watched Memphis last night. The other night, man, they hit 140 like it wasn't nothing, bro. Like they can play, bro. Like people really need to be still in their offensive coordinator. They really do. Like Memphis is so deep that the bench could come in and just drop 30 on their own in their own right.
I
And
feel
Memphis is a problem, bro.
I feel bad for James Wiseman. He on team what number 3 now? Because the Warriors,
Goes over.
Detroit was
His
2, I
career over,
think.
man. His career is over with.
Yeah.
His career is over with. That's it. Achilles, big men don't come back from Achilles. So they just don't. They don't. I hate that happened for him. But his career's over with.
Bucks ain't
It's
making no.
over. It's over. The whole trade deadline, and I did not. I'm wrong. This whole trade deadline, I thought the Hornets were gonna be buyers. The Hornets were sellers. That's crazy. I thought the Pelicans was gonna make more moves. The
How you wait,
Pelicans,
slow down, Stacey. Stay with the Hornets. I like what you just said. Or
I thought they were
how
gonna
do
be
you feel about
buyers.
it? How you feel about it
How
though?
do I feel? I don't like it. I don't like this trade deadline because that's what just happened was they did the same thing they did last year. This is the same thing they did last year when they say trade away Gordon and Terry. And you would thought that they would have freed up more money and for them to get the bigger player now. But now it's just going in circles. And if Miller wanted to get up out of here, I can understand it. I can understand it because like you can't do that 2 years in a row. Act fast. Stop acting like a small market team. Stop acting like you the bottom of the league or the farm club for the rest of the NBA. You know, you got to flip these players after a while and make a run. You got to make one run. You got LaMelo Ball. Like so, I went from being so patient, trusting every single thing, to I'm not feeling it. I'm really not feeling it because they should have bought somebody today, and it didn't happen. And I'm not happy with it at all. You got LaMelo Ball. I can understand that this was another player. I can understand this was you just had, De'Aaron Fox or something like that. And I'm not even dissing him at all. But I'm just saying I can understand if that was still Terry Rozier, your star player or something like that. No, this is LaMelo Ball.
Okay, but I'm gonna ask you this. When you look, so with that being said, that would mean they would need to have received with OKC, for example, with Gordon Hayward, the assets in return that they would have got back for Gordon Hayward. You're saying that should have been better?
No, 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 no. No, what I'm saying is last year when they traded Gordon Hayward and they traded Terry Rozier and they traded PJ Washington, they
Mm-hmm.
freed up a lot of cap space. They
Mm-hmm.
also gave those teams rentals for championship runs. They freed up a lot of cap space trade, and then they took on what I'm saying they only kept Trey Mann, but you got Poku out of it. You got and they cut those guys and stuff like that. The people that they pulled back, they cut them. They cut Lowry and all that stuff. Like, they made moves to free up to the point right now. The Hornets have the most cap space in the NBA, and they got 7 first-round draft picks and 1 million second-round picks. They got the most draft capital than any team in the NBA right now. You could have flipped that and turned it to a superstar for Melo, for Melo to have weapons. Now he's going to circles. And
And
now people gonna say, we want Melo out of there. We're gonna Melo out of there.
I
You
mean,
know what I'm saying?
and I agree with Dex, by the way, what he just super chatted. But I feel like outside of Zion, I don't see who you could have brought. And I think that's what they gearing up anyway, because now they do have the picks. Because my thing was, unless they was willing to sell their own picks, and whatever, to me, their depth was a bit questionable. But now they would connect it, man. Coming off
Shout
that
out
big,
Dex with his $20 super chat. He said, "Go Lakers, winners of 3 trade deadlines, or winners of the trade deadline." Pardon me. Yeah,
yeah,
so
I agree with him.
that's crazy.
I agree with him. But yeah, I just feel like if Zion, they definitely have the assets, for David Griffin to receive now for Zion. Because as I was telling y'all, Miles Bridges and this year's pick and whatever else is not good enough to get Zion. But now they do have the draft capital to go get Zion. To me, they would, you can
Yeah,
get.
I see. I understand your perp. You had to see it, but this is what I was talking
They
about.
have a lot of first rounders.
I was talking about getting rid of those guys to get more picks to move over there to for Zion. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying the whole time. But I was saying it, but I wasn't articulating for you could see it visually. But the whole time was to let Cody go. It was to let all the. I didn't know you can get a draft a first round draft pick for Vasilicius and Cody. I did not know you can do
Oh,
that.
let me read something about that. Because I just seen a tweet about that from
It's
Jay.
the worst or something, right? It's worse. It's like the
Uh,
swap with
let me
another team.
find the tweet. I might have to look up his page. Let me see, because unfortunately, these
It's a
people.
swap because they didn't have first round picks. Remember that what they did was like the
Yeah,
Suns did
okay.
was.
So it says James. I don't know. His name is British Buzz. His ad name is British Buzz, but his name is
Mhm,
James Plowright. I think that's how you say it. It says the
mhm.
tweets that the pick protection on the 2026 first round pick the Suns is extremely complicated. From he says these are his words. From what I can tell, it will likely be least favorable of Washington, Orlando, or Memphis.
Mhm.
So he says likely to be between Orlando and Memphis and falls in the pick would fall in the 20s. So I guess least favorable mean whoever win the least amount of games, I think.
Well, the least favorable is whoever whoever has the lowest seed, meaning like that you're not
Okay.
gonna get the pick. Yeah, you're not gonna get pick if it's top 15 out of if like you know what I'm saying. Like if this
Okay.
pick is yeah, it's a swap. It's a swap.
Yeah.
Like
And I guess it would go to the Hornets then at that point in time. Now that
well,
you
no, you're gonna get it. The Hornets gonna get it regardless. It's just let's say who is it? Who's the team? Who's the team? 3 teams involved in that? Two or three
it's
teams.
it said Washington, Orlando, and Memphis.
Okay, let's say they're definitely not gonna Hornets definitely not gonna get Washington's pick because Washington's gonna be
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they're gonna be first pick of the draft probably in 2026 far as it's definitely not gonna be um it could be Orlando. It could be Orlando. You know what I'm saying? Orlando make the playoffs. Guess what? It becomes the Hornets pick. Who else? The other team if they
Memphis was the
what's
last.
that? Memphis? Yeah,
Yeah.
see, you get it. So let's say Memphis make it to the Western Conference Finals or whatever in 2026. They at the end of that season, right? and they got the 29th pick of the draft. Guess what?
Hell
They
no,
go
they not
Zion.
getting Zion Thunder.
What he say?
Yeah, I still think that. I still think it. I still think
No,
it. And
He
then
thinking, but they
I'm
ain't
not
getting
gonna
it.
bow down
of
to it.
course not now.
He done. He done.
Not right now. Not right. That's
He
not
wasn't even
done. That's
close to
not
getting
done.
Zion. It wasn't even no talks.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, bro? I told you
Hey, get
at
ready
the
to divvy
end.
up. Ching
Hey,
ching.
so the wager is on the day of the draft. And by the end of that night, if Zion ain't a Hornet, then I pay Dex $100.
Now you know I don't
I
lose
said
often on
slam
this
the
channel. I
draft.
think I lost maybe once or twice, but I don't lose often.
Yeah,
Because they definitely have the
but
draft capital to go get him now.
they got the draft capital to go get anybody at this point.
But
Hold on, Purple. Hold on, Purple.
huh,
Purple.
The,
I want to
the
get your
problem
opinion
is,
on this.
are they gonna do it? Are they gonna
Stacey,
do it?
Stacey, let Purple elaborate on the possibility of getting Zion and if Zion would even accept going there.
I mean, I don't think I'm not one of those people that feel like, well, y'all said he was from wherever the Hornets is, South Carolina, I think. So I'm not one of those people that feel like, okay, just because this player's from this state and that state/city has a basketball team, that's where that player is going. But if Zion wanted to be closer to home, I guess he would go with Charlotte and stuff. That's my only thinking behind it. Other than that, I don't have a good reason for him coming here, especially if he wants to be in a better situation. If he don't feel like the Hornets can put him in a better situation to win and be competitive in the playoffs, I don't see him wanting to come to Charlotte. Atlanta might be a better option or whatever. Anybody outside the Hornets except for Brooklyn
I think
would be a
Zion needs to stay away from Atlanta.
right.
If he can't make it
Yeah,
in New
don't
Orleans,
come
he
down here.
definitely ain't gonna make it in Atlanta.
Eh, Don't come down here. Don't come down here. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nope. Ever since Jamal Anderson was snorting coke on the doggone toilet bowl, nope. I'm talking about he was a star player of the Falcons. Like Atlanta is not where you want your star to be. Not
Right.
in no
I'm
sport.
just saying though, like as far as like I said, I'm not. If he don't feel like that he could win here, for whatever reason, like I don't think he's thinking like, man, I'm not gonna be healthy. But it does matter about the surrounding cast around him. If they're gonna be healthy, or are they gonna be available? What does this team look like when those players are not available? Like
Hey,
that stuff matters.
hey, I'm gonna tell you like this. Okay, y'all know I'm a Pelican supporter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zion values fun more than he values business. Fun is first before in his mindset. Fun is first. Having the highlight is first, and winning the game, dropping the points, having the highlight, and all that junk that comes first to him over business. So it ain't about the money. It ain't about the doggone outlook of the money. If he gonna have fun, who has the most who's the most fun player to be with if you're a big man in the NBA? Who's the most fun player to have as your go-to guy right now? As the guy who's gonna be the one who dishes you the ball, LaMelo Ball. Because his best teammate he ever had that he loved to death was Lonzo Ball. So Chicago fans should jump into that too. Say, hey man, we want Zion.
I forgot about Chicago, but again,
But
I just feel
listen,
like
but Stacey, oh hold on, I'm sorry, Purple. But Stacey, it's already known throughout the NBA landscape that the Charlotte Hornets do not like to pay. When it comes time to paying serious money, I mean, LaMelo's the only
Yeah,
one in history. Just think about that.
yeah,
LaMelo's the only one in
yeah,
history that got a rookie max extension in all
yeah.
of Charlotte
What,
Hornet storyline
what,
since
well,
1988.
we got a little different guy now. Like that was Jordan. I mean, that was Jordan. and that was Bob. What's his name? Bob, the guy who's on BT. It was those two guys. Now we
Bob
got
Johnson. Bob Johnson.
yeah, Bob Johnson, and then Jordan Johnson, right? So now you got two rich Wall Street guys as the owners of the Hornets, and it's a little bit different now. And also the cap is going up because of all the media rights and stuff like that. So expect a spike in the cap for a couple, so like at least $8 billion for each team. So it's not going to be a problem for pay people if they deserve it. And I think Zion contract is not even bad, bro. It's not even like it's not even, that doesn't even hurt your
That's
cap.
the issue. I think his
Now they're
health
gonna
is.
rip that contract up.
I
Soon
think
as
I
he
his,
leave
would
the
too.
Pelicans, they're gonna rip
I
that up.
would
They're gonna
too.
renegotiate that.
Yeah, I
Go
would
ahead,
too.
Purple.
Whoever he go to, I'll rip it up too, man. That's it's real disrespectful. Real disrespectful, bro. Real
like
disrespectful.
like I said, like I don't unless I don't know. I don't even know who else unless Embiid becomes available. I don't like I said, Zion is the only star that we know for a fact right now that's up for grabs. You know that teams won't unless Embiid is up for grabs too. That but much like Dallas, they ain't letting us know or whatever. But I just we'll see what the Hornets do. In the draft and whatever. You know, because pretty much the deadline is finished. I mean the trade deadline is finishing whatever. So we'll see what they do, but I still think they got a lot of holes. And then what I'm worried about too is I'm not for sure, but don't Miles Bridges count as holding one of the max slots on this team?
Mm-mm. No, no,
So they
no,
still got a
no.
whole max spot left.
Yeah, they got three whole max slots left.
You can't have three max players no more.
Oh, for real?
No, you can only have two.
Well, you can. What you can do because Miles is not max at all. Not Miles is not max at all. And then Lamelo is only making 34. He jumps
He
to 36
has
next year.
he has a max slot though.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, no, they got two more max slots, man. If that's the case. Yeah. See, that's something I didn't know. You just taught me something new. I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
like for
Miles is not a max player. Miles
I
contract decreases.
understand he's not a max player, but it's how much money they make.
That's
It's
what I'm saying.
what's
Miles contract decreases, makes it decreases, bro. He goes from
I
27 to
know it's
25.
yeah, and I know
So
I know it decreases, but still, he might be.
I'm put it like this: the Pelicans had on the team at this point. Now Brandon Ingram's gone, but they had Zion. They had Zion making 36, Brandon Ingram making 36, CJ McCollum making
Right,
33,
right,
and then they had what's called making 29. They
who's
had
making
the
you said
DeJounte was making 29. Is making 29. So
right.
so if it's like that's definitely not a max then. Because if DeJounte was on that team making 29, that's definitely not a max. 25 is not a max. 27 is not a max.
But they was over. They was probably in the. I don't think the Pelicans was in the second apron when they had all of them on the roster. Was they? They was
Right. What
probably.
it is like they cap holes took them over the second apron, but as you talking about the financial of the roster, it wasn't a second apron team because it was just right up under. It was just right up under. They were at 173. They were like 3 million. They were 3 million over the luxury. Um, it was $3 million over the luxury, but now it's like they under it. They're a team that also don't want to go over the luxury. You know
Of
what I'm saying? They never, yeah, the Pelicans. Um, Also, like the rest of the team fell off. Like after those four players, nobody makes money on
Yeah,
that
I know
team.
that because of all those
Yeah,
players making money, which is why they
yeah,
didn't want to pay Brandon Ingram.
yeah. And then Herb Jones got robbed too. If I'm Herb Jones, I don't sign that contract. Like Herb Jones should have got way more money. He got robbed.
Uh,
He's underpaid.
uh,
That's probably the best contract in the league. Herb Jones is
yeah.
team friendly, team friendly, best team friendly contract. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Herb.
But I seen Sammy saying you can have three. According to my understanding, you can't. You like Boston probably has more than three or has three because they had the draft rights. But other than that, to pick up and sign somebody to a max deal and whatever without they, especially without they draft rights, you can't do that no more
Mm-hmm.
because of how the new
Yeah.
CBA.
Well, they 2-star players they drafted. The Boston's 2-star players they
Yeah,
drafted.
that's what I'm saying. I'm
So
not sure for
yeah.
this because you know they three I think they said I don't think it's 3 million in the hole something like that, but they over.
Yeah, they way over. They up to
Yeah,
220 some $1 million. They $227 million. But the thing
yeah,
is with Boston is
like
they players can retire. You know what I'm saying? They banking on Al Horford retiring. They
like
banking on and
really quickly when you look at it, for instance, I know for a fact Middleton held a max slot, but that's a player that they drafted and they had his draft rights too. Then Damian Lillard, same thing. They had his draft rights, but he took up a max slot. And then Giannis took up a max slot. But before they got Dame, if I'm not mistaken, I think they paid what's that man's name? I think they paid both
Drew
of them. In fact,
Drew
no,
Holiday,
no, the bigs on the team.
um
Lopez
Brooks Lopez. Yeah.
and the other one, which made it difficult for them to make deals because I I tried to tell people this, and people were misunderstanding this. When you, specifically when you're in the second apron, you have to trade dollar for dollar. But even when you're in the first apron, you have to trade dollar for dollar. Period.
Dollar for dollar.
Yeah,
Period.
dollar for
It's
dollar
tough.
for even if you in the first apron, you have to trade dollar for dollar. And they're
You
talking
do.
for the first time ever, GM's not real, even if they're winning, not willing to pay, over the tax thing thing because it restricts how much like the moves you can make. The players basically no team can take in, for instance, Phoenix if they were to like if Bill was willing to move to another team, they couldn't take in a player that's making more than him. They would have to take in significantly less. I don't know how much less they would have to take in, but I know they would have to take in less.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And that's why a lot of people what happens is during the trade season, a lot of people get really anxious and they forget all the rules and they don't understand the rules. And you just broke it down perfectly. Like it's dollar for dollar. Like and then mind you, on the dollar for dollar, it gets to the point where in the luxury, like if you're over $5 million in the luxury, it becomes like you're paying $3.50 for each dollar. It's dollar for dollar if you're $5 million under. But above that, it's $3. There's penalties to each level of it, and it's not worth it if you're not winning the championship. And being in the first apron, that hurts you in its own right because you can't sign a trade in the first apron. You also can't get that many mid-level exceptions,
Yep,
those low
that's true.
contracts.
Yep,
And
yep,
now, and the second one, they taking with draft picks.
yep.
Like you can't play around in it. Like you better if you're in the second apron, you better be winning the championship because it's not going to be worth it.
Like Boston.
Like like Boston, like Boston, they good. They're not worried about this stuff. They about to win. They in this thing to win it. In it to win
Because
it. You know what I mean?
really quickly before Dex, so I can answer Dex's question too. I'll say this too: the Hornets. I mean, the league in general. I don't like. It's kind of an asinine move because when you think of it from a business perspective, any great team, any good team, is always going to be over the cap to compete for whether it's playoff spots and
Hmm.
even to be in the luxury. So the fact that the players agreed to that is wild. It restricts. Like I don't know if the G. I
But
would think
this time. So
governor.
CJ McCollum is a bitch. First of all, that's the first and foremost. That's that's who he is. He arrogant. He acts like that. Like he got beat up in this CBA. The last CBA that was ran by Chris Paul and all them other guys, they beat the dog out of the owners, and the owners flinched. You know what I mean? But this year, this is why they don't like Jaylen Brown, because Jaylen Brown was the one at the table saying, "I'm not feeling this whole thing. Y'all not about to get over on us like that." And mind you, Jalen is smart. Jalen went to Cal Berkeley. He could have went to any other school he wanted to out of Wheeling. He went to Cal Berkeley. He's a genius. They don't like him for the fact that he was standing up at that table. And CJ McCollum was bending over backwards at that table. It's different. And they got killed at the CBA. And the owners got control of the league now.
Yep.
So you're right. So like it does come down to that. I wouldn't have signed it if I'm the players because it don't feel.
Wild.
And then especially when they make it, the league they want to make it. You see how they trying to prop up Luka as the guy. You see that. You see they trying to make the French guys the people like Wemby, Rookie of the Year, and then they gave Gobert, who can't play defense at all. They gave him the defensive player of the year. You mean to tell me this man better than Ben Wallace? Like he's not a defensive player of the year. Like real talk. And they will never like Shea. If Shea don't win MVP, you know it's something. Shea is the MVP this year. He should have been MVP last year. You know it's something if Shea don't win MVP this year.
Yep, but it's a double-sided sword. This new CBA for owners and players. It protects the owners because I think the owners felt looking at Ben Simmons. What's old dude's name?
James Harden.
Retired. The white boy Chandler Parsons. On that owner though. I mean that GM. Over are the days with the cap going up and these role players making anywhere from as high as 25 million at least, and then you got your stars making anywhere like 30 to 35 plus. You gonna have to like by the time this deal is over, LaMelo might be eligible to make like with that new contract starting over 45 to 50 million a year. So you got to think that these owners, as I have been saying
Jimmy is making that already right now. Jimmy making 52.
Yeah. So you got to.
But Jimmy's 35 years old though, and he's been to the finals. He's been to the final multiple times.
Y'all, we have to realize, and this goes to Brandon Miller too, and I can see, even though I don't feel like they should have moved Mark for Mark Williams and whatever, but they're looking at it like this. I'm not going to go pay you I know the rookies have a minimum, but I forgot what the contract is called. Like when they don't make the all-star teams or like all NBA teams, I forgot what is like the rookie scale. Like
those are incentives.
Yeah,
no, it's rookie wage.
Well, I'm not saying I know those are incentives, but I'm saying when they like the.
She's talking about the rookie wage scale. Rookie wage scale.
You have to think. Imagine right now from what you've seen from Brandon Miller, Dex, would you pay him the contract that LaMelo's currently on, like extend him for 5 more years with the money that LaMelo's making right now? Would you pay him that from what you've seen so far?
You asking Dex, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
From what you've seen from Brandon Miller so far, do you think he deserves the money that LaMelo is making right now?
Shit, no.
So when I told
I'm being emphatic about it. Not even close.
When I told y'all at the beginning of the year, you're going to start to see teams that keep these rookies probably for 2 years. Some of them might be 3 years, and then they're going to get them up out of there so they don't have to pay them, regardless of what they have accomplished like that.
But not all franchises operate like that, though. I don't think that's going to be the pervading. I don't think that's going to be the pervading process throughout the NBA. If you feel you do, I mean, if they deserve it, they're going to get it. I don't think the NBA is going to do that because it's all based on viewership. And when you pay players an exorbitant amount of money, people are going to want to wonder, because curious minds are always present. Hey, why you get that much? Let me check this guy out. You follow what I'm saying? So it goes with the advertising and promotion of the NBA. I don't think they're going to stump a lot of these young players that are well deserving, but
No,
you have
not
to
the
be
players
well
that
deserving.
deserve it, but like for instance, we know Zion being hurt. Zion, when he's been on the floor, people have tuned in to watch, but in large part, he's been more hurt than he's been on the floor. They could be sitting up there. David Griffin could be like, which he's not because of how his contract is set up. But let's say his contract was not set up that way and it didn't have all those clauses in it to an extent. It was just simple. You make the All-Star team, you make an All-NBA team. It's the end of that. Or you average 25. Well, his probably would have been 30 points a game. But let's just hypothetically say it was 25 and whatever. Then you get your not your trade kicker, you get your money. You get,
Right,
however
you
much.
collect your bonus, your
Yeah, you
bonuses,
get
and
your
all the
bonus.
incentives,
Yeah.
and
So
your contract become basically
right.
guaranteed.
And I'm looking at it from that standpoint. When like Dallas is all the way wrong. Like I don't like how they doing Luka and stuff like that. But it's stuff like that. Like
Luka's good. Don't even worry about how Dallas did. Luka's good. Trust me.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Nico Harrison did Luka a favor.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying you've seen even with Butler, even if Pat Riley was right about the situation, teams are going to start doing that just so it's justified. And at the end of the day, these owners and GMs.
But Butler won that though. Patrick lost. Butler won that ordeal. He came out on top.
I'm saying from the standpoint of,
and not only that, hold on a second. Not only that, let's go back to Butler.
Right.
Butler did something that was kind of unprecedented, really. Okay, he got away from Pat Riley, right? He several ties with Pat Riley in the Miami Heat while he was under contract, which is very unusual for anybody in that culture. And then negotiated with Golden State. Golden State was bullshit and tried to lowball him, and he cut off communication with them. And then they came back and said, "You know what? We want you, Butler. We want you that bad. We're going to give you what you asked for."
Right, and that's understandable, but
that's crazy.
That's Jimmy. He's tenured. Players that are probably 5 years or less in the league, they're going to stop doing that. Basically, the owners is going to have the owners and GMs backs when it comes to playing these players. So no longer will you see, regardless of the talent level of the player, let's say Cooper Flagg, for instance. Let's say Cooper Flagg get a big head and he does what Ben Simmons did and stuff like that. He's hurt here and there, but largely he carries himself like Ben Simmons and stuff like that. But he's up for a max contract. He didn't make the All-Star team. He didn't make the All-NBA. He didn't hit, his stuff like Luka, for instance, did with Dallas. But Dallas hold him because he's out of 100 and something million because he did not get re-signed. He's losing. He lost money. I think the Lakers can only pay him, like, from what I heard, like $273. He's not eligible for, I think, the $375 or whatever. It was 300 and something. That's what I mean. Like,
it was just like Anthony Davis. Remember, Anthony Davis would undergone that same thing when he got traded from the Pelicans. Same exact thing. He lost like 50, 60 million.
Did he ever recoup his money though?
That I don't know. But Luka definitely will recoup, if not all, most of that money.
Yeah,
man, you can clearly tell they're trying to make. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I know one thing before you go, okay. Dex. We gotta understand is we cut her off a lot. We cut her off a lot, and she be knowledgeable of what she's saying. I don't know why that's in men to do that, but we cut her off a lot, and we just gotta refrain from doing that. That goes for like both of us. Like, do I?
Everybody cut everybody off. To be honest with you, she just part of the game, man. No, Purple get treatment. Purple get her lumps just like everybody else, and Purple deliver her lumps.
No, but Purple be knowing what you're talking about. Like I'm beyond. Dex, you came in hot today. you really are on your shit today. You know what I'm saying? But Purple
Go
is
Lakers,
very
baby.
more
I,
very
so that's
Purple
right.
is more knowledgeable. Purple is more knowledgeable than you,
Okay, that's your opinion.
That's all
bro. That's my opinion.
You ain't gonna turn
She
me
be
against
knowing
Purple.
her shit, bro.
Purple, I ain't
Oh
gonna
no
let
no
him
no no
turn
no
me
no no
against
no
you.
no no. Ain't no way. It's all fun and games, bro. No,
Yeah.
I'm really just messing with you. Go ahead, Perk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, but
listen,
like I said, we
go ahead,
agreeing that
Purple.
we agreeing, but I'm just saying, like, over, like, they about to use. Hey, listen, you miss 40
You know what? You
games.
know what I like to hear, Purple, and a lot of times I interrupt her, and sometimes I shouldn't. Um, I like when Purple give those LaMelo takes because when she gives those LaMelo takes, that gives me an opportunity to give her a body blow. You know what I'm saying? Straight to the rib shot because she's gonna go off course and jump off the third rail every now and then when it comes to LaMelo. So by saying that, let's segue into LaMelo. Purple and Stacy, did LaMelo Ball get the help he needed?
Hell no. They made it worse. They made it
Made it
worse.
worse, bro. They made it worse.
Hell
They made
no.
it worse. That's that. Let me grab some dirt, spit some dirt, and then put it like you know what I'm saying. Turn it in the mud and then put it in your eyes like Jesus did. That's that. Hopefully that's what that's going on because this is actually worse. Like I really at this point sit him for the rest of the season. Sit him for the rest of the season at this point, bro. Like I don't even. It's worse, bro. Miles Bridges should
I
have been
don't think you
gone.
can send LaMelo because I think he still has some incentives in his contract because he is
Look,
actually in his contract. It's not he's not in his rookie contract no more. So this is the first
it's
year
fucked
of the
up.
extension. So I think he needs to go. He needs to play.
What do we know? What
It made
his
it worse.
incentive?
And as
Well,
far
we know.
I'm sorry, Purple. Once again, as far as I understand, he should be back after All Star break.
Okay, that's cool
He
with
should be
me.
back on the court. Go
Well,
ahead,
we know
Purple.
one of his incentives was the All-Star game. Did he have the All NBA one in his?
Well, he was like I said. His goal coming into the season, outside of being in the playoffs, is to be
Mm-hmm.
all NBA. Second, All Star. Third, most improved. Those
Mm.
are just individual accolades. But as far as team goes, he wanted to participate in the playoffs.
Right, but was it in his contract though? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, be it all NBA. That once he gets all NBA team, 1, 2, or 3, his contract is fully guaranteed. He get to 260. If not, he only makes 203. So he'll lose like
Hey
57
guys,
million or something like that.
let me say something real fast. Hey, this ain't this right here ain't on but he's saying this question. I mean, this person said, yeah. After watching the last few coaches, I'm starting to think Borrego was not bad. I'm not saying anything bad about Borrego, but like, what's our coach name? Not Jeff Peterson, but I just slipped my mind. Uh,
Charles Lee?
Charles Lee. Charles Lee's not a bad coach, y'all. Charles Lee's an awesome coach. He's a really good coach. Now you talking to somebody. You're hearing this from somebody who watches every game. I watch every game. Charles Lee's not a bad coach. He's a phenomenal young coach. It's not his coaching. We talking about the roster that's on the court is the reason why the Pelicans are not Pelicans, but the Hornets are not top in the division. That's the only reason why.
And health.
Because when we talk health, yes, Orlando has a really good coach. Jamal Mosley is a really good coach. He really is. He's really good. But when we sit here talk, and supposed to be the best coach, I'm sitting here telling y'all that if the roster that was on the court, Charles Lee would have the Hornet in the top of the division. In that conversation, one or
Mm.
two, he can coach, y'all. Like they don't ain't take it nowhere away from him. He can coach. And we wondered the whole year, people was like, the 11-man rotation, why we playing 11 man in the first quarter? Well, you see those guys are gone. He just
I'm
traded those guys.
I'm
And
happy. I'm happy.
he got the people that he want to have now. He got the people he want to have
Oh, yeah, that's
outside
true.
of like Yeah. So and his system is a 5-out system where you set and pick and rolls. You kind of need a Nurkic, a Vucic, a
Yeah.
Jokic. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's big who can set, pick, and shoot threes. You
Yeah.
know, and I don't know, bro. Like I don't like the Nurkic. I really don't.
Nobody
But
does.
yeah, but the system fits those guys. Sabonis. If Sabonis was the one they got, I would have been. Everybody would be like, yes, yes. Everybody would have went crazy if it
Um,
was Sabonis with it.
if I'm correct, Dex, I don't think LaMelo is even eligible for the All NBA because he has to play 65 games. I don't think he would be eligible.
Yeah, all that is down the drain now, Purple. Like I was
Yeah.
saying before, even on the BTW, I was in the chat and I was, you know, giving the alerts that, hey man, LaMelo's missing a lot of games and he's going to be ineligible to get some of these, qualify, excuse me, not get, but qualify
Mm-hmm.
to get some of these solo accolades because a lot of games he missed. And some of them games he missed, it wasn't due to injury. It was just the organizational decision not to play him.
Yeah,
And that's
that's
when
what I
I
told
started getting wind that they didn't want to pay him. I said, they don't want to pay this guy because
who.
he's missing games when he's healthy. You know, healthy enough to play. Now, nobody's really healthy, right? But healthy enough to play.
Right.
So I said,
Right.
the Hornets ain't trying to pay this guy. And
That
I've been
too,
trying to
but
dig about that to see how LaMelo feel, but I can't get no real authenticated answer how
I'll
LaMelo
say this
feel. You know what I'm saying?
too. As I told somebody else, the Hornets, as well as the Pelicans, have had issues with keeping their players healthy. Now, whether it's on the players' end for their conditioning or the team and the team doctors, because we know how the NBA likes to cover for their doctors and stuff like that. In general, both teams have been hurt and terribly injured. So I don't blame this, group of people where they're like, listen, it looks like they're about the health of their guys and they want them as close to healthy as they can get them and stuff like that. So they rather set them out, err on the side of caution than let them continue to go out there and make an injury worse than what what it
That's
could
what's
be.
going on. That's what's going on. That's what's going
Yeah,
on.
that's how I
Like
see it.
Melo's not even hurt right now. Melo
Right.
really,
But they
he's not
take
even hurt right now. You
because
know what I mean?
if it's any truth to, I didn't see what Gordon Hayward's wife said or whatever, but that Gordon, like players, we know that they always play hurt and they're not 100% healthy. But in the case of like they were gaslighting the players and telling them, hey, you need to come back because you need to do this before it was really time for them to come back, and whatever. I think it's wrong, which led to, them getting hurt again and possibly being out for the season and whatever. And this new regimen came in and they got word of that and they're like, nah, that's kind of effed up. You don't do that. You let these guys get a little bit, close to 100%, basically not playing them at 50%, basically paying
Right,
them close
right.
to like 80 or 90%, depending on the player.
Well, I'll just tell you like this: how I personally feel about that is stop entertaining the noise, stop entertaining the fan base, stop to entertaining all that junk. Listen when it's supposed to be listened to, but when you know more and you're going through day-to-day operations about your injuries and stuff like that, don't pay attention to all the people what they thinking. Ignore that junk because they are consumers, and not the owners. They consumers. Like the media, like we have. And I feel so bad. Like I'm 38. Dex probably his age or whatever. I don't know what age you are, but this generation of people that is so un like they don't have the whole knowledge and know the whole story, and they want it, and they want their voice to be heard, and it's unchecked voices, and don't know what they be talking about. I can come from a place when I talk about sports because I played it at a high level. You know what I mean? Compared to not saying that other people like that watch it don't understand what's going on because you can always educate yourself, but don't get too involved into the point where you're so deep that you're drowning. And I
Yeah.
hope people can understand that Charles Lee and that front office know more about their players and their injuries compared to what the fan base is talking about. That's probably why Gordon Hayward wife had to come out and say, "Hey, he's been playing injured." She wouldn't have to do that because she's not really trying to defend. Like she had to defend her husband. She didn't want to have to defend her husband, but she felt like she had to. You know, that's why that type of stuff happens. Like when Lamar Mama come out and speak, or whatever, or somebody, Allen Iverson's mother used to have to come out and speak. That was like the only time when Allen Iverson got into the NBA. That was the first time we were really seeing somebody in somebody's face as much that was going on. Jordan got some noise because he was Jordan, but Allen
73rd
Iverson
Slim.
was always.
Oh, can I?
I'm just
I
talking
want.
about I'm just talking about like the noise of the background, like as far as like
I'm glad you
the
highlighted
social media,
that text because I got something to say about that.
the noise and about social media compared to what and the media, the regular media, like they really just jumped the gun a lot. Go ahead, I got long winded with that.
As far as that twin, I don't disagree with you. But here's the problem: when the previous people were in charge, Jordan and Kupchak, right? To me, I forgot when he initially. I think it was a fractured dex, right? When he messed up his ankle, or it might have been a sprain actually, and then he fractured later on in the season. My thing is when Lamelo, if we go back before that, and he messed up his wrist, it seemed like they let LaMelo, they gaslit him to me to come back. Even though he wanted to come back, it was a little gaslighting there because of the perception of how they thought he was, even though they was coming out and saying the opposite. To me, LaMelo came back early from his wrist injury. He came back too soon from the wrist injury, in my opinion. And same thing with his ankle. And now you're looking at, with when the new people are in charge, Twin might be upset that they're holding him back, but I think he needs to for his own good, because if he's in the mindset of what I feel like Michael and Mitch Kupchak did to him, and even Borrego while he was a coach, and they were like, "Oh, you can come back and play," such and such would have came back and play. I wish we would stop doing that. I understand the typical healing process for most players is 2 weeks, but that's the problem. We don't know LaMelo's pain threshold and how sensitive he is to pain and stuff like that. That goes for not just LaMelo, but anybody. So unless LaMelo is putting on like Instagram and stuff like that, or he's having press conferences, or his agent is speaking out, or his doctor, if he has a doctor outside of the NBA, is coming out and saying, no, he's ready to come out here and play. I think, and he's not having any issues with pain and whatever. I think, we need to stop doing that.
Well, do you know that the Charlotte Hornets is probably one of the few teams, not the only team, that don't list their injury report?
I mean, yeah, I've heard of that before. Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that before. Yeah.
So why are they obfuscating their injury report? Well, we already know who's in and who's out. Is that for
I have
gambling?
no.
Is that for gambling or what? What's going on here? Because we know FanDuel sponsors the Charlotte Hornets.
Well, if we know tanking doesn't work, I don't know why Charlotte would, and stuff like that. Because I don't think you would need to, hold LaMelo back for making trash players look better. I wouldn't think, but I think I'm working from the standpoint of, if I'm coming in and I'm a minority owner and I'm like, dang, like these guys is always hurt, and I'm sitting down with Mitch and Michael and whomever else that departed, the facility after we have taken charge and stuff, and I'm like, well, what's going on? And I'm sitting down. It's the reason why that medical staff got fired. So, and I'm sitting down like, okay, what's going on? Like, I understand players have a choice and stuff like that, but what's going on? And if I got like where the players felt that pressure, like, man, like we don't know what LaMelo said to them. I think Bridges ended up hurt during that time, but not as much as LaMelo and stuff like that. We don't know what, Gordon Hayward, even though he was on his way out the door, said to them, like, yo, like, they was doing this. Like I told them that I was still hurting. I've had this injury prior, especially with Gordon Hayward. Like when I was younger, I might have been able to do it then, but I'm not able to do it now. And we're not there 24/7 with these people. We only know what they put out to us. And same thing with the players. Like we only know when they begin to get frustrated or pissed off, then we find out what's going on behind the scenes, and stuff like that.
Well, Slim, to be honest with you, stockpiling picks is great, but how does it help now? Yeah, you're right. I agree with that, but I think they've taken a page out of Sam Presti's playbook and they're using that as a blueprint. So Jeff Peterson could become a topographer and draw out a map or roadmap that leads hopefully to somewhere and not to nowhere. Because when you look at the gyroscope of the Charlotte Hornets, which is the direction, it just seems like that gyroscope is spinning or that compass is spinning, and no one knows where the needle or the pendulum will stop. So therefore, the direction of the Charlotte Hornets seems like it's in shambles. Because where is the voice of the Charlotte Hornets? Who is the voice? I mean, we actually know who is the voice, but where is the voice? Didn't you see once the Lakers made their trade, their best trade, right? Their best trade of the trade deadline. They instantaneously started a press conference. As soon as Luka got off that private jet with his backpack in hand, looking like he's ready to go to work, they had a press conference. So whatever the Charlotte Hornet strong move is, and it looks like the Mark Williams, that's their strong move for this trade deadline. It definitely wasn't Josh Oskogie. So if Mark Williams' departure is the stronghold of your trade deadline activity, where is the commentation? Where is the voice to announce the direction of the Charlotte Hornets, since so much has been going on as far as players' movement in and out of the Charlotte silo? That's the question right now. That should be directed towards Jeff Peterson or Coach Charles Lee. Somebody needs to speak about what the fuck is going on right now.
Dex, to me, I'm gonna ask you this because you old enough. When it comes to timelines in the NBA, like since you mentioned the Thunder, do you think it'll get to the point where they feel like LaMelo, as far as age and years in the league, where they might feel like, LaMelo doesn't fit this timeline? Because one of my biggest things when LaMelo first got there, I don't know if you remember me saying this, but I used to always say, you have Gordon and Terry at that time that were serviceable guys that could go to a playoff team and have a huge impact. And then you got Miles and PJ on the second timeline, and then you have LaMelo and whoever came in with LaMelo. So, like, with that being said, do you feel like where LaMelo is right now, where he might go or will go, for that matter, might be out of Brandon Miller's timeline as far as maturity of the game and IQ and things like that? Tijon definitely,
So basically, you're asking me, do LaMelo fit the timeline of the Charlotte Hornets moving forward?
Yes.
Of course he does. He's only 23 years old. But do LaMelo wants to go ahead?
No, finish. You can finish.
Yeah, but do LaMelo wants to detour from the Charlotte timeline? That's the question right now. And and Charlotte Hornets organization knows they done heard the murmurs, not just from LaMelo himself, but from his team, that maybe LaMelo have exhausted all of his potential expansion in the Charlotte market. And it's a possibility maybe he needs to go to a larger market not only for LaMelo to eat, because we know LaMelo can eat in any market. It doesn't matter, right? Because he's a global icon. He's like Luka, he's global. It's like LeBron, he's global. KD, global. Steph, global. Everybody in the NBA that's a star, an all-star, is not global. You can go somewhere on the corner of this earth and mention somebody's name, and they're like, "Who's that?" You mention Melo or LaMelo, you're gonna get a response. So he can eat. So this is nothing towards LaMelo, but his team. You got to remember, he got to have a team that he done allowed himself to be responsible for their meal. You know what I'm saying? Their housing, their clothing. So a lot of times when LaMelo makes a decision, it's not just based on his solo subjection or his solo objection. It's about the team. It's about the camaraderie of this team. It's about being a reservoir of reciprocity, right? So this is something that he has to contemplate. So it's not an easy thing to do because everybody in the NBA don't have a team like that, especially a team that has global outreach and global influence. So this is something that everyone has to take into account when it comes to LaMelo. And for the last time, I've been told that LaMelo loves Charlotte. He loves Charlotte. He loves the atmosphere. He loves to see the prosperity of Black people in the South. Because a lot of places you don't see that. You don't see the prosperity of Black people. Maybe just in small niches and in cul-de-sacs and things of that nature in a neighborhood here or there. But in the South, especially going up to Atlanta, going down the 85 corridor, you're going to see Black prosperity.
Yeah.
So that's a thing for him too, visually. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I'm gonna tell you this right here. Charlotte got to get it in gear because LaMelo. I mean, just looking at Luka being traded to the Lakers, looking at Fox being traded to the Spurs, looking at what Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is doing on the red clay, looking at what Jason Tatum and them is doing up in Beantown, looking at Cleveland, Darius Garland, looking at Cleveland, see what they're doing. You follow what I'm saying? Not only they winning, they producing all-stars. So you think he just want to sit there and swallow this Charlotte Hornets G League team? I mean, when you look at the spiraling narrative throughout the digital landscape, they're laughing at Charlotte. They say LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller in the G League team. Damn, they damn near throw miles in that pile. Because no matter what lineup they put out, with or without LaMelo, they still don't have a better record than the Toronto Raptors.
But Dex, here's the thing about the age thing. I don't disagree, but I look at it in terms of like where the guy is. Not all players can be teachers or are ready to be teachers yet. And I feel like with LaMelo, like in terms of age, yeah, Brandon Miller fits his timeline. You can even say Miles Bridges fits the timeline. But I'm talking about, I feel like if you take Miles and LaMelo off this team and you put them on a team like Philadelphia, let's just be honest here. You trade Maxey and
No, that's not going to happen. See, I can't address that because I can't even let my mind fathom that. Maxey being traded from Philly at this stage of age.
I'm just
You know what I'm
saying,
saying? I
like
just
how
can't even. I don't even know how to answer that.
like the outlook on Page J, as somebody put it today, PJ did not look like a winning player because he was not in a winning situation. Now I still feel like about PJ, but if you truly believe LaMelo is ready to win now, Bridges is willing to win now, there's no such thing in keeping or even acquiring draft capital when you need to acquire basically veteran talent. And what's going on in Charlotte, I don't think that's possible for them to do that. So that's why I mentioned a team like Philadelphia where you would move them out because they're ready to win now. And George is older, so he can be more of a veteran, a teacher if he wants to be. But stuff like that, like I don't think in terms of age, yeah, Brandon Miller is in the timeline, T. John is in the timeline, but in terms of skill level, maturity, and just the overall game that both of those guys have right now, LaMelo and Bridges don't fit in that timeline.
Purple, I don't know what happened to you, what you done took since Stacy left the panel, but I don't know how you can configure in your head a timeline with a 23-year-old that don't fit the timeline.
It's not about the age, it's about the like. Would you
That
agree
you
that
can't call it a
LaMelo is
timeline then. It's not a timeline, it's something different. Timeline deal with time, and that time is age, right?
yeah, but also
Time is force and distance.
also it's like
So you mean
I don't
something
know how to
different. You
put
just
it.
put
I don't
timeline in there, but you mean something
like
different.
when I'll give you a better example. Cleveland, Darius Garland, regardless of how we feel, and Shea, I don't know how far, not Shea, him and Mitchell, I don't know how many like who's older and how many years they separated by
I think
and but the
I think it's
maturity
3
of
years
both of
between
those,
Mitchell and Garland.
the maturity of their game and stuff like that, and even with what's his name, Jared Allen, the maturity of their game as individuals that's going to fit into a team system, with a coach and whatever. You have, just like it was in LaMelo's rookie year, you have people that are not, regardless of the age, you had people at that time on that team. Yeah, you had veterans in a way, whether they wanted to lead or not, you did have veterans. But in terms of young talent to be on the floor with LaMelo outside of Bridges and PJ, but once again, like I said, in terms of maturity or where I feel like they were at their ceiling as players and whatever, you didn't have anybody with LaMelo his rookie year like Ja had. Even if those players didn't stay on that team, you didn't go the next year, even though you drafted James Bouknight. Like James Bouknight didn't stay. That's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of growth and stuff like that. It might sound confusing, but to me, I'm standing on what I said. Bridges and
Yeah, but
Thunder.
only thing I differ with you when you try to culminate it with a timeline. When you use timeline, you coming from point A to point B, which is the goal, right? The start is A, B is the goal. So if you have a 23-year-old all-star and almost two-time all-star, then the timeline doesn't equate to that distance. So you mean that LaMelo needs to have a formidable team to try to contend, whether it's middle of the pack or whether it's top four. Regardless of the seeding, LaMelo needs to be around players that is trying to win every freaking night. When you look at the Charlotte Hornets, you know doggone well they're not trying to win every freaking night. When LaMelo came into that culture, there was a lot of toxicity going on. It was, to some degree, a cesspool. People trying to find who the newest and finest supermodel or porn star, right? They out there having threesomes and all kind of stuff going on. And if they was putting LaMelo in that situation, like, nah, gang, don't trip. This is what we do. This is your initiation into the NBA. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what Lonzo is trying to tell him to do, regardless of LeVar sending Jello up there to keep an eye on LaMelo. You follow what I'm saying? Because this is why Jello was up there in the first place, to keep an eye on younger bro, because he knows what goes on. He already warned them about the women in that atmosphere, because LeVar's an ex-professional athlete. He warned them about the women in that atmosphere. But LaMelo wild child. And so some of the things they say about him It's true. Not all, but some of the things they say about him is true. But what they do is, by him being LeVar's son, they conflate it. They put a lot of helium in it, right? Because most NBA players coming into the NBA at that age is throwing their royal oats, and they're doing it like 90 going north,
Oh,
and it's just part of the ambience of the NBA. You feel me? And it's been going on before he was born. So the thing of it is, okay, you have your fun, but the difference is this. I'm gonna tell you the difference. When rookies came in back in the day, not only was they coveted, but they were shielded. Because you didn't have all the social media and everybody in your business, right? You didn't have the paparazzi chasing you. Because most rookies that came in to the league, the players that was already there, the veterans, were the face of the league. So the rookies was basically a nobody. Just wait your turn, right? But now in this era, when rookies come into the league, they damn near come into the league being the face of the league until otherwise notified. So they get their fan base, they get the paparazzi, they got their Instagrams, their social media cracking. Now people want to follow them everywhere they go. And when they see their cars, they start putting the camera up, trying to get some viral footage. And so when these things come to the surface, especially when it came to LaMelo Ball, because everybody was doing it. It's not, I mean, from that draft class, it's not just him. I'm talking about the Obi Toppins. I'm talking about the freaking Tyrese Halliburtons, you know what I'm saying? All those people. Anthony Edwards. You think Anthony Edwards, what he's doing is new? Come on, man. So LaMelo Ball get a lot of the flack. It's because he's LeVar's son. It's because LaMelo didn't come through the traditional way, basically, right? LaMelo came from overseas to the NBA as an American and got high draft pick. So there's a lot of jealousy, a lot of envy that surrounds LaMelo. The way he lived his life like a rock star in the South. Are you freaking kidding me? In the South? You really going to bring that bodacious Hollywood lifestyle here, boy? You know where you at? You know what I'm saying? You one step away from a sundown town. And this is why he gets the flack. And so this is why people don't take him serious, because I'm talking about the pundits, not the fan base, but the pundits and the analysts and the commentators, the blowhards, and even fans from other young players hate on LaMelo because they're jealous because their player don't get the publicity and the fame and influence as LaMelo coming from a reality show.
Yeah, I'm just like, I was just looking at the Thunder's roster. What I mean by timeline, because I actually didn't realize this. I thought Lou Dort had been in this in the thing for 4 years, but and I do remember that Shea got traded in his second year and whatever. But basically, it's like the people that was on Shea's roster from the time that he got there, or OKC's roster, him and Dort, to be specifically. I just went and looked. OKC.
No, go before that. Purple.
Huh?
Shea was made before that. Shea was on the Clippers as a rookie and made the playoffs as a starting point guard.
I thought he came off the bench because George. No. It was
no.
I could have sworn he was. I do remember him being.
He might have started off the bench, but in the later season, he was a starting point guard.
No, but at that time,
or whatever.
Dex, at that time, and this is what I mean by timeline. The Clippers were trying to win, and they felt as if Shea could not help them with that. So that's why.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is
because
true.
They made the playoffs. Listen. Hold up. Slow down. They made the playoffs with Shea, right? They made the playoffs with Shea. But when you got, like, same with Lonzo Ball and Ingram and Hart, when you got a player like Kawhi Paul George. You follow what I'm saying? Bye. You know, you ain't did nothing yet. Now you might have the potential to, but bye. We're getting somebody that's already established to know what to do, when to do it. That's how Doc Rivers was. You feel me? So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't Shea's fault, as Doc Rivers has said numerous times. He had nothing against Shea. He knew Shea was going to be a great player. But I got an opportunity to pair Kawhi Leonard with Paul George. You know, two stout defenders that can guard 1 to 4, and maybe Paul George can guard some fives. You
Yeah,
gotta,
I
you
know
gotta
what you're saying.
make that deal.
I didn't say they didn't, but if he, which I'm not saying he couldn't, we would never know because he wasn't, you know, there with them long enough to. But
Yeah, but
basically,
go look at Shea. Go look at Shea numbers
I
as
don't
a
have
Clipper.
to. I remember Dex. I remember people trying to play dents with him. Talking about I didn't see him being this. I seen him being like this as far as his game. Like I watched some of those Clippers games when he was there. I always liked Shea. Like
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that Shea wasn't Swiss cheese. That's all basic. I'm saying even as a
I didn't
rookie
say he
because
was, but I'm saying like evidently OKC felt like okay, he's something that we can build around. We don't know what they was thinking, or they could have seen him as some kind of value to flip for
no,
something.
it was obvious what they was thinking. They wanted to win now, and they didn't want to have the patience to develop Shea.
That's what I just said, Rap God. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was just trying. I got the verbiage
But I'm
wrong.
defending Shea like he wasn't Swiss cheese because out here in LA, they was like, dang, Lakers should have waited a year and drafted him than Lonzo. That's how good Shea was playing. And Shea is a tall guard. He's not no shorty.
Yeah,
It was like, damn, the Lakers got the wrong guard. And
when I'm
Shea was a
saying,
rookie.
so do you think that LaMelo in his rookie year with Mitch Kupchak and them saying that they were in win now mode and they wanted to be in the playoffs, could LaMelo have done that in his rookie year? Along with Miles Bridges, I think being in his second year or third year, it was one of those. I think it was his third year.
What?
Could they help
Third
him,
year for what?
Bridges?
What you mean, Bridges?
When LaMelo came as a rookie and Mitch and them said that they were in win now mode. Yes, they were developing, but they were in win now mode. They was trying to make the playoffs. Could LaMelo have came in, or was LaMelo mature enough and stuff like that with his game to help them win and be, that player to help them win now and compete for a playoff spot?
Of course. This is Captain Obvious. LaMelo came in ready to play. I mean, he came in of feet on the ground, ready to come in. And even though he didn't have a off season, because of the pandemic, he didn't have a training camp because of the pandemic, and he still was able to be head and shoulders above his draft class. Keep in mind, LaMelo started off the bench. And as a rookie, he broke a record that stood for like 66 years, where he led all rookies in every major statistical category. So, hell yeah, he could have did that. What happened with the Charlotte Hornets that year under Borrego is Gordon Hayward fell apart during the stretch, coming down the stretch, and never was able to get back on the court. And Gordon Hayward was averaging like 20 points a game. So that was missed. And at the time, Gordon Hayward, aka Mr. Glass, he was a calming effect. He was like a rocker Gibraltar for the frantic Hornets. You couldn't leave that with PJ Washington. You couldn't leave that with Bismack Biyombo. You couldn't leave that with Cody Zeller. You couldn't leave that with Miles Bridges. You couldn't even leave that with Terry Rozier, because most of those players were somewhat inconsistent. Gordon Hayward at that time, even though we didn't really care for him because we thought he was being a disruptor to LaMelo Ball growth and development, and even Devontae Graham, Gordon Hayward would calm down the storm when Charlotte Hornets was getting a little too frantic. And when he was out, there was no holds bar. And this is where Terry Rozier took off as an imbecile with the basketball. just shooting anything he wanted. And then when he wasn't shooting well, he'd look up, frown his face, looking like Screwface from Steven Seagal film, and moping up and down the court and not being a real participant. This is how Terry Rozier got empowered when Gordon Hayward went down. So all Gordon Hayward did was prove once again that his moniker was Mr. Glass, and it was justified. It even had James Borrego upset. When James Borrego was asked when Gordon Hayward was coming back, he said, "I don't know. That's above my pay grade." This is what the fucking coach said. He don't know. Like, he said it with disdain. Like, nobody's talking to me about Gordon Hayward. They know we need Gordon Hayward on the court, but nobody's talking to me about Gordon Hayward. So that's above my pay grade. Go take that up with Mitch. He said that at a press conference.
So you agree? What you basically telling me is prior to them drafting LaMelo Ball, you seen the Charlotte Hornets as a playoff team?
No, because remember, the Charlotte Hornets prior to that draft, the Charlotte Hornets was not invited to the what's your name? What you call that shit they had? When they was trying to get Zion into the playoffs, they invented that freaking tournament.
The play-in? The
play-in tournament, yeah. There wasn't a play-in tournament. It was to qualify to get into the play-in tournament. And the Charlotte Hornets wasn't even invited. Because remember, they invited like 12, 13 teams or something like that.
Oh, you talking about when they when the
Pelicans fell apart
arena. That's what you're talking about? When the fans wasn't in the arena?
Yes. That was during the pandemic, remember? The league had stopped, and then the league resumed.
I didn't even pay attention during that time.
Yeah, the league had stopped, then the league resumed because there was a lot of stuff going on, especially up in Milwaukee and other parts of the country with innocent black men being shot. Minnesota. So the league was shut down during the pandemic. And then they restarted. And when they restarted, it was only to qualify to get into the playoffs in the play-in tournament.
Oh yeah, the bubble tournament. Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, but, and the Hornets wasn't even invited. And Devontae Graham was having a really good year. He was up for most improved. He didn't win it.
You telling me, Dex, though, when they drafted LaMelo and acquired Gordon Hayward, which I think was in a sign and trade, if I'm correct, that Gordon Hayward and LaMelo Ball made a rookie LaMelo Ball made this team a playoff team? Is that what you're telling me?
If Gordon Hayward stayed healthy, yes, they would have been a playoff team. They won 43 games.
Mitch Kupchak didn't use the word if.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe Gordon Hayward broke down coming down the stretch. He wasn't able to finish the race. And this would sword James Borrego. And Gordon Hayward never returned. So we had to navigate that team with those frantic players. Very undisciplined, right? Remember, this is rookie season. Very undisciplined. To a play-in game in which they got slaughtered to show that they wasn't even prepared for the extended season. Second year, LaMelo makes All-Star. Same thing. LaMelo goes down. Then Gordon Hayward goes down. Miles Bridges become the caboose, and Miles Bridges is playing out of his head. Gordon Hayward don't return, but LaMelo do return. They get into a play-in tournament again and get mollywopped. They get taken behind the woodshed by the Indiana freaking Pacers, a team that they thought Charlotte was going to wipe the floor with. So they had the moments in which they could have ventured into the playoffs, but that lack of discipline, lack of focus, lack of rigor came back to haunt them when they needed the most. in a one-game do-or-die series, they was not able to escape.
So my thing is, if they felt like, because you need to control an asset with LaMelo and Miles and PJ, if they felt like that they were a playoff team, but it was due to players being unhealthy, I'm trying to understand why they, specifically that Brandon Miller pick, why didn't they trade that pick to go get 2 veteran pieces or a veteran piece if they was a playoff team?
But
If they was
Brandon Miller didn't come that next year. Brandon Miller came the year after that. Remember, Book Night came that next year. The Book
right,
Night, the Kai
even with
Jones.
the Book Night pick, why didn't they trade? They picked to go get a veteran player. If Mitch felt like this was a playoff team, why didn't he do it?
Well, Nick was an imbecile. That's what I was thinking. He was so focused on Gordon Hayward being the best player, he didn't want to bring in anything that probably would disrupt that or take that off the tracks. Because, like I said, to convince Gordon Hayward, he was a big off-season signing coming down off that lofty hill in Boston, that they probably told him some stuff. That, we're not going to draft for your position. We're not going to acquire free agents for your position. You good as gold. We will build around that. And they didn't do that either. I mean, they brought in, who they brought in? They brought in Kelly Oubre, right? Mason Plumlee. They brought in, what's that other, Isaiah Thomas. And they brought in the dope dealer, Montrezl Harrell. That's what they brought in.
Look at this team, regardless of the success that LaMelo had in his first 2 seasons, especially, which was one of his, more healthier too. This was never a playoff team. Mitch was gaslighting. So was Jordan. They was a team full of.
You can't say that, Purple. That's not true.
It is true.
This is revisionist history. Revisionist history right now.
It's not revisionist history.
Listen, 43 wins one season. 40, I think it was 44 wins the next season, right?
Not a playoff team.
But they was above 500. Look at the landscape right now. Tell me who qualifies for the extended season that's 500 and below right now, if you look at the standings.
Out
You
east?
see what I'm saying?
Out east or just in the NBA period?
No, in the East. Of course, the East, because they play in the East.
Half of the teams in the East are able to make it with a below 500 record.
So you can't say they wasn't a playoff team. You can't say that.
Compared to how the East was looking, Miami was considered a playoff team. That was a fact. Indiana, we know Indiana and Detroit was not. And Charlotte was in that group with Washington. They were not considered a playoff team. Atlanta was in there. They had New York in there. They had Chicago in there. And they had Toronto in there. Because I think at the time, Toronto still had Van Fleet, if I'm not mistaken. And somebody else.
They still had Van Fleet.
They had Van Fleet. And who else did they have? Siakam.
Siakam. Yeah, Precious Achiuwa, they had all of them.
They was hurt. So I'm trying to understand specifically in that rookie year when Mitch came out and said that they was trying to make the playoffs. I understand that Terry, Gordon Hayward, if he was able to stay healthy, and whoever the Bismack was on that team, I forgot who the other center was.
Cody Zeller. It was Cody Zeller.
What about that team, especially if you was not really playing Miles Bridges like that? What about that team? Why did Mitch feel that was a playoff team?
I can't say, but I guess he felt that he had some good veterans along with some nice young core with the PJ Washingtons, the Miles Bridges, the Malik Monks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Malik wasn't getting no playing time. I forgot he was there. They was giving that time to
he was always in the doghouse because he couldn't keep that candy out his nose.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like Mitch, instead of just, he, as I told you, I think Miles should have been playing from the beginning. I think Gordon Hayward was a mistake, but you had to deal with that. Miles, I felt like in a way, Devontae Graham fit as Thunder is saying, the direction. I just don't think Devontae Graham should have still been starting. He should have been
He
came in
wasn't starting. They flipped that. Remember,
only after
Devontae Graham when he got hurt, they flipped that.
exactly.
LaMelo came in.
I know, but if he never got hurt, who knows if LaMelo would have started or not. My thing was, I looked at Charlotte as this, regardless of what Devontae Graham accomplished that previous year, with me being obviously really, really biased, LaMelo should have came in to me humbly and started from day one. You could have still started Graham with him, and Terry Rozier comes off the bench, or you start Terry Rozier with LaMelo and you put Devontae on the bench. Fine, Miles can't start. You still start PJ because you bought Gordon Hayward in. After you see for one that Gordon Hayward is being hurt, and he's not the same player he used to be, and he's not as good as a defender as I felt like Miles was at that point in time, or even PJ.
Miles was coming off the bench as well.
But that's my problem. I'm in the favor if you gonna start with a young point guard and you feel like. Remember how Mitch was talking about LaMelo, like, oh, he got to learn. I feel like guys have to earn.
Exactly. He didn't say that about Book Night, right? When they drafted Book Night the next year, he didn't say that about Book Night. He didn't say that about Brandon Miller. He didn't say that about no one of his draftees except LaMelo Ball. He didn't even say that about his young. He didn't even say that about his young free agent coming over from OKC. Theo Maladin. He didn't say that about him. And we all know Theo Maladin didn't pan out. So we already know his agenda against LaMelo. Because he never uttered or repeated that slapstick comedy shit that came out of his mouth. Come on, he got to earn his way. Nobody's giving anything. This and that, and no privilege. Man, shut up.
But that's what I'm
saying.
That
ain't never happened before. You get picked that high, you got diva action if you want.
But that's what I'm saying, Dex. To me, as I said, timeline, direction, however you want to put it. Mitch had one thing in mind. He just didn't have another veteran player to go alongside, specifically Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward. He had rookies, or I think Miles was in his third year, and a third-year player that for whatever reason he chose to keep him coming off the bench and starting him. Going to get Gordon Hayward, which I thought was gaslighting too. I don't think that made very much sense because, like I was trying to say with OKC, even though I don't, at the time I didn't agree with Dort still starting, with OKC continued to do, regardless of the years that the player had in the league and or the rookie, they got guys that fit with, as Thunder said, I guess the direction that they wanted to go with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. When they did not fit that direction, they got them on up out of there. They traded them and stuff like that. The Hornets did not do that. And that's my problem going forward with
them. I just explained to you that LaMelo came in under extenuating circumstances. I just explained that.
And
ain't no GM. What other GM with a high draft pick? I mean, James Wiseman didn't even get that, and he only played 10 games in college or something like that. They did Steve Kerr and what was that GM at the time?
Bob Myers.
Yeah, Bob Myers. They didn't say, well, he got to come in and he got to earn his position and blah blah this and blah blah that. You know what I'm saying? They didn't say that about no James Wiseman. They didn't say that about Anthony Edwards.
A set. Well, that's because they had an opening and they wasn't gaslighting Anthony Edwards.
There's always been an agenda against LaMelo since he's been a Hornet. I mean, let's face the fact.
Absolutely so.
He has never been welcomed by the organization.
But I'm basically saying this. I'm to be as positive as I can. How would a rookie outside of Cooper Flag, because I feel like and Dylan Harper, what if they don't land in the top 3? How can a rookie player, regardless of the timeline / direction, help them? Is what I'm trying to get you to understand. How can another young player help this team?
I don't see it. I mean, if you ask me that, if you think that I feel someone out of the draft can help them, I don't see it. I
And
don't
I
care how
agree.
many Cooper flags you got. I don't see it because the organization is not trying to win. They have not been trying to win even under Mitch Kupchak. And Mitch Kupchak said that out of his mouth. They was trying to be patient and they didn't want to expedite.
Talking out
They
both
didn't
sides.
want to expedite winning because one thing about Charlotte, they have the mindset of if you win, the more you win, the more you have to pay.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So Michael Jordan, to his credit, to his business credit, I think Fred Whitfield probably have a lot to do with this thinking, right? But Michael Jordan and Fred Whitfield found a formula to win and to not win, but still able to qualify for the what you call that shit? Oh, I forgot the term.
CJ got a question for you, Dex.
Okay, hold on one second. To qualify for profit sharing, right? Where all the NBA teams get their loot from the kitty. And not only do that, but profit in the city in which hosts the team without winning. And not too many of the fan base is going to cry foul play. So Michael was able to do that convincingly. And he got away with it for a long time, right? Since I think it was Kimball Walker's either second year or third year where Michael Jordan turned a profit for the first time and put the Charlotte Hornets in the black. During the Kimball Walker year, they remained in the black, but not too big of a spike until they got LaMelo Ball. Once they got LaMelo Ball and drafted LaMelo Ball, the rate of the profit spiked tremendously. This is according to Fred Whitfield, who's a money man that monitored this stuff. Once they got LaMelo Ball, they didn't see no end to the spike of their profit, right? But at the same time, Michael Jordan, Buzz Peterson, Jeffrey Jordan, and James Jordan Jr. and Larry Jordan, they wanted to make sure that you don't win too much because more players will have their hands out. This is how Michael was thinking, and his brothers, and that brass. I'm gonna use that term, brass, BRASS of the Charlotte Hornets. The brass of the Charlotte Hornets did not want to expedite winning. LaMelo and Miles Bridges' excitement, Airbnb, right, brought so much attention to the team that they was getting nationally televised games again. And when they was using the term Airbnb, I think they might have got a cease and desist from Airbnb because Michael and them didn't want to merge with them and pay them for using that term to promote Miles and LaMelo. See, greedy. So they stopped using the term, and just Miles and Melo. Who diddly D? You feel me? So there was always a conundrum, a barrier when it came to LaMelo Ball pushing towards being a winner in that organization, because that was something they wasn't doing. So he was pushing against the fence. He was swimming against the stream. And even Mitch had to come out and say that we're not ready to win yet. We're just not that good. After he already said we have enough. We have enough to get it done. So there was a lot of backpedaling when it came to that organization. And a lot of the Charlotte Hornets fans is dealing with amnesia because they don't call the organization out on that. So therefore, their amnesia has hindered them to have a strong voice based on the fact, Purple Baby, is that if you don't know your history, then you will be doomed to repeat your history. So this amnesia the Charlotte Hornets fan have, or a neglect to hold the front office accountable for repeating or off repeating the same fragile, poverty-stricken message that we can't win right now because this is not a free agency destination. Okay, Charlotte's a beautiful city. I've been there several times. Make it a free agency destination. You pay Gordon Hayward. You took a chance on paying your modern day Larry Bird, somebody that you've been wanting for forever, Michael Jordan. You paid that. Why you can't pay for a good brother to come down there? Because there's not no more white boys in the league that you can say, come to Charlotte and make us a winner. Because Luka's already in LA. Joker's already in Denver. Who else? Right? So this is the thing that these new owners, Gabe and Rick, have taken a page out of Michael Jordan's playbook. Keep the team in a hopeful frequency. Keep them hoping, but never allow them to celebrate that hope. So if that is what you believe, Dex, why should Melo be looking to stay and continue to not win? CJ Gannon, shout out to you first of all, and shout out to the chat. I'm glad y'all still here engaging with us. You know, normally I rarely get an opportunity to address the chat because I'm always dealing with the production and things of that nature, and so I have to watch out for other things. But now, since everything kind of settled down, I can look over at the chat and engage with you. And I'm glad that you feel the need to ask me the question to hear my take on it. Now, what LaMelo have when it comes to the love of the city of Charlotte has nothing to do with winning and losing in basketball. That's a lifestyle. When I say he loves Charlotte, I'm not saying he loves the Charlotte Hornets. I say he loved the city of Charlotte, Queen City. He loved that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's very appeasing to him. Like I said, especially coming from a young man coming from Chino Hills, that area you get a lot of you get a sprinkle of black people, but mostly Asian Hispanics, you know, in that area. So he's in the South. Charlotte is a real Southern city. Despite some of the black people there talking about it's changed. No, it ain't changed. It's a real Southern city. Just not too long ago, there was a big political fallout about having a unisexual bathroom. And the only reason why Charlotte, I think they changed it since then, but the only reason why Charlotte acquiesced is because they was losing a lot of money dealing with conventions, dealing with sporting events and things of that nature. So they acquiesced. The governor acquiesced and allowed it to happen. But I think once first Trump presidential administration, I think they changed it back to male, female restaurants. So they always have been Southernly traditional. And with LaMelo coming in, because you got to remember, Mitch is from there. Michael grew up there. He was born in New York, but he grew up there, right? Most of his influential years was growing up in Charlotte. I mean, excuse me, not Charlotte, but North Carolina. Buzz Peterson, same thing. and then his brothers. So you had a wealth of old traditional thinking when it came to basketball operations. So from the outside of basketball, LaMelo loved the city. Now, on the inside of basketball, it's starting to become frustrating to him. The joy of playing basketball is starting to dwindle because it's too much politics, but not enough winning. So you can have politics as long as you win. Players won't trip off the politics. They just keep it moving. But you can't have a bunch of politics and you're losing. Now players are looking around and pointing fingers, and everybody's apprehensive and anxious and full of anxiety because they don't know what the hell is going on, where the gyroscope is pointing, what direction should we all fall in line in unison. And all the blame is coming on LaMelo. Oh, you're not a winning player. So he'd be like, you know what? If you said I'm not a winning player, maybe in Charlotte I'm not a winning player. But let me get my yellow ass up out of here, and I'm going to show you I'm going to be a winning player. Because I'm going to go somewhere that someone will appreciate my talent and put pieces around me so that organization, that franchise can move forward and be talked about. Because as soon as LaMelo leaves Charlotte, whatever team he goes to, going to get the recognition. Whatever team he goes to now is going to get the publicity. So CJ Gannon, this is one of the things about LaMelo being in Charlotte. It's not that I'm saying he loved the Charlotte Hornets. There's a delineation, there's a separation when I speak about the city of Charlotte and the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh,
Now it's growing in a negative direction as far as LaMelo feel for the organization, because when you look throughout the NBA landscape, Purple, he's seeing other guys enjoying the 83-point game mark. He's not. When it comes to 82 games, his ass going home. He's packing. He's going back to his crib, or he's going to California to hang out with moms and pops and bro.
I'm gonna ask you
while other people still playing.
I'll give you a better example. Do you know that a lot of people say that prior to De'Aaron Fox getting traded, that between him and Sabonis, that Sabonis was the best player on that team? He was the best player.
Sabonis is the best player for the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, when him and De'Aaron was together.
Well, I don't know if he was the best player on the team, because I believe De'Aaron Fox is a sensational player.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that holds De'Aaron Fox from being one of the elites like Shea is that sometimes he make bonehead plays, because all he wants to do is put up numbers. Sometimes De'Aaron Fox is forced. When you get his assist numbers, a lot of those assist numbers are forced. But the pick and roll game with him and Sabonis was becoming to be superior. But I'm going to tell you something about De'Aaron Fox in Clutch Sports. They don't care nothing about all that.
And I'm not saying they should, but I thought it was disrespectful, because how dare
No. Listen to this. They want Sabonis to be the best player on the team. You know why? Because Sapp wasn't paying De'Aaron anymore. They wasn't paying Fox anymore. So he had to find. He had to find. He had to find the end of the rainbow for him. And San Antonio, if you look at San Antonio and their roster, they're not paying nobody.
Right.
Wembanyama's still on a rookie contract. They ain't paying nobody. So there is a wealth of gold at San Antonio. So Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, right now, they're gonna have to fight it out.
Zach up too.
Say that again.
I said I'm glad you brought Zach up too.
Yeah, so Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are gonna have to fight it out for the remaining bag that potentially De'Aaron Fox was going to get, even though it might be substantially less than what the San Antonio Spurs have for him in the future.
But here's what I'm getting at specifically with Brandon Miller and LaMelo, the Brandon Miller and LaMelo thing. I think Bartran said it the other night. The next team outside of, well, as long as Embiid is in Philadelphia, or people been mentioning Orlando, France, or Pablo, like if they was able to pull off a trade and they still got to keep France and Pablo, the next team LaMelo goes to, it's a possibility that he won't be the best player on that team. It's similar to De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis. I'm not discrediting Sabonis for playing well, but I think it's awfully disingenuous that Fox spent all that time in Sacramento, all those years, and until the past, I think 2 or 3 years is the first time they actually put a competent team and decent, competent players around him. Charlotte, to me, is not doing that, and that's the problem with the timeline / direction. I feel like LaMelo's matured to the point now. Same thing with Miles Bridges, that when you continue to add guys like Brandon Miller, regardless of their age, into that group, but they have to mature in their game. Their game has to mature. Well, Brandon Miller's game needs to mature more than what it is. He needs to find out what player he needs to be at the NBA level. I feel like that clashes with LaMelo. If we're saying LaMelo and Miles Bridges are ready to win now, so you need to bring in rookies and or players that are ready to win now, like Dalton Knecht. You can
don't put Miles Bridges in that situation that he's ready to win now, because I disagree wholeheartedly.
What makes you think Miles Bridges isn't ready to win now?
The way he played.
So because of his play, would you have said that about PJ?
Yep.
Interesting. So LaMelo,
it's a different. First of all, Purple. Just because you in the league, that don't mean you want to win. There's a whole lot. I mean, Charles Barkley laid this out, and I don't like a lot of stuff Charles Barkley say. Charles Barkley laid this out. It's a whole lot of people that's dribbling that basketball, and Jalen Rose, cosign. There's a whole lot of people dribbling that basketball. Don't care about winning. They just care about getting paid and the lifestyle.
Absolutely. And I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. That's why they flame out. A lot of them flame out real quick. But I'm saying, so if LaMelo's the only win now player on this roster, why, again, I'm asking you, why, like, if they can't prove to other veterans in the league and other players in the league that they're a serious franchise and they're ready to win now, that's what I'm saying. Like, and LaMelo's ready to win now, why, outside of the business part, which is very important, why continue to hold on to him?
Because LaMelo is a cash cow, first of all.
I said outside of the business, which is really understandable.
There's nothing outside of the business that will make him get released from the Charlotte Hornets unless he initiate that conversation.
And I understand.
Just think about it. Hold on. Hold on one second. If somebody, wait, let me put this into perspective so we get a little critical thinking. Check this out, Purple. If you had a friend, right, that was supporting you to get to your goal, right? You're an entrepreneur. So you got a friend that's really rocking with you, and that's your biggest cheerleader or fan or whatever, right? And y'all get along so well, and you start making moves, and you bring her with you because she is the one to help instill confidence in you. She tells you the right things, and she just helps you feel good about yourself to make you continue to adventure as an entrepreneur and get some things done for yourself so you can be settled in life. Now all of a sudden, people start to see that you got motion. And when people start to see you got motion, you're gonna attract. And now you're building a tribe, right? You're building a tribe on your vibe. So your friend who was there in the beginning see you paying people because everybody ain't gonna come for free. Everybody ain't rocking with you like that. So you gotta pay in order to climb up that corporate ladder, right? To get your products and get your entrepreneurship going. And your friend's looking at this. You ain't gonna say nothing to your friend. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pay you. I mean, you have to be a very high moral person to do this. I'm gonna pay you, blah blah this, blah blah that, because you was there from the beginning. But most people, I'm talking about 90% of people, will not even mention that, but still want that support from the friend.
Which I think
And
is
you would accept your friend hanging out with you as long as she ain't asking to get paid because she's your friend. If she asks you to get paid, you might feel offended. So with the Charlotte Hornets, is LaMelo not saying anything about let's get this in gear? If LaMelo not trying to be a stern voice for the players on the hardwood, then the Charlotte Hornets gonna continue to ride this out. He ain't complaining.
Which means
So
they
we making money. We making money hands over fist, and our star player complaining. So let's keep it going.
Which is why they roster look like it looks right now. But which is why people say LaMelo's not a winning player. He's putting up points.
But that doesn't mean he's not a winning player. I disagree. Because if you put him in another situation and he act the same way, non-aggressive, passive, but putting up buckets and getting shit done and go home to his girl and his dogs and wait for the 83rd game to start to see where he is placed. So it don't have nothing to do with his basketball acumen, his basketball prowess, his basketball IQ. It has a lot to do with surrounding LaMelo. Like I said before, I don't know if you heard me, but I said this before earlier in the stream. They addressed the Charlotte Hornets as LaMelo Ball and the G League team. That is the pervasive understanding of LaMelo's situation throughout the digital landscape. LaMelo Ball and the G League team. So they know LaMelo's not being surrounded by competent players that will help you instill a winning culture and hold everybody accountable on that hardwood to move forward into a winning season.
So LaMelo would fit under that just making money then.
Say that again?
He would fit under that category of guys that just making money and putting up good numbers then. If he's not,
but everybody, but listen what I'm saying. Everybody is not boisterous like that. Everybody's not. Everybody doesn't have that kind of voice, because I remember LaMelo at a press conference, right? And I didn't like it. I didn't like his demeanor at all. I thought it was shameful. I'm talking about for a player of his magnitude. Not for an NBA player, but for a player for his magnitude. Because I try to hold this young man to a higher standard, even though he's 23. But he's mature way more than 23. But even though, this is what LaMelo did. Steve Clifford was introduced as the coach. Following the debacle of Kenny Atkinson reneging on his agreement with Michael Jordan and the Charlotte Hornets as being the next head coach. So regardless what befell that, it didn't work out. So everybody went their separate ways, speaking of Kenny Atkinson. When Steve Clifford became the coach, the first person he called was LaMelo Ball. Did you know that?
Yes, they talked about it 1,002 times. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to refresh the memory. because I know a lot of people have amnesia. And for the stream's sake, yeah, he called LaMelo Ball. And LaMelo Ball was in the gym. LaMelo Ball was in the gym putting up shots. Steve Clifford asked, "Are you in the gym by yourself?" He was like, "Oh, no." He's like, "Well, who are you in there with?" He's thinking, some more Charlotte Hornet players. I'm in here with my brother, LiAngelo. We putting up shots. He was like, "What?" That's what got LiAngelo invited to training camp. A lot of people don't know that. That's what got him invited to training camp. So if you didn't know, now you know. Despite LiAngelo getting invited to training camp, he was still dealing with some ankle issues. I'm talking about LiAngelo. He's dealing with some ankle issues.
Yeah, I remember.
So Steve Clifford went to Michael Jordan and Mitch Kupchak and Buzz Peterson. Now remember Steve Clifford is a good old boy. Keep this in mind. Borrego was Hispanic. He wasn't a good old boy. He was on the outside looking in. Steve Clifford is on the inside. He's a good old boy. He already knew Michael Jordan and them. They already had prior relationships. So Mike needed a solid, right? Clifford really wasn't tripping too much because he was still assistant coach at somewhere up one of them teams. I can't remember exactly what team. He was assistant coach. He was on somebody's bench. So he said, "Okay, you want me to come down?" Mitch Kupchak gave him an apartment to live in, and he said, "Okay, Mike, want me to do you a solid to save face after what Kenny Atkinson did? You know what I'm saying? He blew shit in your face with a blower. So okay, I'm gonna do you a solid." So Cliffy did Mike a solid. Why he did Mike a solid, he mentions LaMelo Ball. How do you guys see LaMelo? Well, he's a good player. I mean, all-star, rookie of the year. He's a good player. But our focus on Terry and Gordon. He said, "I think you should shift your focus. Your focus should be on LaMelo Ball. And let's see who has the stamina to run with him." Miles looked pretty good. Then Miles messed up. We already know what happened there. Mm-hmm. So Miles looked pretty good. For those who don't know, Miles Bridges was being looked at as the face of Charlotte prior to his incident. He was looked upon as being the face of Charlotte.
Why was he being looked at as the face of Charlotte for that?
Because they was going to move away from Terry and Gordon, and they felt Miles was a more of a determining factor over PJ Washington. PJ Washington was never looked upon as a.
So it didn't have anything to do with LaMelo.
Yes, it had a lot to do with LaMelo.
So
let me finish it out. So what happened is that in that second year that you mentioned in that playoff run with James Borrego as coach, Miles Bridges was the premier factor in Charlotte Hornets coming down the stretch to qualify for that playing game.
Correct.
Against the Indiana Pacers. So from that point, they was already fed up with Gordon Hayward. Mitch was. I'm talking Mitch, not Mike, but Mitch. Gordon Hayward was the twilight of Michael's eye because he felt he had his version of Larry Bird. And he was stubborn about seeing that he was very incorrect and missed the mark when it comes to that. But Mitch never really was fond of Gordon Hayward, but he accepted it. And when Miles went down that stretch, I think Miles was averaging like 28 points a game, probably 5 assists, maybe 6 rebounds. Miles was a lion. When you see Miles and you see that lion's mane on his face, he was actually that. He was a lion that year. going down the stretch in the second half of the season where LaMelo was down and Gordon Hayward was down. LaMelo came back, Gordon Hayward didn't.
From
So
that wrist injury.
that would made Miles be considered maybe the face of the franchise moving forward. Right?
But you know that was only done to spite LaMelo Ball and LaMelo
Well,
Ball.
I don't know about that. I never heard that. You know what I'm saying? I think
Oh, it
that's
definitely was.
I think that's suggestive and speculative.
No, it wasn't. It was a fact.
I don't know if it was despite LaMelo Ball, but Miles has showed that he can carry a team. He showed that. I mean, come on now. We got to give him some credit here. So even if that is true, say if it is true.
So,
okay. But Miles did show it. So when Miles got into that incident, by de facto, LaMelo already became the face of the franchise because Miles looked like he wasn't going to be on the basketball court ever again. And there was no rival to LaMelo. Because like I said, they was going to move off of Terry, they're going to move off of Gordon.
right.
You know what I'm saying? This was part of the plan. It was a slow plan.
It was done to spite LaMelo because, again, perception matters. People don't let go of things clearly when it comes to him. So if you thought he was immature and he was selfish and he was all these things, even though Mitch came out, said after the draft when they met that he was pleasant, he was nice. Same thing with the people at Golden State. Like, he was very respectful. He was nothing like what they seen on TV. But yet you continue to say, like, it's a fact, he is shot chucker or whatever. He don't shoot his shots at an efficient volume. He shoots too many threes, all that. He don't go to the free throw line.
And what year of LaMelo are you talking about?
Just his first 2 years, right? About Miles. People were only saying, like, literally, I was there and I was listening and I had to defend LaMelo a lot. They kept saying that they felt like because of the shots that Bridges was taking, his efficiency and all that, his maturity and stuff like that, that's why he was the best player. LaMelo was not. They literally were saying LaMelo was not the best player for that team because he was a shot chucker. He didn't play on the other end of the floor. Only thing he'd do is shoot threes or play AAU type basketball, and he wasn't a good defender. And I kept trying to tell them, I said, no, Miles is supposed to look as good as he's looked. Because if I'm not mistaken, once again, I think that was Miles Bridges' third year or whatever. I said I would expect a third year player to look good, better than a player that you said coming in that didn't know how to play in an NBA style or a pro style offense. That was this shot chucker, this of course he's going to look better. Of course his game is going to look more refined at that time. It was the only reason why people were saying that Miles was the best player, or as you just said, the face of the franchise, because of what LaMelo did not possess and what people feel like LaMelo still does not possess to this day.
And keep in mind that Miss Cupcake never considered LaMelo the best player on the team. He always considered Gordon Hayward. No matter what was going on the court. He always said Gordon Hayward is our best player.
Exactly, and that's the problem. So when Gordon went down and we was fighting for our lives in FYF's chat, and in his streams, Pope, all of us, Red, everybody, Bartran, DJ, everybody. And we was like, no, LaMelo is the best player for this team. Everybody came up with every other reason to why, even if it was true to an extent, on why LaMelo was not the best player. Gordon Hayward, he's an all-star. He took Boston to the playoffs. He was one of the pivotal players for Boston for the playoffs. Terry Rozier, I forgot what they were saying about Terry. Devontae Graham's this is what he averaged the year before. And then my thing about Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball, I think that was LaMelo Ball's second year when they averaged the same amount of points. People didn't realize that he averaged a point and a half, or however you would put that decimal, more than LaMelo. So it was like Bridges was at 20.2, LaMelo was at 20.1. But people yet and still, Bridges is Charlotte's best player. And I kept saying, no, they ain't. Him and LaMelo is averaging the same, amount of points. LaMelo is the better player. Like, he has the higher ceiling. He's the better player. Miles been there. They can work together, but Miles been there. Miles is not the better player. It took Miles to get in trouble and stuff like that, and for people to just, I think it was just the trouble he got in and how the media and stuff put it out there to where people finally are willing to admit that LaMelo right now today is a better player than Miles Bridges. If Miles Bridges never got in that trouble, they would have still been saying that Miles Bridges and LaMelo could have been outscoring him. Miles Bridges is the better player. Miles Bridges is who you build around.
Well, I mean, they have 50% of the argument. That's not a problem because Miles Bridges was playing stellar basketball, and like I said, he put the Charlotte Hornets on his back and got him across the finish line. But it wasn't enough because they got mollywopped by the Indiana Pacers. But let me also share this with you, Purple. When people start talking about rookie players and sophomore players in their defense, that automatically rendered them a hater. You know why? Because most rookies and sophomores don't come in playing stellar defense. It's rare that you get a player of that magnitude coming in playing stellar defense. Now early on, LaMelo, like you said, was shooting those shots and things of that nature. That's how LaMelo had to get his minutes because you already had Miles Bridges operating from the mid, and you had Gordon Hayward operating from the mid, and then you had two clunkers, Cody Zeller and Bismack Biyombo, and then you had Cody Zeller and Mason Plumlee. So you had these clunkers, even though Mason Plumlee a little more of a runner, but outside of running and dunking, Mason Plumlee couldn't do nothing. I mean, people was designating a name for him, Mason Plumlee, because if he couldn't get a run and dunk, he's useless, right? That's what it showed out there, and he became a clogger. So LaMelo had to play the perimeter because that's the space that they was giving him to operate from, if you can remember. PJ Washington, the same thing.
But
they basically had to play from the perimeter because they had too many cloggers down there. Because Gordon Hayward needed that mid-range space. And to some degree, Miles Bridges needed that mid-range space. Miles Bridges' game in the second half of that sophomore season of LaMelo start to expand to the distance. And he started hitting it at a good clip, like 36% or something to that nature. And I don't think he ever been back up to that since. But LaMelo only had this one shows how great LaMelo is, and this is what made me come on board because I'm a Lonzo guy. What made me come on board with LaMelo because I seen the dimensions that Borrego gave him to operate in, and LaMelo took full advantage of it. LaMelo started to show that he is a wider range player than Borrego and Mitch Kupchak wanted him to be. So he was breaking barriers within that offense. And they had to let him spread his wings. I mean, there was nothing else they could do, right? Either trade him or let him spread his wings. And they chose to spread his wings. So when we speak about the incident that came to Miles Bridges off the court, like I said before, that made a clear path for them to choose LaMelo. And like I said before, Cliffy went to the good old boys, something that Borrego couldn't do because Borrego, he was too chummy with Tebe, Devontae Graham. His eyes was already closed. But Cliffy's eyes was open because Cliffy played. Remember, Cliffy was saying that when we used to play against Charlotte, basically all eyes was on LaMelo. But we couldn't take our eyes off of him. This is why he had the courage to say, listen, you want me to do a solid for you? Do a solid for me. Take the reins off LaMelo and let him go. Unfortunately, LaMelo got hurt that season. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, Jello didn't make the 16 or 17-man roster that season. You know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, that would put LaMelo as a pearl in the Charlotte Hornets organization because Cliffy went to bat for him. And Miles Bridges fell by the wayside due to his bad behavior off the court.
That too. But that's crazy that you thought Miles Bridges he was never better than LaMelo. But that's
No, wait a minute, Purple. Don't put words in my mouth now. I ain't never said Miles Bridges was better than LaMelo. If you misunderstood, that's not on me. I never said that. What I said was Miles Bridges carried the Charlotte Hornets on his back in the second half of that season, LaMelo's sophomore year. That's what I said. I never said he was better than LaMelo. Of course he's not. Miles Bridges is almost a one-dimensional player.
I agree with that.
So I would never say he was better than LaMelo. If that's what you took from what I was saying, well, let me clarify. He's not better than LaMelo.
I know that. And I know that's not what you said. But it's like once again, to me, when you have guys that if you're just looking at it, like 20 points is 20 points. So from my viewpoint, I won't know unless I'm looking at ESPN or I'm looking at a game that 0.5, that 0.1. As I told you, Miles was 0.2 and LaMelo was 0.1. And that was only due partially to one, LaMelo's injury, and number two, LaMelo had some bad shooting performances throughout that time that year. Him and Miles, as I always tell people, average the same amount of points. But yet people kept saying because Bridges was 0.2, that Bridges was the better player. And I'm like, Bridges is not better. I didn't even realize it was due to LaMelo having a poor shooting performance once he had came back from his injury, that wrist injury, as to why Bridges even has surpassed him. If he would have kept going at the rate and he would have never messed up his wrist, I don't know what his season average would have been if he would have never gotten hurt. But I still think people would have said Bridges was the better player. And he was not to me. I do understand his shot diet was terrible and stuff like that, but he was never a better player than LaMelo at all. At that time, Bridges wasn't even a better player than Ingram or Jaylen Brown at that point. And he definitely wasn't a better player than Tatum or Butler at that point either, because Butler was, doing his thing.
Purple, do you want to answer this question from Jake Simpson? Shout out to Jake.
What did he say?
He said that where's that at? What I just had it. Because I seen it. So let me highlight that real quick. Hold on, Jake. I got you, bro. There we go. I see it. He said, "What's good, everyone? Just got here. Do you think Hornets did well with the deadline?" Go ahead, Purple. You take it and I share it.
Oh, okay. I think I wouldn't say they did good, but I wouldn't say
Can I take the word on that? That's a hell of a question because we got a special for the people, ladies and gentlemen. It's going down. We told you it was a trade deadline special, and it don't get no more special than what we have in store for the people. A lot of people want to hear Hornets talk. A lot of people want to hear this. A lot of people want to hear that. We don't have a better representation of what's going on right now in Charlotte Hornets basketball land on Flight Sports. We got Sam Dracula in the house right now. It's the trade deadline. Sam, what's the deal? It's Flight Sports TV.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
It's good, man. We can't call it, man. We sitting here, we excited. What's going? I mean, where do we even start, man? The trade deadline has been crazy. Give us your initial thoughts. It's Flight Sports.
I love it, bro.
That's one good headline. The people don't even want to waste no time. You kind of came right into one hell of a question. People want to know what's going on with the Charlotte Hornets. The Hornets was active like nobody's business. we can get started with the Mark Williams situation. We got Dalton Knecht coming back. We're going to break it all down. What's your thoughts? We got a first rounder. Talk to the people on that move. It's Flight Sports.
So it's a pick swap and a first rounder, right? So theoretically, on paper, 2 1s, Dalton Knecht, Cam Reddish for Mark Williams. And the fact that the Lakers traded for Luka Doncic and didn't get either one of those things or Knecht is crazy. And then Mark Williams demanded that. That's a W from the front office. That they got 2 picks, Knecht and Cam Reddish. It's like whatever. It's an expiring contract. If he works, great, whatever. But that's all due respect to Cam. He's buried down there. Knecht, bucket, right? Defense is an issue. But that is huge. To move Mark Williams is interesting. I did not expect it at all. But I get it. Mark Williams defensively has been really poor. He gets bullied by damn near everybody. And when you're trying to build something, and for the Hornets especially, where you see him daily, like we're not privy to what goes on in practice, right? They know what they got in Mark Williams. Even though he's been hurt, this is 2.5 years of Mark Williams. Yeah, they clearly saw something like this is not our guy to build around, because after next season, I guess this summer technically, he becomes extension eligible. And from what I've seen, the idea of paying him 20, 25, 30 or more is horrifying. I wouldn't pay that man that much money from what I've seen. Now he can go to the Lakers and go crazy and ball out and like click on and be a real two-way center in the NBA. And I hope that's the case. I want that for him. I think, I'm rooting for him. But the evidence isn't there that he's that guy. And I think the Hornets sold high on him and got a really respectable return for the trade.
Right. Good call there. Obviously, we're going to get into Dalton Knecht because I'm real excited about that pickup. One might think, we could have drafted him,
Yep,
it's kind of crazy. I mean, this is coming full circle. It's TJ. We're going to bring up TJ. What's your thoughts on that situation where we basically got somebody we could have had? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's poor. I think history will not be kind to it. The present already isn't kind to it. I still, for the life of me, can't understand why they just didn't draft Klingon. Because my thing is draft Klingon, trade Nick Richards. That was my thought process. And now they've traded Mark Williams and Nick Richards. And now they got Nurkic now. And just basically trading Mark Williams for Knecht and 2 1s. It's very weird. They got there in the end. Tajon may turn into something special, but he seems very, very, very far away from being a NBA role player. Almost to the point where they sent him to the G League and they went on a 3-game winning streak. Salon brings something on defense. Like he's not a lockdown guy or anything like that. That's right where his value is. His shot is pretty spotty. It's just not there. He's not there, but he's super young, right? And who knows, man? It may take 6 years, 7 years for it all to click together. And by then he'll be 23, 24 years old, whatever. So it's not the end of the world, but for right now, it's pretty brutal where you have Knecht, who is 23 years old, who does have actual contributable skills that you can count on, right? And the season's over, obviously, right? The season's been over. But when you look to next year, you can, in pen, write down, all right, LaMelo, Brandon Miller, right, 1 and 2. You probably don't want to start Knecht in that group. And so you look at where's he fit into the bench? You have Knecht, Trey Mann is hopefully healthy. Well, then, then you have all right, we have some real firepower coming off the bench that we didn't have before, because Cody Martin is a solid defensive player, but often hurt, and he's 30 years old, right? Josh Green, solid defensive player, doesn't like to shoot. Knecht brings a dynamic that the Hornets don't have or didn't have prior. And he's 23. Probably have 6-7 years of it to count on. Like, you could just check that box for the next few years. And when you have an opportunity to do that, you got to.
Right. They also, got a new big man. They got Yusuf Nurkic, another 2026 first round pick to Charlotte for Cody Micic, and a 2026 second round pick. What's your thoughts on that move? How can we break this down for the people? Because it's crazy. Like you say, you brought up Cody's name, but he's up out of here now.
Yep. I'm a Cody Martin fan, but he just doesn't play enough, right? And he has a sports hernia right now. And which also is weird because sports hernias are usually pretty serious, and Phoenix has traded for him. So I kind of wondering how serious that injury really is, and maybe he just didn't want to get hurt ahead of a potential move. So be interested to see how quick he comes back and plays for Phoenix, which I wouldn't fault the man. I just find it interesting. Micic is a whatever player, right? The best version of Micic is when he starts. If Micic is starting for an NBA team, that is a bad NBA team. So at Phoenix, if he's part of their plans, he's going to be behind Jones, Beal, Booker, etc. Right? He's not breaking into that group, and so they're not in position to get the best out of Micic. Even if that's even their plan, they may not even plan to have him be around because moving Nurkic, that's $20 million off their books, right? The Hornets are going to hold that this year, next year, basically just under $20 million. Micic and Martin, non-guaranteed deals next year. Cody Martin's a non-guaranteed, and then Micic has a team option. So for Phoenix, they cut a lot of money, and they burned a first-round draft pick, a probably first-round pick that's like either going to be their pick or Memphis's pick, depending on the record, like the worst of all the groups. So like it's probably in the 20s. So they just basically paid the Hornets to take Nurkic off their hands to save a good amount of money, and they'll probably end up being buyers in the buyout market or players in the buyout market because of it. Don't quote me. I'm not sure where they stand on as far as the apron goes, but they did free up some money if they want to potentially go down that route because they're trying to win a championship. And to be on the other side of it is like, all right, well, Nurkic not better than Mason Plumlee because Mason Plumlee's been playing over him. Not better than Nick Richards because Nick Richards is playing over him. They just traded for him. It's like, shit, 2 former Hornets, and we got the third option coming back the other way. But the headline is that first-round draft pick. That's everything. That's one of many the Hornets have acquired today and add to overall, where my thing and my hope, emphasis on hope, is like when the Hornets want to be serious and take a leap and go get somebody, they have after this draft, they'll have all their own picks. Sorry, they have Dallas's pick, they'll have 2 Lakers picks, and they have Miami's pick to play with, to cash in and bring in another player if they want to do that, and they'll have Nurkic's $19 million contract to bundle up into that, right? They'll have Bridges, his contract to bundle up into that. Josh Green, same thing. Like if they want to put some contracts together, cash in those picks to make something happen, they can. They have that flexibility now.
Yeah, I'm with you there with the flexibility.
But the player. So,
what were you gonna say?
Oh, sorry. Just with Nurkic, the player, not a big fan. I have very low expectations. He's a big dude. Like the Hornets shouldn't get bullied like they were when Mark Williams was down there. So that's a plus just from like the rest of the season point of view. If the plan is Nurkic is the starting center going into next season, I'm gonna have an issue with that. But for now, it's fine just to get through the year.
Yeah,
I got a question.
Go, yeah. Get the
So real quick, Sam. Speaking for the draft, what do you think, especially with the moves that they've made? What do you think is, in your opinion, is a player that you think they should look to draft? Oh,
in this upcoming draft?
Yes.
So, like full disclosure, I haven't done my draft homework on it, but basically, I'm best player available all the time. Like Cooper Flag makes a lot of sense, but depending on like if they get really unlucky, there are centers around that they could go after. If not with like the top 5 picks, if they want to use some of those first round draft picks, like I mentioned, to trade into the top 10 to take like the big kid from Duke or something like that. Like they can get interesting with it because the center spot does have to be properly addressed at some point. And you can use those draft picks to draft a guy or to trade for a guy. I just don't know at this point. But yeah, definitely the center spot, the power forward position has to be like really fleshed out. Bridges has been playing well lately, but defensively, it's kind of an issue. And this version of Bridges is the best we've seen, but it's been without LaMelo and Brandon Miller. So those three together, there's not a lot of tape on those three at the same time. And with all three playing at their very best at the same time. So that has to be figured out long term as well. So the Hornets need help in a few different positions, small forward as well, right? So whatever they got, and they can make it work.
You brought up those draft picks. What is the end goal with all of that? Are they trying to acquire something? I mean, are they moving up in the draft? What's the plan?
I don't know what the plan is. They have the option to though. Now, I think only I heard a quote earlier. I think only one other team has more first round draft picks available to them. So it's just a matter of cashing in when they want to, right? And so they have the choice now where they didn't before. And moving off of Mark Williams, Micic, Cody Martin, right? Created that opportunity. And like Micic and Martin, not part of the long-term plans. Mark Williams could have been, but clearly didn't show what needed to be shown to be part of the long-term plan. So he might as well get 2 first-round draft picks out of it, right? And I think that's what you saw today.
Good call on that, man. I just hope that the Hornets, they figure this thing out, man, because it's just been a crazy situation. But I do like the talent now. What do you think about, I brought up LaMelo having great wing players, obviously Miller now with Knecht. What do you think about that now with these two out there? But you don't think that they're going to be playing alongside of each other starting?
Starting, I think Knecht is such a liability defensively right now. I don't think you want to do that. I think you have to have Josh Green out there at least to start. Crunch time, you never know, but literally, or like way too early starting five predictions for next year when everybody's back. LaMelo, Brandon Miller, Josh Green, Miles Bridges, and Nurkic. That's I think what you're looking at if everybody's available. With your second unit being led by Trey Mann and Knecht, I think that's more where you want to be. And then Grant Williams being like the defensive anchor from the bench. I think that's the best way to balance out what everyone does best. But, Knecht with Miller, with Melo makes a lot of sense. Knecht has a chance to be the best shooter, shooting specialist the Hornets have had in a long time. And that's a dynamic that we haven't really seen with LaMelo or Miller, right? It'll only be a good thing offensively. It's just, finding that balance defensively because, yeah, it's the end goal is to be a well-rounded team, right? And Knecht only really offers one side.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Let's see what the Charlotte Hornets are made of. Let's get into the biggest blockbuster of them all, Luka, Doncic. It was so many moves to be made. We're going to get back to the Charlotte Hornets, but Luka just set it off. Where were you? How'd you hear the news? Talk to me.
I wake up at 7 a.m. and like every day, I usually wake up at 7 and just the phone was just a madness. And I the first text I saw just said that trade and like an emoji, like a crazy emoji. And my first thought was LaMelo got traded. Like that's what the first thing that went through my mind. And then I read more, checked Twitter. I was like, oh shit, they traded Luka? Like surely they got like a ton for him. And I saw what they got. I was like, oh no. This is weird. This is a weird move. But then I thought, okay, the Hornets have the Dallas Mavericks first round draft pick in 2027. If this Kyrie and AD doesn't work out, as long as it's not in the top 2, the Hornets get that draft pick. So this is interesting now. So with Luka, that pick was going to be in the 20s no matter what. You know what I mean? But there's a chance now with that older team that when 2 years from now comes around, things aren't going very well. So that made me happy that the Hornets found a way to get themselves involved into that Luka deal indirectly. And shouts to PJ for being part of that deal. But no, like Luka in LA is going to be a lot of fun. And Dallas are like really equipped to be a really big team that's going to be a matchup nightmare for a lot of squads, the Lakers included. Like, sorry to go back to Mark Williams, but Anthony Davis just cooked Mark Williams not that long ago. And if Dallas and the Lakers find themselves in a game or a series or something like that, it's going to be an issue. Lakers fans going to be like, what the fuck did we just do? Unless Mark really like digs in and becomes like a real like steadfast, steady, strong defender, it's going to be an issue for the Lakers when they come up against, Minnesota or the Lakers or Denver, like any team with a really skilled big. Even like Şengün with Houston gave Williams fits. So, but going back to the trade, I thought it was nuts. It was the craziest thing, NBA related thing I saw since it reminded me of when the league shut down, when Gobert caught COVID and the league shut down. That's like, whoa. And I don't remember another NBA related thing like shocking me as much as the Luka trade. Because guys like that don't get traded. But now a guy like that has been traded. It makes trades like Mark Williams, like it makes anybody can get it. Everybody's available if Luka can get traded.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That was just crazy. It just sent shockwaves all around the league. It's wild. Obviously, Dallas, I think they could be crazy, in my opinion. I think they could go back to the finals. I don't know if they're going to win it, but they're in good position. I think it's up to AD. If AD could be that unstoppable force. The only way Dallas, I think, could, I wouldn't say win the trade, but it'll be okay if they win the championship. They have to get a championship. If they don't get a championship, I think it's a failure. Don't you agree?
Yeah, it's totally worth it. It's totally worth it if they win a title. And I think they can do it. They certainly can do it. I hope they do it because like I don't know many Mavericks fans, but I see what I see online, and all the Dallas fans are reasonably and understandably pissed off about it, right? But if they have to walk all that shit back and like and then they have all the people that are hating on Nico Harrison, if they have to flip, that's gonna be funny. Like when that guy holds up the trophy, if that guy holds up the trophy, that's gonna be enjoyable. Like that, you can't script it. That'll be incredible television. His reception, so he can go up there, and be like, "I told you so," while the Lakers are watching from home, that'd be great television.
Yeah, that'll just be wild. And Nico Harrison, he might mess around and get an award behind something like that.
Man. Lock in.
Yeah, what you think about some other moves or any sneaky moves? Obviously, the Spurs made an acquisition. You had Zach LaVine. He's going back with his partner up there in Sacramento and DeMar DeRozan. What you think about that transaction? That sent Fox to go play with Wemby. They was able to keep Stephon Castle. They was able to keep Chris Paul. I mean, I don't know what's going on. It's like these teams are getting players for the cheap. And then Knicks, they had to haul off Lord knows what for Mikal Bridges. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened. We missed the season, but go ahead.
Right, yeah, man. Like the Luka thing really set things off because that happened seemingly out of nowhere. We know now they've been talking about it for a few weeks or whatever. But De'Aaron Fox comes out, says, he doesn't say. The reporter goes, he wants to go to one team, won't say who, and anyone else, he's gonna leave because he wants to go to this one team. And then 10 minutes later, everyone's like, yeah, it's San Antonio, right? And then a week later, he's at San Antonio. Wow, Jimmy Butler is just chilling on the sidelines. Like, yo, what about me? He was the first guy to kind of enter the cycle. Maybe him and Ingram, but more publicly, I guess, was Jimmy Butler. Like, hey, man, like, I want to be traded. What about me? And I think everyone's focused. Like, all right, wait, De'Aaron Fox? Maybe available. Oh, he doesn't want to come here? Okay, cool. But then Luka didn't even have an opportunity to be shopped around. That is super weird. Jimmy Butler's probably still like, yo, what about me? What about me? But Fox in San Antonio makes a lot of sense. I think it's a first. Like I guess Chris Paul really like the first person to note to say I want to play with Wemby, but Fox doing it too is going to be a running trend, right? Anytime anybody has a chance of joining Wembanyama, that is going to be a running narrative for the next 15 years, as long as that guy's still in the league, right?
Yeah.
What Jimmy to Golden State, like that just seems like whatever to me.
You don't think they're gonna do nothing?
I just think the West is too tough, right? I don't think that team is complete enough to really.
And everybody's so far behind. They're not even in the damn picture. Some of these teams that's making these moves.
Yeah.
Is the Golden State, or what are they, 10th? Or I got to double check. But last time I checked, a lot of these teams is not even in position. There's going to be a fight. And they all made moves, especially out west. Like, there's about 3 teams that all made moves, and they stay out the picture. Dallas, too. Dallas ain't even – they not solidified.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Phoenix is – or sorry.
Dallas is 8th.
Yep.
The Warriors are 11th. Mm-hmm. The Spurs are 12th. There's no guy. Somebody's going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then you got Phoenix. Somebody's going to be out.
Meanwhile, OKC was like, "Nah, we're good. Like, we don't need to do anything." Like, they just chill, right? They didn't do anything.
Well, you know what's so crazy about the situation? All of these veteran teams that you see at the bottom, the Warriors, the Suns, Dallas, maybe the Kings to a certain degree, they all feel in their heart of hearts they can knock off the Oklahoma City Thunder. They could knock off the Grizzlies, and they could knock off the Houston Rockets. Ain't none of them afraid. The only team I'll be concerned with is the Grizzlies. But a lot of these teams, they feel like they could just roll in there and just take them out. So these teams they're not even concerned. Do you feel that notion?
Yeah, man. Like, I think all you need to do is get in, and then anything can happen, right? Like, the West is so deep.
Yeah, because if Dallas get in through the play-in, let's say they got to go through hella high water to get in, and they mess around and draw OKC in the first round, the Oklahoma City Thunder going to be shitting on themselves.
Yep.
You know, I mean, and they very well could lose in the first round after having an amazing season. And Kyrie, they're going to roll in there like champions. Yep. You know, but go ahead.
No, legit. Like, you bust your ass all year long, right? You get the number 1 seed, and then you have to deal with like AD and Lively and Kyrie and all these guys. Yeah. It's like, all right, here's your reward for having the best record in the Western Conference. Yeah. It's tough, man. The West is real tough.
Yeah, imagine Houston in the playoffs getting the Golden State Warriors team, having to deal with them. You know, that's just crazy, and that's what's going to happen. You know, one of these teams, I think Memphis might be able to handle it. You know, a little bit. They've been around a little while, I think, in my humble opinion. But some of these other teams, I just don't know.
The teams with their first trip to like the playoffs for real. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm Memphis, if I'm anybody playing Memphis, I'd be concerned. I wouldn't want to play Memphis, especially if I'm Dallas. I think Memphis, they might I think Memphis is a better matchup in my opinion. I think they might have a better shot at taking out Dallas than OKC. I think OKC is a matchup issue, but you got the Lakers here. They very well could move up. What if the Lakers get Denver? Would this be the time they take out Denver? Because Luka does give them a different dynamic. It seemed like they was running up against a brick wall with AD anyway. There was a good team, but you know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. I mean, don't you think Luka gives them a shot maybe against the Nuggets if they was to draw them in the first round?
Oh, no doubt. Like, Luka alone can upset somebody. You know, it's... And then, by the way, LeBron James is there too, right? The Lakers gonna be a tough out.
Yeah, I'm with you there with the tough out. This is gonna be crazy. It was a lot of moves made as well with little sneaky moves. Kyle Kuzma, you know, headed out to Milwaukee. What do you think about them? It look like Milwaukee. They just swinging for the fences. They trying to do whatever. They let go of Middleton. Yeah. So that's the end of an era over there. What do you think about the Milwaukee Bucks? Because they just nobody's even talking about them anymore. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I just watched. They just played last night. Like, Giannis was a late scratch. He was named the starting 5 and then didn't I think he just exited during warm-ups, whatever. Yeah, Milwaukee. I mean, as a Hornets fan, Milwaukee don't scare me, but you know what I mean. It's not a Hornets. We're not gonna meet them in the playoffs. You know what I mean? But when I look at like Cleveland or Boston, especially like those teams in New York, those teams just seem way more complete than Milwaukee. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they should have reallocated or rededicated their assets when it came to Dame Lillard a couple years ago, but it seems like they're just trying to do something. It's like just grasping, trying to stay in the mix and relevant in the East, in the top end of the East.
Yeah. What about the Atlanta Hawks? They made some moves. They struck out on Brandon Ingram. I wanted the Hawks to get Ingram quietly. You know, he ended up in Toronto.
That's weird.
What's up with Atlanta? They done look like they shuffled the deck here. They moved. They got Karis LeVert. What the hell is Atlanta and Cleveland making moves with each other anyway? I don't understand that, but it is what it is. What you think about Karis LeVert coming over and they letting go of DeAndre Hunter? What you think about that pickup?
Well, for Cleveland,
another move they made.
I think Cleveland, shouts to them, man. They could easily just like stood pat, but they're really serious about it. And I like DeAndre Hunter a lot, so I like that for them. Atlanta, I don't know what's going on with them, man.
I like Atlanta. I think Atlanta's a sneaky team, in my opinion. I always try to count them out, and they always look good. Like I don't know, I just gotta always count the Hawks in.
Yeah, no doubt. And I feel like they kept Capella, right? They kept Okongwu. Like they have their big still, yeah. And so that's another thing that's weird, like about the Lakers thing. Like they got Capella for like way cheaper than Mark Williams. Like maybe that means Atlanta's really like still like really trying to go for it.
Yeah, they are. They got Terrence Mann too. They also traded Bogdanovich. The shooter. I'm surprised they let him go. And they got I don't know about these guys. You know, I mean, I just think they needed a new look. A lot of these teams just needed some different faces in there.
Yeah. And I don't know. I didn't have time to watch it, but I saw Chris Haynes tweet about Trae Young growing frustrated in Atlanta. So I don't know. I don't know how legit that is, but just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I could believe something like that. I mean, it's like it's crazy what's going on with these NBA teams making these moves. It looked like I got a tweet going across my phone. What happened with KD? It seemed like something going on in Phoenix. They wasn't able to move Bradley Beal. There's reports saying there's a lot of toxicity going on in Phoenix. What happened here? They tried to. Did they move? They wanted to move KD.
Yeah, apparently the Golden State wanted to bring KD back.
I heard Memphis too. Memphis was trying to get active.
Yeah, Durant was like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't want to."
I don't know why they're sleeping on Memphis.
Memphis is tough, and they offloaded Marcus Smart, right?
For nothing.
Which I don't know the numbers, but I wonder if that's one of those cut some payroll, create some buyout guy room. That's a weird one. I don't know what that's about, but I like Memphis.
Yeah, I was watching the Kings last night. They was getting their ass whooped. Like I was like, damn. I was rooting for Zach LaVine and them too. I was like, man, they look bad.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel Zach LaVine. He went to an even worse culture over there in Sacramento. They're going nowhere.
Yeah, man.
They trying though, but they look bad. They got beat down by Orlando at home. I mean, Orlando was just running it on them. Oklahoma City should have. What's going on? Like I said, Phoenix is done. What's up with Bradley Beal? I want to go back to Beal for a second. Why they throw him to the bench? They tried to get him to waive the no trade clause. Why would Beal decide to stay when they all is showing his ass the door? I mean, because he held up everything, in my opinion.
I don't know, man. I think maybe he could just really dig Phoenix. You know, it's rare to get that leverage. The no trade in the NBA is like really, really rare, right? So once you get it, it's kind of, I don't blame a guy for flexing it.
Yeah, it is. That's, like I said, these no trade clauses. Him, LeBron, I think that's it, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, it's going to be very wary of these no trade clauses. Everybody not going to get it. And we're gonna find out what's up with these teams, man. But so now that the deck is clear, all the moves are made. Who do you think is going to win the championship? And did anything change? What's your thoughts? Because I think this year is kind of up in the air. Who could win it?
Yeah, no, I think there's like 5 teams out of the West, 3 out of the East.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe in Cleveland so much. I don't know about Cleveland.
Yeah,
I got to see a little bit more of Cleveland to be a believer.
And that's valid because they haven't had that group hasn't had that crazy run. Like last time they did, they got pumped by the Knicks, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Knicks just rolled in there and just took them out. I mean, that's the Knicks who did it to them.
Yeah, it was it Jared Allen who's like, yeah, the lights were too bright for us. Yeah, so, but maybe that's what they needed to learn, and now they experienced it for real now. Like it could just be one of those things where you do it once, you learn from it, and then you bounce back. But I don't know, man. I think Cleveland's interesting. Boston, obviously, defending champs, got to give them respect. And then New York is really awesome, right? But the other West, like maybe these teams just beat each other up. And like you mentioned before, one of these lower seeds out the West could take one of the big dogs down, and you just never know who's going to make it out. It may just come down to who has the best player, and it may be Luka. Who knows?
Yeah, I want to bring up Lonzo for a second. Obviously, LaMelo, his brother, they had a good game against each other. Lonzo just signed 2 years, $20 million. A lot of people counted Lonzo out. There was a lot of falsified reports that came out involving Lonzo. People tried to mix and screw the people. What's your thoughts on Lonzo coming back? And now you see him progressing, the minutes going up, and now getting an extension. A lot of people was talking about his career was over. The man just got an extension.
Yeah.
Making $10 million plus a year. What's your thoughts on that?
It's awesome, man. It's awesome because like when he got to Chicago, I was like, all right, here we go. This is the best basketball situation he's been in. And then he got hurt. It's like finally got to like a really awesome situation for him, and it went. But he's back and got rewarded for it. I think it's dope.
Yeah, and what the hell is Chicago trying to do anyway? After the dust settles, we happy Lonzo got the deal. What the hell are they doing? They held on to Vooch. It seemed like they don't know if they're ready to tank, go for the play-in or what. I mean, what the hell is going on?
I'm sorry, with Chicago?
Yeah, like why didn't they get rid of Vooch?
Could be just as simple as nobody wanted him. Like, what's his?
I'm not sure if he was on an expiring deal or not, but I know Golden State was interested. A lot of teams that may have struck out could have went and got Vooch.
Okay. Ooh, well, it's $21 million next year.
Oh damn.
So maybe that'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Vooch ain't really. Yeah, Vooch is a little risky move.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he was getting Butler, I would try to get Vooch if I could. I don't know what they would have to give up.
Yeah. There's a few of these guys like Vooch. Like Cam Johnson didn't move, right? Claxton didn't move. Capella. So like, there's some bigs that seemingly were available, but just didn't go for whatever reason.
What's up with Zion? It was reports maybe something could have happened a while back. Ingram moved on. Were they gonna hold on to him? Because I hope that in my heart of hearts, eventually, in the perfect world, he ends up in Charlotte. That's just me and my selfish opinion for whatever reasons. What's your thoughts on what's going on in New Orleans? Because it's looking like a dumpster fire. What the hell is going on? Who he playing with? A dude just tore his Achilles. It's a mess. What's happening out there? Why didn't they move Zion?
I think it's the same thing. Like, I wonder how much they value. Like, it could just be a disconnect on how much the Pelicans value him versus the rest of the league, because I don't think anyone really views him as a generational talent anymore. I think he's still a really good player, but not the guy he was coming into the league, right? And New Orleans is paying him like he's that dude who still misses games. So like I think there's a disconnect there, and it's a lot of money too, right? It's 36 this year, 39 next year, 42 after that. And then when he's 27, maybe he'll be making 45 million. Like, get your money, Zion. Like, I ain't mad at it, but like, that's a big commitment, a big commitment. I saw, like, I've been to one game this year, one Hornets game, and it happened to be against the Pelicans. And so it was the first time I've ever seen Zion in person. So I don't have anything really to compare it to. All right. And I want to give him some credit and shoot him some bail here, because he, at that point, hadn't played in like 8 games or something like that. He's coming off an illness, but he looked slow. He looked really slow to get going. And then second quarter, he was like, okay, looked like Zion again. But it just seemed, to my eye, that he just needs a minute. Now, that was one experience. He was coming off of an illness. Like, I want to give him credit and respect, but it's, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know how the rest of the league views him compared to what the Pelicans do. And it's so much money. So much money. It's a big risk too.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It definitely is a big risk. We're going to find out what happens. It was talks, and let's bring it back to Charlotte. It was some inquiries. They wanted to know what was going on with LaMelo, the San Antonio Spurs. It was a report that came out that they put a call in to the Charlotte Hornets before making that Fox deal. What's your thoughts on that? The Hornets elected to decline. Talk to the people. Did you hear about that? And if so, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I saw Orlando with LaMelo today. I don't know, man. Like, it's a weird one too, because like, do we know about it because people want us to know about it, or do we know about it because it actually happened? That's what those are. The stories are so weird this time of year with stuff like, someone has to leak it, but was it ever serious to begin with? Again, like, I'm always go back to Luka now, because like once Luka got traded, anybody can get traded at this point, right? So I think how they handle it seemingly is the way to go about it. It's the secrets of night, but it's worth a phone call if you're another GM and you need guard help, and you see the Hornets record and you see what LaMelo's doing this year, you have to make the call, right? You got to do it. You got to see what the price tag is. And obviously it wasn't enough, or the timing wasn't ideal, and it didn't happen. Nor should it, but it's good to have guys other teams want. That's not always been the case in Charlotte.
Right. Hey, I want to talk about the guys who have departed Charlotte. How they've all elevated. Did you see Nick Richards out there in Phoenix? I mean, he's been balling. What do you think was the trend that's going on? Because this is the second time Phoenix made a deal. Do you think there's a trend around the league? People are saying, damn, get these people off the Hornets. Now you got Mičić and Martin going to fit. What if they just turn into something else? It's like, what's going? It seems like we got talent here, but it's not being cultivated properly. What's your thoughts on the trend of these guys just taking their games to heights?
Well, I think it's because, great for them. I'm happy for them, for anybody that goes on to have success. But I think it's because when the Charlotte roster features a lot of guys who are miscast, right? So look at PJ last year. PJ went from being like with all the injuries and stuff and all the stuff. At times he was a second or third option. Goes to Dallas. He moves down the power ranking, so to speak, like the pecking order, right? Cody Martin, he was elevated up because the Hornets had injuries and just roster issues. So he can go to Phoenix and be in a proper spot for his skill set where he can thrive in. I don't know if Mičić will play for Phoenix. I'll be honest with you. I'll be shocked if Mičić finds his way into that rotation. But if he does, salute. I have my doubts about him. But Nick Richards goes to a better situation, and plays with better players, and he's going to play better as a result of it. I think that's what you're seeing. Guys going to better overall situations, and then finding better roles for their skill set in those situations.
Listen, I'm excited about all of these moves. What are you about to say?
No, it's like, so like with Mark Williams, right? So yeah. Mark has an opportunity to really show what he's worth, because going to LA and playing with LeBron and Luka, like, there's no excuses. Like, you're playing for the most popular team in the league with all these eyeballs on you, and you can't have these nights where you just don't give a shit. There's no off nights anymore. Right? You're playing on the biggest stage, and you're 7'2". You got a crazy wingspan. You got a 9'9" standing reach. There's no reason for you to be bullied as much as you do, right, on a nightly basis. And so LeBron and Luka and the JJ Redick and the rest of them are gonna have to really get the most out of Mark, because Mark is playing for a second contract. The team that drafted him gave up on him. They flipped him. And so it's on, bro. Like, if it's not going to happen now, it's never going to happen. And I hope it does happen. But, like, it's really go time for Mark Williams in that with the Lakers, for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's definitely go time. I want to see how he fares, obviously, just because everybody else seems to have done pretty well. What about his health? I mean, do you think that, he's healthy enough to be there for the long haul, or what you think?
I hope so. I mean, the 7-footers, he's already had one serious back injury, and he's had multiple, like, foot-related injuries. So those are two, like, massive red flags, to the point where, he only just now played 82 games. Like, he's up to 84, 86 games in his career. So it's like, all right, Lakers fans may have to deal with him missing some nights, but yeah, that back injury, that is like a ticking time bomb with these 7-footers. I hope he's straight. I hope it's over with, right? He was meant to come into this season 100%, and then this mystery ankle injury came out of nowhere, and he just refused to talk about it. Like, that was weird, right? He had all this negative body language coming into the season, on media day, which was very strange. So I don't know. I hope his mental is ready. I hope his physical is ready to handle the pressure that comes with playing for the Lakers.
Yeah, we got my man the Pope in the building. Pope, what's the deal? We got Sam in the house. We're breaking down this trade deadline news. We was just discussing what was going on with the Hornets. They was real active. Talk to the people.
Shout out to Sam. Shout out to everybody in the building, especially Flight Sports TV, man. Make sure we hitting the like button and everything like that, man. Good conversations going on around here. So I see they got Dalton Knecht, right?
Yep.
Got Dalton Knecht. They got rid of Mark Williams, and then they got rid of Nick Richards as well. So all you got left is a young man who I love him to life. What's his name? The young kid they got who playing the center basically here under. Yeah, Diabate. Yeah. Love his game. Love his energy
He should
out
be due
there.
for a full-time contract now. Like,
Righteous. But who they get to fill the void of the two big men they lost? Do we have anybody that we
Nurkic?
Oh, nice.
That ain't nice. He's above.
I mean, he is above, but he's. Yeah, me neither. But he's suitable. It's a lot of bums at the center spot in the league. It ain't too many legit centers. Long as he could be serviceable, I think he'll be serviceable with LaMelo Ball out there on the floor.
Yeah.
So at least he'll do that. At least they fill the void. Just to have a big body in that spot, I think that's cool.
He'll be getting some extended run too.
that is like your big brother or something. Yeah. Taj Gibson, now he cool, he's serviceable right now, but yeah, man, the Hornets, they I guess they trying to make some kind of moves. Dalton Knecht is a good piece. He's a young good piece. He's been proving that as a Laker. Yorkic, look, give LaMelo Ball, been able to make it work with the likes of. Yeah, right. Everybody, there you go, Dex.
Just anybody.
Yeah, just anybody. He been able to make it work. So if you can put the ball in the hole even a little bit, that's a plus. And Yorkic can put the ball in the hole a little bit. So I think his scoring will probably go up just a little bit.
Also,
Nothing.
I don't mean to cut you off, Pope, about Nurkic. He's a veteran. You know, I don't think nobody pointing it out. He's won a little bit in this league. Wasn't he on that finals team? Not the finals team, the conference finals team that went up against the four Star Warriors. Y'all remember that?
Portland, when he was on Portland.
Blazers.
Yeah. I think
He
so.
was on that was he on that team?
Yeah, he was on that team.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying
Yeah, he was
he's
on that
been
team.
around some winning.
Yeah, he can play with the point guard.
You
Yeah.
got Dalton Knecht
You got to remember, and I know Sam can attest to this, that Nurkic was with Jokic. They came in, you know what I'm saying, and he pushed him out. But he played with Jokic.
Yeah, early Denver. Yeah.
Nice. So when does LaMelo do the comeback? When he gonna be healthy?
After All-Star break.
Yeah, they're taking.
He do the comeback.
Yeah.
After All-Star break.
He's questionable for the Spurs game, if I'm not mistaken. I just seen that came across my
phone. He probably want to play against the Spurs. He probably begged Jeff Peterson to let him on the court to play against the Spurs right now. But after all this hoopla been going on the trade deadline this year, LaMelo has to get out there and stun some people because people acting like they forget about LaMelo right now.
They should forget about the nigga. Availability is the best ability. That nigga's never available out there, my nigga. I mean, we got to be frank about the situation. That's very forgettable. That right there is very forgettable, bro. And ain't no excuse. It ain't his fault. So it ain't like we could just blame him. I mean, but at the same time, it is what it is. And he not on the court. He ain't been on the court like that in the last 3 years. Like, and he only in his 5th year. So it's like, yeah, he when he show up, he show out. That's no doubt. He show up, he show out, but it's only for a stench of time. To where like this year, he was really starting to turn a lot of heads, even so much so he got voted as the number 1 guard in the East. But then guess what happened next? He's out again. So it's like, and he's on a team where it's tucked under. Nobody talks about the Hornets anyway. So when he out, people forget. They forget the Hornets is even in the league.
What do you think about that, son? About LaMelo's health? What is your concern and also the growing concern around the Charlotte community?
I mean, I think I know it's part of the, I guess there's an acceptance to it. Like there's a lot of great players in the league that are just going to miss time. This is going to be part of it. And I think this is part of the thing, right? It's just mitigating the damages, so to speak. And so that comes with roster construction, but also just training and strength training and rehab, right? So like with this injury, he went down, backpedaling, tripped over someone's foot, went down, walked off basically on his own power. If that happened last year, the year before, I'd be terrified. That was something like serious. This, miss a couple of weeks, fine. Like it's part of it. I don't mind this. It's not a super red flag now. As long as when he gets back, he's like just picks up where he left off, right? So if he's a dude who's going to play 65 games a year, something like that, as long as those 65 games are what we've seen this season, that's fine with me. Just have that. You'd have the roster though to make up for it. You know what I mean? And they don't.
True that. And let me ask you something too. How many games? Because he was out before this injury. He was out for like a nice amount of time, wasn't he?
Not compared to the past. Not really.
Not compared to the past. Yeah. Just he was out for like a week, 2 weeks, wasn't he? Already before this injury.
He's probably missed 12, 13 games. Something like that?
Yeah, he was out for a couple weeks, wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken, I'm asking because I don't know how long he was out. I know it was for a while though. I kept turning to the Hornets game and I ain't see them pink shoes, and I'm like, yeah, my nigga still ain't playing.
Yeah, during that 10-game losing streak, he missed 6 of those games, I think.
The Hornets are 1-12 without LaMelo.
Yeah, they're screwed without.
So 13 games he's missed so far. It's a lot of games, folks.
So Pope, I got a question for you. Would you trade LaMelo Ball?
If you
When I
had to be
trade him,
the vice president,
hell no, I wouldn't trade no damn LaMelo Ball. I'm not trading that nigga till the wheels fall off. We gonna ride this thing out. them ankles might go good, baby. I'm not trading no LaMelo Ball. I'm just saying it when Dex was saying people forget about him, I can understand why. You know what I mean? Especially if you didn't come to LaMelo Ball like how a lot of us did, following him since he was a kid, and we just LaMelo Ball heads, Ball family heads, and that type of, we know what's up with LaMelo, but people who just watch the NBA and learn of LaMelo Ball in the NBA, they really, as soon as they start to get caught on to him, he gone.
Right. I got a question also because for you, Sam. What do you think about Brandon Miller? Obviously, Miller, he's out for the season too.
Yeah.
He's going through his situation now. Don't you think? Obviously, he's the future of the franchise. He wants to play with LaMelo. Or do you really think moving LaMelo will bode well for a guy like Miller? I mean, I think he could be devastated, in my humble opinion. I really do. I really think they really like cool like that, in my humble opinion. What you think about all of this?
Yeah, you got to keep those guys together as long as you can. Like, I think Miller before. I mean, obviously he's out for the year, which sucks. But before that, I expected bigger things out of him, more consistency out of him, and it's unfortunate that he doesn't have a chance to really show it out. But that pairing has a lot of potential, especially from a size point of view. Right, LaMelo 6'7", Brandon Miller 6'9". Like, there's some real matchup potential there to really make it really difficult for the other team. What sucks is they don't have as many reps together as you like, right? So, yeah, they're the future of the team, and I think that's the one real strong point of the roster that hopefully the wrist injury on a shooting hand doesn't become a next year thing. And you could get a full scope of what's going on with those dudes at the same time.
And Sam, you spoke about earlier about Mark Williams' injury, right?
Yeah.
I think he played 100 and some games in his career, something to that nature.
Not even, bro.
Was it 89 or something?
I think it's 84, something like that.
84?
It's bad, bro.
But Brandon Miller 85. Only played 85, right? 85. Brandon Miller only played around 117, 118?
Brandon has 101 games.
101 games. So you spoke kind of ill about Mark Williams' injury history. Mm-hmm. But what about Brandon now? Because Mark is gone. He's no longer a member of the Charlotte Hornets franchise. And I notice a lot of people is sending Mark out the door begrudgingly. And speaking about his injuries and non-defensive presence in the restricted area.
Yeah.
But Brandon Miller is not even spoke upon, and he only played a few more games than Mark.
Well, Mark has a whole nother year over Brandon. This is year 3 for Mark Williams.
That's it.
Yeah. Brandon in 2 years played more games than Mark Williams in 3. That's the issue.
But what I'm talking about is a trend, right?
Well, it's not a trend. This is Brandon's first injury, right?
Okay.
Mark had the back, which again, it's as a big man, that the big backs and feet with the 7-footers, that's usually a bad sign, right? That's
true. Yeah.
The big man tax. So the back injury ended his year, and then he comes into the season with the foot injury, and then gets hurt again. So that's
you know what I was
You
know what I was disgusted with Mark Williams when he got hurt? His first, he pulled some Amari Stoudemire shit because I guess he had a secret situation. We didn't find out about the situation till what was it? Training camp or media day? It was media. It was one of the. It was a surprise, and then he didn't know when he was coming back. But go ahead.
And he wouldn't talk about it. He was asked straight up, "What happened?" He said, "You know what? I don't want to relive it. I don't want to talk about it." I was like, all right, well, fuck you too, bro. What do you mean you don't want to talk about it?
you going hard to Mark Williams.
What's that?
Dex is a Laker fan, and
I'm a Mark Williams fan also. listen, remember me and Casual spoke highly about Mark Williams and his value, especially healthy Mark Williams, but his value to the Charlotte Hornets. And that was like, what, last year? And now it seemed like Mark Williams was starting to get his confidence, at least offensively and on the glass. He became a professional glass cleaner.
Mhm.
The only thing that I did have reserve about Mark Williams was his physicality in the paint. It seemed like when they play teams that are physical in the paint, Mark Williams cowered down and he surrenders. So hopefully with the Lakers, they can instill in him some kind of motor to muscle back and fight back. But like I said, playing in Charlotte, maybe Sam agree or disagree, but playing in Charlotte, there's low motivation for everybody. I mean, if you just not a self motivator, it's very difficult to get your engine going with a team that you're fighting against who's trying not to win.
Well, Dex, what I'm gonna say to that, because I think the Lakers fucked up big time, getting ready to connect for that dude. It's like the Charlotte Hornets. You only get rid of a young piece like that when you know something is an issue. If he's an issue, whether it's off the court, he don't take his training serious. He don't take whatever it is, or he don't want to be there. But what you heard what Sam just said, he basically seems like he not really all in. And it could be it can't be with the because of the Charlotte Hornets. You got the best point guard in the league to me. So usually big men they love having that. So I don't know, man. They Lakers got rid of Dalton Knecht, who that seems to be weird because if you got Luka and you're looking at your future for the Lakers, LeBron James ain't gonna last. He gonna be gone in a year or two. Hopefully this year. After this year, he out of here. But you had the Dalton Knecht, Luka, Austin Reeves could have drafted you a big man. This draft class is very deep. So you could have got you a big man. It seems like the NBA, they like to pass up on big men, especially if they seniors. So they could have grabbed him a nice senior big man in the first round and went on about their future.
I wanna add something to that. There was a report that Luka influenced this move. I don't know if you heard about that. So he wanted this move, the Lakers to pull his trigger to get Wills. He needed a lob threat. That was the
Report
report.
from who?
Don't listen to that though. I mean, just think about reality. That nigga
What
not
did you
about to
say, buddy?
show
You
up
said
to the
the report from who?
Yeah. Who you get that report from?
I'll look it up. But I
Because
seen
I
that.
heard the same thing.
Okay.
right. That's what I'm saying. Rumors can be rumors. We just gotta be smart. Like Luka not showing up to the Lakers office, like, yeah, go get me Mark Williams. That's not popping, man. That's not. he,
Yeah,
he
it
not.
probably didn't go
He
like
not.
that. You're right. It
He
probably
not
didn't
getting
go.
over there and demanding nobody to trade for nobody. That's not. He ain't told them nothing. He ain't had nothing to do with that. Luka just.
That's why I didn't mention it like during the stream because I heard that, but I didn't mention because I think I saw it on YouTube. So I said I'm not going to mention that. I don't know if that's true.
I think I got it on Bleacher Report, if I'm not mistaken, or that I
Okay.
seen that Luka had some info. But like how Pope said, they probably didn't roll in the office and say, go get Mark Williams. But I think it was something. Let's just.
No, they wanted. What he wanted. Oh, I got it. He wanted Jalen Durant. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, he wanted somebody he threw the
Yeah,
lines up to.
Jalen Durant from Detroit, and Detroit said, "Go to hell."
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I want to get to my man Sam real quick. Sam, I know you got a lot of things to do. Before you get up out of here, let everybody know where they can find you.
YouTube.com/Sam Dracula. I got 2 videos up right now from earlier today. One, like legit, woke up, walked downstairs to my office, and recorded a video about the Mark Williams trade. And then when the other one happened, the Nurkic trade happened, I made a video right after that. So both of those are on my channel right now if you want to go check those out. I'm probably going to make a video tomorrow with like just a clearer picture of it all to grading the trade deadline because this is back-to-back really active trade deadlines for the Hornets. Now, the GM just got here. This is his first trade deadline, but the second one for this ownership group. And it's crazy trade deadlines aren't sustainable, but I'm here for it. They're a lot of fun. So while they last, I'm here for it. And hopefully the Hornets will cash in some of these draft picks for some real players, because I'm not here for drafting a bunch of kids. Like, they can't do that forever. They got to use some of these picks to bring real NBA players to Charlotte, and I'm hopeful that's the case.
Right. Listen, man, y'all know where to find this man, Sam Dracula. Please get those 2 videos he got on them streets right now. He said he got one coming for you in the morning. You better stay tuned. It's Flight Sports. Sam, you already know we're going to be back. Something tells me we're going to be touching bases, Pauls, a lot more sooner than we think. You know, I think something going to pop off around after All-Star. We don't know what's going to happen. You know, we're gonna be back with the people. Appreciate you, Sam.
Yeah, anytime. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Yeah, man, Pope, man, you was laying down the thunder, man. You wasn't holding no punches on LaMelo, you know. But it is what it is, you know. Shit gotta happen. Yo, it was other things popping off though, Pope. You know, in the trades. You ain't heard about the other trades that popped off? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, yeah. When Pope gets back in the building. Like I said,
I'm back. My bad.
I was getting into some of the other trades that popped off. What you think about Brandon Ingram?
Brandon Ingram to Toronto.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think nothing about really. The only major move,
Jimmy.
only major move that's really talk worthy is Luka to Lakers. Other than that, ain't nothing really happened.
Jimmy, what about Jimmy? That's nothing.
No, that ain't nothing. Jimmy's trash. Jimmy's not the same guy he used to be. So no, that ain't nothing. In the Warriors, they just got rid of their youngsters. So they just made a mistake by getting a guy who he bad in the locker room. Udonis Haslem had to check him for trying to get at the coach crazy on the sideline. Udonis Haslem had to get at him. And you see he always pouted. He pouted over Minnesota. He got over here. He had been in 2 Eastern Conference Finals with the Heat. He's pouting over there. He not like that. And so, no, I don't think that was a big deal.
He ain't gonna be able to go and destroy that franchise, though.
So, Pope, you think Draymond and Jimmy gonna lock hands?
Yeah, they gonna head up. Sure, definitely. Stay tuned for that. Oh yeah. So that'll be good. That'll be a good talking point. They both hot heads. They both wear their emotions on their sleeves. You know what I mean? And they think they top dogs, and you can't tell me what to do. So it'll be a point in time in one of them games where, just like how Draymond had to tell KD, pass me the ball, and that's where everything went left, because KD was like, hold on, my bad. Somebody's calling me. KD was like, I ain't got to pass you the ball, whatever he told him, and that's when Draymond called him a little bitch and all that. So I think something similar is going to take place to where Draymond is like, this my team still, Jimmy, don't get it twisted. And Jimmy like, fuck you. And yeah, they go at it. So yeah, I can see that.
Man, a good call on that, Pope. There's a lot going on in the NBA, man. You know, but has the champion been decided yet? Has all these moves impacted the title? You know,
nope.
I mean, is it Dallas? I mean, what's the deal?
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. That's why I say none of the moves.
Who's your favorite?
I mean, if any,
I don't know.
No, nobody. The league. To me, I don't know. It's not as it's not that popping, man. So I don't really know. It's not that strong. I think the Boston Celtics still the favorite to win it all.
They're gonna be hard to beat.
Who, the Celtics?
Yeah. In the East.
Yeah. Celtics still got their team in check, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty hell yeah. Celtics ain't make no moves.
Okay, so yeah, they ain't got rid of nobody. They going to repeat.
They're number 2 right now. The Knicks is number 3. Cleveland, they got a little bit of breathing room at that number 1.
Okay. Yeah, they
Like, we're not going
Yeah.
to talk about the Knicks, so stop trying to insert them.
No. We're gonna get to the Knicks later. Now that Pope is here, I want to get into Lonzo because I think this is a hell of a situation for him.
Shout out to Zo.
Yeah,
ZO2.
listen. You see what's going on, Lonzo? Not only did he come back, the man just got a goddamn extension.
Come on, hello.
What was your thoughts when you seen that shit run through the timeline?
I said, my thoughts was, congrats, I got to go to Flight Sports TV and pay some homage.
And delete all your videos that says Lonzo and Dunzo.
Well, I mean, it's still that the jury's still out on that. But he was for sure though is he worked his way back into a contract, which that's what I said. He wouldn't. Nobody would want to sign him to a multi-year deal. They would probably give him 1 year at a time. So I was wrong on that. So I'm gonna pay homage, tip my hat off. He has worked his way back into a multi-year deal, even if it's for 2. That's big because that money guaranteed in the NBA. So he just came up on another 20 mil. What is it? 10 million for 2 years.
9 million 1 year, 11 million second year.
I think he gave their ass a discount.
He did.
I ain't never bring
He
that
did.
up.
No, he did. No, seriously, he did.
I
gave him a
don't want to
discount.
say he owed him, but it was a nice gesture for all the things they did for him.
He gave him a hometown discount, no doubt.
Who else?
They didn't even argue. They didn't even argue. Just come on, sign the papers. Let's go.
They had to me. I would think they did him a favor because I think it would be hard for him to go out in the market.
More than 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's what I beg to differ. But okay.
On the contrary, Pope, they was acquiring about Lonzo while he was a Bull. Multiple teams.
No, I wouldn't doubt that at all. But what I'm saying is, I think a lot of teams probably would have gave him a good 1 year deal to see if he. You know what I mean? I'm not saying nobody would have signed him. I never even said that part. I just said nobody was going to give him a multi-year deal again, and that's proven to be wrong right there. 2 years is that's multiples. So
that's multiple. Yeah,
that's multiple. So I was wrong on that front, and that's good. That's good for him.
Shout out to Anderson Ball.
Yeah, that's good for him, man. Whatever feed his family. I'm not no hater. How much must be paid? Slim Cahoon said. So yeah, how much got paid? Lonzo Ball. I'm gonna actually do a video for Lonzo. No, hell no. That nigga tried to pay Angel Reese's. He tried to pay Angel Reese's ticket and shit. That nigga crazy.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
See how quick Pope turned on you.
But yeah, man, I got to get ready to get on up out of here, though, fellas. Man, I'm about to get to New Orleans here.
You going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, not Super Bowl cruise. Taking it out of New Orleans and fuck with Mardi Gras for a day or two before we hop on this cruise ship.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's it, man. We just
enjoy yourself, man.
Yes, sir.
Trip, man. Take it easy.
Most def, man. Much love. Appreciate y'all.
Most def.
All right, salute.
Yeah, man. Dex, there's a lot going on out here.
Yeah, me and you, like.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in these NBA streets. You know.
Now, but like the Knicks didn't make a move, right? Because they already got Mikal Bridges and Big Cat, so they didn't do anything on the trade deadline. They stayed pat. Cleveland made a move. Boston, I don't think made a move. I don't think Boston made a move either.
Nope, I don't think they needed to make a move either. That's what I'm saying. It didn't make no sense. You just chill out. You stand pat. Yeah, I made y'all moves. You know, and what I don't like about these moves is I think that why did everybody have to overpay for their players like Rudy Gobert, all those picks? I think the Knicks gave up. I got to look up the first one. It was either 5 or 6 first-round picks, and Mikal Bridges is not even an all-star. You know, so I'm just saying, man, what the hell is happening? They need to give us our shit back. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Hey, Stephen A. Smith ain't talking about that, huh?
Not really. I mean, as I said, he needs to.
I'm talking about as a Knicks fan. He ain't talking about how they got fleeced with Mikal Bridges.
He ain't bringing none of that up. He's stupid though. He should. Next week we all right though. I mean, we just gotta be. all these teams have to win the championship. I mean, but that's not gonna happen. You're gonna have
Only
a bunch
one.
with
Only
not
one.
good futures. These teams, the futures of these teams are not going to be in the best hands, after some of these moves. But I like what Luka and them did. That was a real Dr. Bus move. I'm hearing like the Genie bus. We ain't even bring up Genie too much. What do you think about the history of the Lakers with Dr. Bus? They always had a superstar in the waiting. Now
Yep.
you got this. This was a real Dr. Bus-esque kind of move. Don't it look like it's going back to the glory days?
Well, I think the NBA always facilitate the Lakers trade. I think, to me, if you want to ask me now, I'm only speculating, but
Right.
I'm just feeding the fodder. I mean, the fodder of the conspiracy between Lakers and the NBA commission, the commissioner house. It seems like the Lakers put out a list, and then there's a lot of scrambling going on, and then ultimately the commissioner puts his hand in there, and the Lakers' wish is granted. There is no way on God's blue marble that I would ever have thought Luka in his prime, 5 out of 6 years, he was first team All NBA, to get traded from a team like the Dallas Mavericks, who don't really mess with the Lakers. They have never been real trade partners. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, in the shadows, Luka become a Laker. Listen, they're going crazy out there in LA, man. I'm telling you that now. Because what they're seeing is the writing on the wall that the end of LeBron James' era. But what they're not seeing is that this could be also the end of player empowerment, in which player can levy the playing field by wanting out of an agreement, aka
Wow.
contract.
So they're waiting for LeBron to go. So they
They're
can
waiting
take
for
his
LeBron to
money out.
go. So the governors can get the power back. I mean, all the power back. At least 90% of the power back.
That it's definitely gonna be an unfair balance after this shit is over with.
Yep. So thank God Jimmy Butler won his situation, because that still leave room that it's a possibility that there's going to be a good fight when it comes to
But did he
this.
really win it? Did he really win? He didn't go to
Yes,
where
he
he
got
wanted to
out of
go.
there, and he
So
went.
he didn't.
He got
But he
out of
didn't
there.
go. He didn't go to Phoenix.
He didn't
Imagine
go
if
to
he was.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Imagine. I got a question for you. Imagine if he was able to get to Phoenix and they orchestrated Bradley Beal waiving the no trade
That's the
clause to
thing.
make it a.
That's the
That would have
thing.
been just a big ass conspiracy.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
Bradley. I don't think Bradley Bill was waving nothing. Jimmy, you can get here, but not on my behalf.
So it looked like Butler was gonna have to get there through KD, so it was gonna be Butler, Beal, and Booker. That's what I think they was gonna do. At the last second.
Yep.
But KD said he didn't. Whatever it was, he was the only person who could be moved, because Bill
Yep.
can't be moved. They're not moving Booker. So it's just you the only one. But I guess he cool with it. He like, all right, it's all right. Phoenix ain't gonna win nothing. I'm happy. I'm happy this going on with KD, because I never believed in KD anyway. I never liked when he went to Golden State, and then I remember before he went to Golden State. And then it's just like how it was when he was going up against Memphis, Zach Randolph. They was dogging him. He was losing to everybody. There wasn't. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know about KD, man. I'm sorry. He would have never won. He'll never be in that LeBron discussion. Never. He disqualified himself. Him, Kawhi, all these people disqualified themselves from the discussion.
I don't really think Kawhi wanted to be a part of that discussion.
Now, speaking of Kawhi Leonard, man, what the hell is going on? Why don't he just retire? He don't give a damn about what's going on. I mean, he don't give a damn. Kawhi's a trick. He just needs to retire, man, in my opinion. I'm disgusted with him.
Yeah, I saw him play against the Lakers, and he didn't look good at all.
Not at all. I'm like, where was he out? I guess he out there just to sell tickets.
Probably so.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know people. It's great people coming to see Kawhi.
Um, I'm curious to see how Indiana is going to fare out because nobody's talking about the Indiana Pacers, and the
Right.
Indiana Pacers are the fourth seed.
Yeah. They could surprise some teams. You're right.
So they doing better this season than last season, and Tyrese Halliburton is not even being spoken of.
Yeah. Why is that?
I mean, he's not playing that well. I mean, the last game he played, he scored 0 points.
Right. But you ain't lying about that.
But like I said before, like if you can remember this, when Tyrese Halliburton got that all defensive team, I said he done secured his contract, so whatever he do is extra concerning him.
I agree with that. Everything is gonna be extra. Somebody said KD not going anywhere. Yeah, he was saved by the bell. I say saved by the bell, man. A lot of moves, a lot of shakeups. Sammy said Siakam made the All-Star team for Indiana also. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did as a reserve. So LaMelo is all she wrote, huh? But LaMelo is the All-Star. We might as well kiss that shit goodbye.
Oh yeah, it's over with.
Yeah. If anything, they're gonna throw Trey in there. I ain't gonna lie, Trey Young got snubbed too. How they miss LaMelo and Trey? That's just retarded to me.
Yep.
That's wild how they did LaMelo. They did LaMelo filthy. But don't you? But LaMelo don't want to leave Charlotte. I don't think. Do you think LaMelo happy there? You know he want that super max. I mean, what is it? Do you think the Hornets gonna give it to him?
I think LaMelo's happy living in Charlotte. But playing for Charlotte, that's up for discussion.
Yeah, I think Charlotte is good for him. He played overseas, so Charlotte that's like Beverly Hills to him. Yeah.
But I think Luka basically made LaMelo a backseat thought.
So who made LaMelo?
Luka,
What? Why you say that?
because people was clamoring for LaMelo to be a Laker, even the
Right.
media, because he did the Magic Johnson pose, and that was iconic.
Yeah.
Luka did the Dirk Nowitzki pose.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they was trying to put that together as if they can get LaMelo, that type of player with that kind of publicity, in a Laker uniform. And I
Right.
think the push was going until LaMelo got hurt, like hope was in him. And that kind of like, I don't know if we want this guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I understand.
Because
So
nobody would imagine, just think about it, nobody would imagine Luka coming over to the Lakers.
nah, yeah, it came out of nowhere. Nobody thought that he was even up for grabs.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
and the
unheard
sad
of.
part, y'all was the only team that able to bid with him. That's why a lot of people are like, "What the hell just happened?" It wasn't.
Well,
It wasn't like
that
a.
was Nico. That was Nico Harrison. He
Well,
the
I
one
mean,
that
they wanted AD. AD is a big enough piece for what they do. I mean, it do make basketball sense. You know,
it don't make basketball sense.
he said it don't make basketball sense.
No, not
I
Luka,
mean,
not the Luka trade.
not. I tell you what, the only way this is going to be any sensical is they got to win the championship. They
Yeah,
have to.
they gotta
They have
win.
to win. They have to win it. I mean, it's like that's the only way. Otherwise, it's like this is really bad. What
Because
just
if they
happened?
don't win this year or next year, they're not gonna win.
Right. Why you say that?
Dallas got a 2-year window.
Yeah. I
They're not
agree.
going to win. They have to win this year, or they have to win next year.
Like 2 year window.
That's it. They got a 2 year window to make this work.
Yeah.
Because everybody else going to start falling off. Because now your contracts are coming up and you ain't winning. So you don't have to break the team up again.
Yeah.
But
You
I
ain't
think it's
lying
more
about
to
that.
the Luka trade. I think it's more to the Luka trade that meets the eye. I don't care what Brian Windhorst is talking about. Nobody knows. It just happened. Nobody knows. There's no conspiracy. Shut the fuck up. Shut your big ass up. You the biggest thing on TV. You want to be called Wendy. And
Yeah,
your name is Brian.
everybody he said Wendy. Everybody knows that there was something was said or something was said. They need to cut this BS out that nobody knew nothing. It just don't make it believable. We know LeBron knew that what was happening. They consulted with him. Maybe it'll come
Um,
out later.
yeah, Flight, answer this. Flight, Dex, Minnesota made no moves. Do y'all think that was a smart move? They're one of 4 teams to make no moves. Same with Denver and Magic.
That's a good question.
What you say about that? I think New York is the other team. They're the 4th team, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota, New York, Denver, and Orlando didn't make no move.
I mean, like I said, I think the Knicks. I think we went over the Knicks. They went over their moves. Minnesota. I mean, what moves were there to make? They made their move too. They kind of got to lay in that shit. Pause. You just like get up off his Randall. I don't know if that's realistic. It's like they invested. They just traded Carl Anthony Towns. If you're not gonna get that a big superstar, a high level young player, it really don't make sense to move him. You heard me?
Yep, I'm listening.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I wouldn't move him, in my humble opinion. It's just crazy.
Slim, I'm trying to read your question, or statement, but I'm not getting the gist of it. So maybe you need to rewrite it. Um, Also, Minnesota, they made their move already. It was
Right.
nothing really out there dangling that probably could enhance them or financially wouldn't strap them. Now, New York already made their move. So Minnesota and New York made their move, so they ain't doing nothing. They stayed pat. Denver is trying to do it with what they got. They feel they got enough as long as they stay in the Goldilocks zone. And the Goldilocks zone is first 4 seeds because that gives you a home playoff series. So if you're in the first 4 seeds, you get to host a playoff series at your silo. So Denver is in that slot, number 4. Lakers are nipping at their heels. So Denver feel that what they got is good, their chemistry is good, everybody know they roll. All they have to do is boogie. The Magic, they didn't make any moves because they didn't want nobody to disrupt their chemistry because Franz is back, Paulo is back. They have their team now. And last year with this team, I believe they was the 5th seed. If I'm not mistaken, the Orlando Magic was the 5th seed because Cleveland was the 4th seed. And they gave the Cleveland the scare of their life. They won 7 games with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Excuse me, I'm kind of eating on some chicken tortilla soup. But anyway, so Jamal Mosley, and I met him, matter of fact. I didn't know who he was when I met him, but I saw how he was respected amongst his peers. And after Tom Thibodeau looked at me like I was dried up doo-doo, Jamal Tinsley came through the corridor and was waving like he was the mayor. And I was like, who is it, GM or somebody? And come to find out, he was Orlando Magic coach. Cool dude. I mean, in the atmosphere, he's a cool dude. Not like Tom Thibodeau, who was a dickhead, an asshat. But Jamal Mosley was a cool dude. And I said to myself, I hope this man has success. And look at now, lo and behold, he's out here kicking some tail on this hardwood. Got these young men playing some real solid basketball in Disneyland. How can you take a team serious that operates from Disneyland? So he brought in an identity with these young heads, similar to Stan Van Gundy did in the latter years with the Orlando Magic, taking them to a NBA Finals. So yeah, so they felt the need not to do anything, and let's see how it ends up for them, because they feel they have enough. And all these teams, like I said before, I have a slight envy towards or jealousy, because they're just passing up the Charlotte Hornets. It's despicable. Everybody passing up the Charlotte Hornets. Even Toronto. Just look how fast Toronto passed up the Charlotte Hornets. Them dinosaurs up north, 6 guys. They just splattered that team, shifted away all their real talent, and they still have a better record than the Charlotte Hornets a year later. Like, how do you explain that?
It's just a horrendous nature for Charlotte. It's time to really give it up.
I mean, don't you think that's kind of crazy though, right? They got rid of all their players. Siakam, Van Fleet, Ojanobi, Precious Achua, and they still better than the Charlotte Hornets. That's crazy. Just think about that. Does anybody recognize that the Toronto Raptors have passed the Charlotte Hornets? That's despicable, Flight. And I assume you agree.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I agree with you, man. It's sad. It's just a complete sad day what's going on in these NBA circles now. Our teams, we got to get it together. Charlotte, I wish they was gonna make the playoffs. It's hard for me to get even excited about Dalton Knecht, because it's like he might just enter into the bullshit that's going on here. So I don't know, what's going on. It's not we always being excited for something, and then it's horrendous. It's like worse than what we could have ever expected. This year we thought it was gonna be a good year. They're finally gonna turn it around, and it was worse than we ever could have fathomed. Just losing and losing and losing. It's horrible.
Not only are they losing Flight, but the talking heads for the organization has disappeared. Where the hell are they at right now? Like they're running for cover.
Yeah, lying. The Knecht reminds me of Kyle Korver. I don't know about that.
Damn, rap guy, you said the Wizards were past the Hornets? Oh my God.
They keep whooping the Hornets' ass now.
Yeah, they don't play.
Well, some teams just have the number. That's what it look like. It's sad, man. It's crazy, man. I hope that. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, is that how long LaMelo's gonna withstand this?
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, it's disgusting, right?
You got to think. You could have been playing with Victor. Now you got Fox there. I don't know. You're gonna have to
The
keep
Hornet,
watching opportunities.
Rap God, the Raptors already passed the Hornets already this season. They ain't gotta wait till next season. They damn near 20 games. And what makes that so despicable is that the Raptors blew up their team just last year.
Well, they tried to lose,
You know what I'm saying?
but
They
they got
blew
better
that team
players.
up.
They got better players on their team.
Our
Who do
coaching, one of the
outside?
two.
Outside. Okay, if R.J. Barrett came on the Hornets right now without LaMelo, he might be the damn leading scorer there. Now he might be the go-to guy right now in Charlotte. I'm just saying that, like, this is what I'm saying, the talent. But they had Emmanuel quickly. He might, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, come on. The Hornets don't have good talent on their roster, so every team seems like they got better talent than them.
I guess with this Mark Williams trade, they feel they got better talent. That's what Pope said. I don't agree.
No, I don't agree. I think they gave. Well, like I said, just like they said, nobody knows Luka better than Dallas. Nobody knows Mark Williams better than the Hornets. They must know something more with this injury than letting on.
Listen, you could say that listen, Flight. You could say that as an anti-Laker fan. So I kind of expect that from you to have some kind of skepticism and being a little cynical. I just believe it's the commissioner. I believe the commissioner said enough is enough. You faggots. Excuse me, I don't mean to say it like scratch that from the record. You sissies. You guys are trying to hold on to stuff. We trying to make money in this league. What are you guys doing? Scramble that shit. That's what I believe.
And a lot of people said Dalton Knecht are gonna come off the bench. I don't think so. What do you think?
How the hell he gonna come off the bench with all that mess in Charlotte?
That's what I'm saying. The reserves are horrible. Cam Reddish should be playing too. All of these guys are trash.
Man, Cam Reddish gonna get damn near 30 minutes a game.
Yeah, everybody's better than what they had there.
Man, that's crazy. Cam finally. I mean, he is from North Carolina, right?
I don't know.
No, he's from Florida. Is he from Florida or North Carolina?
I don't know, but he's gonna be a good pickup for them. With Kogi.
He finally got closer to Duke. I know he played at Duke, so he finally got closer to Duke. I just think that a lot of people wasn't listening when Jeff Peterson talked about the 8 or 9 phases of the Charlotte Hornets. And when I heard that, I was like, this is a comment. I know it's Black History Month. I shouldn't be disparaging any black man that's in position of power, and especially that he has a valuable job and a sustainable income. But I just think that was some con. Because 9 phases or something to that nature, how the hell you gonna have any multiple phases other than the one phase is to get out there and win? Or your ass gonna get cut and traded. Put some heat up under these boys. They're having too much fun in Charlotte. And I'm talking about in some of the desolate places known to man in this Bible Belt Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina. Knowing damn well they're doing too much sinning off the court.
There's a lot going on. We're good when they get the truth to this shit.
Slim Martin is gone. I'm sorry, Flight. But Slim Martin is traded already. He's out of there. He's not with Charlotte anymore. Go ahead, Flight.
Yeah, I'm looking into I'm trying to see what's the name just said something. Ingram, he just put out a post. I guess he put out a post from New Orleans. This is Nola forever. You heard me. He put out a Soldier Slim lyrics. He says, "Damn Soldier Slim, how it come to this? You know, you was my heart." This shit, he just saying some lyrics. I'm just reading what he said. You made me wrong. We okay. I see. So he said we built. He says what we built can't be broken. Thank you for ever putting me on notice.
Built
That's
what? What the
what I'm
hell
saying.
Ingram talking about? Ingram is high. He done
Right,
wrote that shit high on the same shit Lil Wayne on.
right.
Built what? They ain't built nothing in no damn New Orleans. Built what? They won 2 games in the first round of the playoffs. Is that what he's talking about?
I think so.
Man, these players be tweaking.
He said what they built.
And they expect, and they expect the smart fans. See, that's how they feel about the fan base sometimes. They just think they just so dumb. They can just say anything. You ain't built nothing.
Nothing. It was a sad day, man. You know, I like Ingram. Like I said, Ingram would have been so much better if he would have went to Atlanta. You know, I think with Toronto, I think ain't going nowhere. What they? Let me not say that they got what's the name now? I'm tweaking. I
They got
forgot who
Scotty
they got.
Barnes and they
Yes,
got
exactly what I thought.
Gregory Dick,
Scotty
right?
Barnes.
Scotty Barnes and Gregory Dick.
Oh man, he's trash. I mean,
Grady Dick.
he ain't all that. He ain't all that. They got it's gonna be Ingram and Ingram and Scotty Barnes. But the sad part is, dude just came out and said we was tanking. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He said that to start the year.
But Ingram Ingram probably
On
won't
his
play this year.
firing. No, he gonna play, but he could be on another team because he got to get a new contract.
Ingram want to be in Miami. We already know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why? Because he said that they was tanking. I'm talking about the Toronto president, owner, the president. I forgot his name. Yeah, Masai.
Masai Ujiri.
Yeah, Masai came out this year and said that they was tanking, and they came out and made this trade. This ain't no damn tank move.
Well, shit. Hornets must be tanking harder than them.
Well, the sad part is the way this draft is set up. It really don't make sense, to even be trying to tank.
It seemed like Washington Wizards are the biggest tankers, but Washington Wizards say we're going to beat Charlotte ass, and every time we beat Charlotte ass, we're going to lose 10 in a row after that. But we definitely going to beat Charlotte ass. That's crazy, right? Because out of the Washington Wizards, 6 or 7 wins, they beat Charlotte 3 times.
Can you hear me?
Don't tell me this is Sky.
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No.
We can hear you, Flight.
Yo.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hang on.
No, stay up. I don't think the Ball brothers going to play in the Drew League. Too many injuries. They got too many injuries. They got to heal in the offseason. Rap God Reloaded said, stay up. Yes. No, they're not finna play in the Drew League. That'd be nice, though.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Somebody said they can hear Flight.
What the hell?
Somebody in the chat. Okay, Flight will be back. He having some technical difficulties. But yeah, I don't see the Ball brothers playing in no Drew League. No, I don't see it because they have too many injuries. Lonzo's still dealing with his wrist. Melo dealing with his wrist. Every time you see LaMelo out there, he's fiddling with his wrist. LaMelo just had an ankle injury that sidelined him prior to the All-Star break. I just don't see any of the Ball brothers getting out there in the Drew League trying to showcase something when they're nursing injuries.
I agree with that.
Yeah, we can hear you, Flight.
Yeah, my mic got all screwed up. My bad. But yeah, but it's some crazy situations, man. You're right about that. Melo gonna be just fine, man. Everybody need to hold their fucking horses to calm down. Melo gonna be just good. I do want to see him, you know, in a different location, probably a super. I like for the location to come to Charlotte, but that don't look like it's gonna happen. So if I wish he would just move on, possibly go to a team like maybe Minnesota, maybe a team that's got star-studded, you know, teammates, and he just come in and be the man. I think San Antonio would have been perfect for him. You know, now you gotta watch Fox and see what they do. And so, but I mean, it is what it is. He got to come out and request it. I think the way the Hornets are moving. And I didn't say this with Sam was here, but basically, I think they want to get the picks. The way they operate, they're accumulating all these first round picks. We don't know when the hell they're gonna use them. We don't know what's gonna happen. Is there a player that they want that they're going after? It's just a weird dynamic they have. It's just very weird to me.
Yeah, so LaMelo has to get to be one of the top 15 players in the league. This year, that's not going to happen. So I think LaMelo is going to start the season out trying to refurbish that all NBA goal. And then once he secure that 260 will be guaranteed. And then you can probably look for greener pastures. Charlotte might be more apt to seek trade because they don't want to pay that 260, not being in the dungeon. So they probably want to seek that 260, give it to somebody who's willing to pay it and appreciate LaMelo's talent, and then get off, like you say, some draft capital and use that commodity like Sam Presti did and build you a good competitor team that's young, so you don't have to pay so soon and so often.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's a good call. I hope they figure this shit out now. Like I said, there's a lot of things popping up. What's going on in the game? The games on? What's the schedule tonight?
Yeah, I didn't even check nothing, Flight. I was just so eager to talk about this Mark Williams trade.
I'm trying to think, is AD ever gonna play? They play the Celtics, man. Celtics.
Yeah, AD was he was at practice.
Playing tonight. LeBron playing tonight.
Yeah, AD was at practice.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything that he was unavailable.
You know, I wanted to ask you, what's your thoughts on the Kings being the California resident? Like I said,
I don't look that high. I don't look up that high.
Oh, you don't mess with Kings?
I don't look that north. The furthest north I look is Oakland.
So how LA? So hold on, Sacramento. Oh damn, that's before Oakland.
No, that's after.
For real?
And that's east. Yeah, Sacramento is northeast of Oakland.
Right. Okay. So what? So how do people in LA view Sacramento?
Once they win the lottery, they know that's where they have to go pick up their money.
You said the sights and sounds of Sacramento, California. So I mean, leaving Chicago to go to Sacramento, that gotta be pretty good, isn't it?
No, Chicago's a much better city than Sacramento. Sacramento's a cool city, but there's a lot of violence there.
Violence. It's not like Los Angeles. Like I'm talking about is the city.
Oh, no way near like Los Angeles.
Not like Los Angeles. I'm looking up Sacramento now. Yeah, it do look a little different. It look like
They
it's
call it
upstate New York.
Cowtown. It's,
Yeah, it look
it's
like
a bunch of farms and pastures and prairies. You go up the I-5 corridor and it smells like cow doo-doo all the way up.
right. He's a cow town. I'm looking at it right now. What they got going on in Sacramento? Ain't no water out there in Sacramento. Ain't no beaches.
No, ain't
They
no
got a.
beaches.
It look like they got a lake. It might be a man-made lake. I don't know. They probably got a man-made beach.
I think I'm on Lake Tahoe. Could be talking about Lake Tahoe.
That's a real lake. Well, I'm just looking at what's going on. I know somebody. I work with somebody from Sacramento. It's kind of wild. He said Sacramento. I'm looking up the way the California region is set up. He said Oakland. I'm looking up where the hell Oakland at.
Yeah, Oakland is southwest of Sacramento. Oakland is off the 101. I think the 850 or the 805 or something like that.
Yeah.
That's
You ever heard
Alameda
of
County.
you ever heard of Chico, California?
Yeah, Chico. Yeah, that's for a prison though. That's only for a prison. It's a big ass prison in Chico.
Yeah, Chico. What about Yuba City?
You said what?
Yuba City.
Oh, Yuba City. Yeah, Yuba City. That's country. That's country up in Yuba City.
Yeah, I'm looking up some different parts of
Yeah,
Cali.
I knew a dude that was from Yuba City. We used to call him Yuba City.
You're
Yeah,
funny.
he was country. Yeah, he was country as a motherfucker too.
What do you talk country like he from the South?
Yeah, he talked country, act country. It was just like he was from another world.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm looking. Oh yeah, you way down there, in Los Angeles. I'm sitting right now.
Did you
Fresno.
find Oakland?
I can't. I ain't gonna lie. I can't. I would have to. I'm trying to. I have to type their ass in the map. I'm just looking through California. Yeah, I see San
California?
Francisco. I see it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, San Francisco is an upscale town. It's very expensive up there.
Yeah, Sacramento is above Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
You are right. Even though it's a different location, Sacramento is up higher.
Yep.
Oakland, that's by the water.
Yeah, Oakland by the water. Yeah, the Bay Bridge. That's Oakland, the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, Walnut Creek.
San Francisco Bay Bridge. Connect.
San Leonardo.
Yep.
Hayward.
Yep. Hayward.
Yeah, you know about all that. Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. Yep.
Nah, yo, when Kendrick won his Grammy, he said this shit for everything. Why? What's San Bernardino?
No,
That's
San
over there by
Bernardino
you.
south. That's south. That's like 50 miles from LA.
He shouted them out too.
Yeah, that's the IE.
Yeah, that's not LA though.
No, that's not LA. It's about 50 miles east of LA. One of the dirtiest cities in California.
Wow, San Bernardino.
Yeah.
I'm looking at I'm just looking at all these different places. He says now Chicago is way better. Yeah, that's crazy, man. These different cities. Going to Sac Town. Man, they ain't doing shit, man.
That's why Fox put it out, right? Fox
I
got
think
tired
so.
of smelling all that boo boo up there, the fertilizers.
I think so. I mean, they were done. I mean, the coach left. That's just stupid. They did some Sacramento shit. They didn't even really get nobody back. They didn't get any good player back.
So that's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works with the reuniting of DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a waste of time.
That's the trend. So you got Lonzo and Vooch leading the Bulls in them young Bulls. That's another thing that is going to be really interesting moving forward to see how many games they can win in these last 31, 32 games left.
Yeah, you're in line. But yeah, man, Dex, man, we're gonna pull back up tomorrow, man, or if some more news happen. If anything were to come back out, I guess we could do something else.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah,
Salute to
man.
everybody in the chat.
Yeah, man. I want to thank all
Hit the
y'all
like
for
button on the way out.
Yes, sir. Shout out to all y'all, man. We appreciate y'all's Flight Sports. Thank everybody who pulled up tonight. Appreciate you.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.